Hey, hi, hello. Nice to see you all. Feel like I haven't been here in a little bit. Hey, hi, hello, and welcome. Nice to see you. My name is Shark300. I'm the host of The Nightmare. And welcome back to another episode of the meme stream. We got some stuff to talk about today. And for some reason, the auto turn on my tablet is just not working. Thank the Lord, it's finally working. Holy, I was starting to get upset. Oh no, the setup process for this stream was a little annoying, if I'm gonna be honest with you. All right, give me 1 second. Let me put this one in. There might be something up with the lights today. The internet has been super wonky today, and I haven't been able to get some stuff working. One of the things are the lights. So if we might not be doing colored lights today. I know some of you all love your colors, but today might not be one of those days, unfortunately. So let me do one of these things. Let me check one more time. Are you going to work? You gonna work with me? It seems the answer is no. It seems like they've killed my internet again, and the lights connect through Wi-Fi. So wait, it's back. I think it's back. Wait a second, I think it's back. Holy, wait a second. Let me turn the lights on to a color. I think it let me turn them on and off again. Wait, we might be onto something. Come on. Come on. It's working a little bit. They're starting to work with me. They're starting to work with me a little bit. They're no longer working. It's no longer working with me. The work is now over. Yeah, it's just not playing along. I really wanted it to, because I'd rather the lights be like on or something. What is that melody? You mean this song? 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim OST, Deoxyribose, I guess, on YouTube. That's what's playing right now. Somebody when we were trying to figure out what new songs to add to the playlist, somebody offered this one, and I said, yep, that's definitely music. So I'll put it on. Don't know what this is from, don't know what it's about, don't know where, like, what the song is supposed to represent or when it's supposed to play, but some people like it, so there you go. That's how we do it here. You don't always need to understand something for you to put in your song playlist, you know what I mean? Also, I started reading Mashal in some of my spare time over the little break. Can somebody tell me without spoiling, is Mash just stupid? Is he just like a stupid person? Does he have like sub room temperature IQ, and that's just what he's supposed to be? Because I was kind of blown away by how like cartoonishly stupid he is. It's kind of like how like Toriyama and them write Goku now. Like, he used to be like, you know, he's a fight guy, but he's not stupid, you know. He used to be a bit ignorant, but he wasn't stupid. But now he's actually just like, he's like Patrick, but who can punch the earth away or something. He's like Patrick Star, but who can punch the earth. Is that what Mash is supposed to be? He's supposed to basically be as dumb as Patrick Star, but just like OG Patrick Star, not like today Patrick Star. Because I'm just not sure. Damn, Bezos throttling. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. The GF likes Mash, so I decided to pick up Mash a little bit. SpongeBob massacred him. Yeah, after the guy who originally wrote the series just straight up died, they decided to take his characters with him for like no reason. Anyways, I'm happy to have you all. Today we have some stuff to talk about. Matt Gaetz is apparently in hot water once again. Matt Taibbi, if you remember this guy, the OG Elon Gagger, Matt Taibbi, who was one of the guys who who helped release the hashtag Twitter files back in the day, if anybody remembers that, because I think literally nobody does, except for maybe Matt Taibbi himself, who was high off his own farts when he was like one of the chosen one picked by the gigabrain IQ genius that is Elon Musk. Apparently they've had a falling out and they're no longer dating. They don't like each other anymore. They don't like each other at all anymore. And Taibbi decided to leak some DMs between him and Elon, and apparently Elon is actually 100% out of his mind. Like, Elon has actually completely lost it. Genuinely a crazy man. Not the divorce arc. Somehow he decided to go through a divorce arc again. No cam still preview. I know. I'm vibing right now. I know. We do this at the beginning of the stream. I start my yap session before you can even see me. That's how we know real yap enjoyers versus fake yap enjoyers. The Liberos decided to get really mad at Jon Stewart today. Well, the other day. Jon Stewart came back to The Daily Show as the old man that he is to criticize two other old men, Donald Trump and Joseph R. Biden Jr. And bro, they were not having it. It was kind of sad, the amount of hate that they had for this man. They were angry, dude. They just said that bro just said he was old, and they completely lost it. They actually fell to their knees. Wild stuff. He went to the double divorce. The double divorce is crazy. Do you guys remember? Now, we didn't cover this. I actually didn't know about it until not too long ago. Did you all know that like Elon Musk had and/or has an alt account where he pretends to be an Elon fan, and he made fun of Grimes, like the mother of his children, on his alt account for divorcing him? I was actually losing it. I completely forgot about that. Chad move. Honestly, it will complete Chad move if you think about it, Mad Lad. I mean, what else was he supposed to do? She was already divorcing him. Like, I mean, come on. You got to get your lick back. You got to stand on business. You have to stand on business. He's such a divorced dad. It was actually so sad. He had an alt where he pretended to be a child too. Yeah, like he pretended to be a child, and two ones where he pretended to be a child and when he pretended to be an Elon fan. Remember when he talked to the media and he said he takes drugs now because nobody likes him on Twitter and he's constantly getting shit on, and so that's why he needs to take drugs these days, because if he didn't, it would be hard for him to deal with all the hate of people telling him that he's doing a bad job at running the website. The website he said he bought to help save humanity from itself, because civilization would not be able to survive if Twitter wasn't controlled by him specifically. I'm not lying to you. This, honestly, I think this week is the week I'm going to choose to do this. I think this week is the week I'm going to choose to finally do that. I think this week is the week that I am going to choose to finally do that Elon the God segment. The divinity of Elon. Because Elon, I don't think he's religious, but I think he does view himself as unironically like a savior of humanity sent down by a divine force itself to be able to protect the world through his supreme genius, incredible amounts of money and influence, and super cool Reddit humor. Elon dust. Yeah, I have to figure out a good name for that segment. Elon the God. The church, maybe the Church of Elon. Ayn Rand coded. I think he likes Ayn Rand. I think he really likes Ayn Rand, if I remember correctly. But yeah, anyways, that if you wanted to know why he has so many children and why he like constantly is trying to impregnate as many women as possible, the reason is because the reason is because he thinks his supreme intellect needs to be passed down to another generation to be able to maintain the society that we have and to finally become an interplanetary a species that he thinks that we always can be, if we allow the biggest brain among us to be able to take control of society like we know they should. But the dumb peons are too scared to leave the reins in the hands of the most capable, which he believes should be his progeny, because his IQ was high enough that it must be passed down to create more high IQ individuals like him and his friends, who are also high IQ individuals who need to be having more kids. He's not even a software engineer. Yeah, he's not. He doesn't build anything. What you're saying is JRPG? Wait, listen. I disavow. One of my coworkers said that Elon is an African American hero. I don't know, maybe. Listen, I think I agree with Elon when it comes to one thing, and it's that we have an IQ problem in this country. We have an intelligence problem in this country. That part is true. The only thing that he doesn't see is that he's part of the problem. He's not the solution. He is not the solution. If I ever turn to a must level divorce dad energy, you have the legal right to put me down. I mean, it's the only ethical solution after that, right? Speaking of put down, one of my fish died today. I was really upset about it. He was acting really weird the other day, and I decided to give him a day to see if he was going to like get better or not get better. And earlier this morning, I found his dumbass face down in one of the plants, dead as fuck. And I was like, well, I gave you a whole day to get over it, and then you just simply decided to die while I was sleeping instead. I was kind of, it's a bit disrespectful, if I'm gonna be honest with you. But yeah, it definitely was unfortunate. It was one of my gold Mickey Mouse platies. I had 4, and now I have 3, and I'm not even sure if they're gonna get another stock of gold Mickey Mouse platies in. No one wants to work these days. So true. So true. I actually have just no clue what was wrong with him. I'm not sure if there was anything that I could really do. I have a whole set of like antibiotics and anti-parasitic medicine. If another one starts acting like that, I'm going to quarantine them immediately. I'm gonna quarantine all of them immediately, and then put them in my quarantine bucket with like anti-parasitic, antibacterial, antifungal medicine. And just hope that, you know, they're able to get over it in time. Because I really love those fish. They're great fish. I don't want them to die. Fish are difficult to care for. I had some a while back and I had no clue why. Did you check your water parameters? That should be like, if you have fish and they start acting weird, the number one thing that you should do is check your water parameters. And you should also record your water parameters as well to make sure you know what the fish are like normally in. Cause like a 1 point change on the pH scale from their water just like really quickly is, yeah. Correct pH. Okay, but what about your GH, your KH, your nitrite, your nitrate, and your ammonia levels? Those are the ones that you really got to watch out for. Also, was your fish depressed? No reason that he should be depressed. He was in tank with a bunch of other fish just like him. No reason why he should be depressed or Reno. I don't think, at least. I don't think there was any reason why he should have been. Got a goldfish, like one at the fair that lived for 10 years. Those boys can live for a long ass time. How is his career doing? I mean, his career was like shitting in the tank and eating food. And so when it comes to that, he was doing fantastic, honestly. He was one of my biggest shitters, if I'm gonna be honest with you. He was one of my #1 poopers. He was like constantly pooping. He was great at his job. He was about to get a promotion too. Nice shirt. Oh, my A cab shirt, a taxi cab. It's about taxis. We love our hard-working, working class men and women who drive taxis. I mean, I am from New York after all, so. Give the fish a whole ethno state. No, he wasn't in an ethno state. No, my tank has gold Mickey Mouse platies, Ember Tetra, and also Corridoras. So it wasn't ethno state. They have 3 types of fish in there, and they all do good work. I love him. I don't know. There was always something wrong with him. He had a deformity on his mouth. Like his mouth was like crooked, and it would open like halfway. And I knew it after I picked him up. I decided not to take him back to the shop for a couple reasons. One, because I wanted 4 in the tank, and 2, because, you know, I mean, like, if I'm gonna be honest, if he was actually deformed, I would rather give him a good life in my glass box where I feed him a bunch of good food and he's able to chill out and hide under a piece of driftwood whenever he wants, and I don't know, eat like small water bugs that thrive in the tank. I mean, I'd rather him be able to do that and then spend his last days, I don't know, being basically fish pampered, than to, like, I don't know, die with his gills full of fish poop at a fish store or something, you know. So no matter what, I think I gave him a good way out. I'm gonna be taking him back to the shop and then trying to get like store credit or something, because it has been less than the amount of time that I think. He died within the time that I can still like return them, that they're still liable for his death. So hopefully I can do that and then trade him out for another one. Did they displace a bunch of other fish? Nope. Super peaceful. Super peaceful. They don't even interact with each other. Actually, they don't even interact with each other at all. How do you know he wasn't bullied? I actually spend a lot of time watching the tank. It's my only real community tank, so I spend time watching it to make sure that no one's getting bullied. He wasn't bullied. No. Like, they chase each other around a little bit, but he was actually the big bully of the tank. He was chasing people around more. He was chasing other fish around more than others were. So if anybody was a bully, it was him. And then he just died. So I don't know. I want another one just like him, because if they breed, I don't want like, and I don't want like mutt platies, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Sometime I do, but for this tank, I'd rather them all be like the same type of platy. I would like to keep them as line bred. Wow, I hate to say it. I want this specific type of platy if they pump out. I want this specific type of platy if they're going to be pumping out more kids. Ethno tank. Wow, it's not an ethno tank. It's not an ethno tank. There's multiple different fish inside the tank. You have to understand. I do want a big community platy tank at some point in time with different platies in it, and see what type of creatures they pump out through their breeding process. But right now, no. Apartheid tank. Anyways, Hope you all are doing well. I know I was gone for a couple days. If you kept up with my bird app, you would have heard that you would have heard that I said that my mother's going through some post chemo surgeries at the moment, and so I'm spending some time helping take care of the house, keep up with some other stuff as my as we're helping her through that and everything. So I decided to take a couple days off, do some of that stuff, help out where I can. At the moment, she's still going through doctor's appointments and stuff like that, but she's walking around and feeling better now. So I decided I can take some time to hop back on stream and hop back to you all. I don't want to miss too much now. I do have a job to do. They detected early. Oh, she's been through chemo treatment for years and years. I think she was diagnosed when I was much younger, like 15 or something. So this isn't recent. It's like she had the surgeries before. We're just talking about post chemo surgeries, like she had like post chemo pain and stuff like that, her last doctor didn't know how to take care of that much, and so now she's gone to a very specialist doctor, a doctor that specializes in female cancer patient care, that knows about what she's going through, because her last doctor was like a guy, and apparently he was just like, you'll just feel pain, and that's just like how women are. and so she was like, I guess I'll just suffer for a while. But then she was like, I don't think I'm supposed to suffer. So she went to another doctor, and this doctor that specializes in female cancer patients was like, oh yeah, I have women coming in all the time that had their male doctors tell them that they're just supposed to suffer, and that's just not true. So we're gonna fix you up. And so that's what's going on right now. Systemic misogyny. Very true, actually. Most empathetic male doctor. He didn't literally be like, you're just supposed to suffer, but he was just like, I don't really know how to help you. Here's 1,200 milligrams of ibuprofen to have a good life. it was one of those things, right? It was one of those things. So unfortunately, a lot of women do have to go to like female specific doctors who know how to deal with women and females when it comes to being able to help them through specific stuff, like specific breast surgeries and stuff like that, lymph nodes and whatnot. Skill issue then? It's a skill issue on the entire medical industry, but yeah. It's racism and misogyny. Misogynoir, as some people would like to say. What was that one detective game? It was something noir. It was the PlayStation game where you're supposed to be able to read faces, and when somebody lies to you, they go, you know? LA Noir. Thank you. Everybody wants my thoughts on everything. Listen, hear my thoughts on what's going on right now. We have segments to do, and I want to play some Tekken ranked today. Okay? That's my thoughts on everything going on right now. Also, my thoughts on Too Mad dying. Too bad, gone too soon. Does it bother you that you're being asked to answer for other streamers and their issues? The only time that really bothers me is when I'm asked to answer for certain people, but asking for my opinion on stuff, that's never like a problem. It is my job to yap. I am actually a professional yapper. My career choice is yapping, so I can't say that I'm mad at somebody for asking me to yap. That's actually my job. It's my fault for being here. If I'm gonna get mad at somebody asking me to perform my job, which is yapping. But no, there was somebody the other day who was in the comment section. I made one tweet where I just said it shouldn't be controversial to say that products made with slavery should be illegal to buy and sell. And then somebody was asking me to power scale rape and slavery, and I was like, I'm not going to be power scaling rape and slavery. In this conversation, I care about only one thing, which is that I believe that products made from slavery and products made from rape should be illegal to buy and sell in society. And so, if I'm going to be honest, if there's like a couple things, and I'm not sure, I feel like most people, if you explain it to them, can agree with this. I feel like if they're like the three great evils and like the three great human crimes that you can commit, I would imagine that people would say like assault of the sexual variety, slavery of any variety, and also like genocide. I feel like those are three things that we can all agree that are like top tier, S tier crimes against humanity, right? And I believe like when it comes to products made through and or with those systems of oppression, they should be illegal to buy and sell, period. I feel like that's a normal take that your average person would have. Under that tweet though, something strange happened. There was this one comment. So this one commenter who was like, I can't believe Shark wants to. For one, I did talk about this whole thing already. Like the video got the stream. It didn't get turned into a video. The stream had like 14,000 views, which is a lot more than we get like per video. Oh, sorry, which is a lot more than we get like per stream. And so and I had some conversation with some people in that comment section. I feel like a lot of people just saw that, and I gave all my thoughts on that already. But somebody was like, oh yeah, it was really funny because somebody in the comment section was talking to another person who was like, I hate this motherfucker for real. He was like, this shark guy was like, tried to deflect from criticism against Vosh by saying that he said this unironically by saying that criticizing Vosh is ableist. Remember that when we made that ableism joke, I said that Ethan can't say something bad about Vosh because he has autism, and so saying something mean about him is ableist. They actually saw that and went, holy shit, I can't believe this guy actually thinks that you can't criticize Vosh unless you're ableist. He actually saw that and was like, yo, fuck this guy. It kind of blew my mind. It kind of shocked me. And that's when I was like, I think I'm done with this whole thing. You should play Enlisted on stream. It's a World War II shooter. How about we play Helldivers 2 on stream? And I wear a MAGA hat while playing it. Make Super Earth great again. Robot Vietnam. It kind of is like Robot Vietnam if you think about it. Just be glad we're not YouTube chat. Oof. Does he read this chat? Maybe. How about we play Tekken 8 with viewers instead? I was thinking about doing that sometime. I was doing some Tekken 8 training not too long ago, like a day, 2 days ago. And also for the people who like to keep up with what I'm doing when it comes to Tekken 8, you guys can take a look at this. It's pretty fun. So let me show you this. So this right here, okay. Oh wait, 1 second. There you go. So this right here, I spent some time watching some professional Lily players because Lily's my main for now. Just trying to figure out the moves that they use the most of and things that they get the most mileage out of. And I think I've basically come down to like, these are the moves that I really need to make sure that I learn and keep track of, and not worry about like the hundreds of moves that she actually has. Let me worry about like these kind of like 20-30 moves, and I feel like if I get that down, then I basically have then I'll have all the moves I need to win, right? Basically what I was looking for is like, what are the moves I need to win? Like, I know she has a lot of moves, but what moves do I need to use to win games? And so I narrowed it down to like, these are the moves that I need to win games. So I basically like put it down like, these are a lot of my neutral moves that I use to open up the opponent and I do some poking damage. These are my moves that I double tap for. This is one of my sidestep moves that I'm going to be keeping. I'm going to be putting Feisty Rabbit in here at some point in time, but yeah, this is one of the moves I can use while in sidestep, right? These are 2 hitting moves. These are 3 hitting moves. These are my do glide moves because Lily has a wave dash. It's called do glide. But yeah, this one is my most important one. Platinum Grace. This is the one. If you ever seen a Lily play, and then she goes into a wave dash, and then she spins her fucking leg around like a Ferris wheel, and then goes voila. That's what this one is. This one's Platinum Grace. And there's some other ones in there. Dominating heals are really good ones. Submissive heal is a really good one, but I have submissive heal over here in neutral. I have some back facing moves. These ones are great. As well, this is my main combo. If I just need to get some damage on and I don't need to go do anything too super crazy, this is going to be the combo that I'm just going to be using. I think it's like an easy 40 damage, and that's just kind of it. It's just a nice combo. And then this is my getting saucy combo. I'm just calling this one getting saucy. The reason is because this one, it's more work. It's my first longer string combo that I've ever like been able to put together. When I was looking at some combo videos, it's super easy. There's no back one canceling because Lily has like a wave dash back one that she uses to extend combos. It's much harder to learn. I don't have to do any of this. I don't have to do anything super crazy. It's just like my hop kick, Platinum Grace. I have a crouching dick chop that I do, Platinum Grace again. One of my neutral moves up here. Here, you see it again. I forget what this one's called. I couldn't find it in the move list, but I know it's a real move. And then I can cancel. I think it's called. This is called like Peacock something. I forget. It's Peacock something. And then if I hold forward, I then go into my do glide, which is once again my wave dash. And then in my wave dash, I can then press 1 and 4, and then I go into I think it's called something Thorn. Piercing Thorn, and I can go into Piercing Thorn, but I put it together and now it kind of looks like Peacock Ring Thorn, so I'm just gonna call it Peacock Ring Thorn. But yeah, this one, when the first time I hit this, I felt like I finally learned. The first time I put this one together all by itself after practicing for like 30 minutes, I was like, holy crap, I kind of get how Tekken works now. I kind of get it. I got like over the time that I've been practicing, it's been like 20 hours or something that I put into Tekken so far. I'm getting like small things are starting to finally like click into place. Like click into place here and click into place there. At first, when I was practicing combos and practicing moves, I was just pressing buttons as I was like, oh yo, my character did something cool. But now I'm pressing buttons and I'm like, oh yo, I did something cool. I just did that, and now I'm starting to understand how some of these combos work and how put stringing moves together works and stuff like. Some of the things I don't really understand still as much, but I do know when I hit it good, this is a 91 damage combo. And I also learned that each character has 185 health. So this combo right here, which is kind of a beginner level combo, can easily do 91 damage, which is almost half health. So this is if I catch somebody in this on a big enough stage and I'm able to hit them with all of it, this is a 90. This will do half health, which is really cool. And I can hit it somewhat consistently. I can hit it like 8 out of 10 times on both sides now, which is super fun. Fighting games seem like a lot of work. If this is what you need to do to get good at it, I mean, this is just, I mean, it's just like research, right? I looked up what the pro players were doing and to see what they were using to win, and then I found the moves and I wrote down the moves. And then I practiced the moves, and I'm going to commit them to memory. And you don't need combos, really. You can just poke someone to death. But I decided to practice that because combos are an important part of the game as well. And so now I have this, and I feel really good about this. They are a lot to learn. When you need to learn your frame timings, like the next thing that I would do after this would be writing down my frame timings, like on hit, on block, plus or minus, for these to see which ones are safer, and then figure out how I can frame trap opponents. Because right now I don't know how to do that. Right now I'm just I don't mash anymore. I'm not mashing buttons anymore, but I'm getting better at it. And then what I've been doing as well is I've been doing throw break training. So in Tekken, what you can do is you have 2 throws. You can press 1 and 3 together or 2 and 4 together for most characters, and then you can like do a throw, right? And then when you do that, you can when like the flashing light comes up when you get caught with a throw, you have a window for where you can break that throw. And so what I've been practicing is figuring out it, like looking at the throws by having a bot like grab me, and then practicing breaking throws as well, which is something that I've been getting good. I've been getting better at. FeedyX, which is a professional Tekken player, gave advice on how to practice that, and I've been doing it for like 2 days, and I'm definitely getting better at it. My brain is repelling any of this fighting game stuff. It's a lot. But this is stuff that I've learned over the last like 20 hours of playing. When am I going to learn how to Korean backdash? Lily actually has something that's faster than a Korean backdash, which is really funny. It's like a weird back turn thing that you can do. But yeah, that's what I got going on right now. One of the biggest things is learning the jargon. The jargon is kind of crazy. Oh, watch out for his mix-ups because his 50-50s are crazy to get through. And the last thing you want to do is get launch punished because all of his stuff is plus on block, and oh man, you got to be careful because his Oki setups are just absolutely killer. Like, what are you talking about, man? What the hell are you talking about? Don't let him wave dash your Korean backdash. The Korean backdash sounds like a WWE move. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Yeah, you need to be careful with his footsies because you can get easily launch punished off of a negative on block move. Don't Blonski when the Gobblemonger uses their hyper keel. True. But yeah, that's what's going on there. It's been pretty fun. It's been pretty fun, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been enjoying the learning process a bit, and I think today I want to do some ranked to make sure that I play against people who are my level of play, so I don't get absolutely obliterated every single time that I load up and I play somebody who's way higher level than me for like no reason. So that's our plan for today if we get around to it. What's this mumbo jumbo? So true. I can't wait to get this game. Be careful, because they said that soon they're adding an in-game shop with in-game purchases. So it might be over. The game might be over. My favorite fighting game nonsense is terms from Smash, like dare, fair, and nair, or like EWGF. Okay, but that one's like simple. That's just that one's just like an abbreviation. That's just Electric Wind Godfist. That one's simple. That's a simple one. And dare, fair, and nair, those ones are pretty simple too. It's just what you do in the air: down air, forward air, neutral air. But out of context, EWGF is funny. That's true, but I don't think anybody ever says that. They always say Electric Wind Godfist when speaking. Shark, would you be down to have a call on stream talking about story concepts? You mean like for a story that I want to write, or for like that you want to write, or like what? Both? I mean, maybe sometime. Koopa Backdash Wave Slide, Hover Walk Moonland, aka KBDWSHWML. Okay, that's crazy. Is the only fighting game my mind's been able to handle. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. I do need to learn how to sidestep with Lily though, because apparently Lily has the best sidestep in the game, but she doesn't have the best sidewalk in the game. The best sidewalk is actually goes to Alyssa, which is a robot of a 16-year-old girl who died. And that's cool. That's cool. I was watching this one Tekken player the other day talk about the archetypes for some of the new characters. Have you guys seen Reina? Like the yeah, that's a character in Tekken. Have you guys seen Reina? Like the purple haired Asian girl who's always like, submit to me, bow down to me. He was talking about how back in the day in the 1950s, during the American occupation of Japan, that we forced into their constitution that every single media character that they draw up has to be in high school. And so to not violate the Japanese constitution, they have to make every single one of their characters like 16 and in high school. But the problem is they also want you to be able to jerk off to all the characters. And then they think that people would feel weird jerking off to the 16-year-old characters. So what they have to do is say that they're in high school, but also do something even sneakier, which is to give them an unknown age. Okay, so you can put the pieces together I mean, like, they're in high school, okay, so they're probably like 16, but they also don't have an official age, so technically you can say that they're whatever age, right? Reina's mommy, that's the pull of Reina, okay, because she fits everything that you want from a Tekken character, which is like, it appeals to the waifu weebs. Okay, the weebs who play Japanese media because they love Japan. OMG Japan, they love that shit. But also it appeals to the Mishima boys, the people who play like the Mishima characters, because they think that they're the hardest to play in the game, which they're kind of not, and that they're like pure Tekken. and so that it's a pure show of skill, which they're also absolutely not. And also appeals to the tier horror players as well, who want to play like the best character, like the best of the best character. So Rina, being like a small Japanese woman who's also 16, appeals to those guys. And also she has the electric wind god fist, meaning that the Mishima boys will be like, yo, this character is pure Tekken. And she's also one of the best characters in the game, meaning that she appeals to the tier whores. So they finally actually struck gold on Rina, and they went one step further by, you know, obviously they said that she is in high school and she's like out of school right now to be able to fight these grown men and women, and some robots even, in a tournament of life and death, but also gave her an unknown age specifically so you can beat your meat to them without feeling bad. And that's like how you appeal to all of Tekken's fan bases at the same exact time, and it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy because you don't want to be judged for jerking off, so they had to do something, right? And the last thing they want is to have their offices be hit by a hellfire missile by the Americans for violating the American drawn up Japanese constitution. So like, now what? It was actually the perfect play. And honestly, that's one of the big reasons why Tekken has popped off right now. Bro, fighting games and Coomers are a relationship of all time. There's actually an incredible Venn diagram of people who love to beat their meat and fighting game players, and the Venn diagram is a circle. Exactly. Wait, let me show you. For some people who haven't seen Reina before, to understand what I'm talking about. I hope you're starting to understand.
Ready for the next battle.
Purple lightning.
New challenger.
Have a taste of capitulation. Oh, that's my vibe. I'm telling you, people love to play a good character and also jerk off. But she also has to be 16. It's in the law. And she has like a bunch of those like frame inputs. So here's the thing as well. Like she says Jin Senpai. Jin is like in his 20s. And so for him to be her senpai, that means she must be like in her teens. She looks 20? No, she's definitely, I think it's said specifically that she's in high school, and she also calls Jin her senpai, meaning that Jin is definitely older than her. She could be 18. It's Japan. Let's stop the cope. It's Japan. Listen. I've stopped coping with Lily, okay? Like I was looking up how old Lily was because I was just curious about my character. I went to the wiki to like read up about the character a little bit. When she was introduced, she was apparently like 16. Still looks the same. I saw an article written about her that said that apparently she's supposed to be 16. She's supposed to be 16, even though she has those quote long luscious legs. And I was like, what's going on? But anyways, I'm pretty sure my character is also like 16, 17 as well. She could be 18 because it's been years since Tekken 8. So she has all the characters are technically old. Sorry, Tekken 5. So all the characters technically are older. So she could be like 18, 19 now. It's possible. But yeah, she also has. Do they show her rage art where she says "submit to me"? Yeah, here we go. I mean, look. You can easily see how this appeals to the weebs, right? I mean, look at the stomp. Like, you know what they knew what they were doing. I mean, come on, bro. You know, they know what they were doing. This is Japan. Submit to me. Do you know how bad this is going to be when the next Comic-Con rolls around and then there's going to be a bunch of fucking like white Rina cosplaying women who are rolling around the goddamn floor like submit to me, and then guys who are dressed up as Denji from Chainsaw Man are on their knees on the ground. Like, it's crazy. It's gonna be terrible. And honestly, this is exactly why the game is selling so well. I mean, everybody knows what's going on here. Come on. So you're saying Tekken did the ultimate evil plan? I don't want to be that guy, but I have to call it how it is. This is an evil plan that was concocted by Bandai Namco to be able to sell the most amount of copies as possible. And I'm not gonna lie, Rina does look cool. She is cool. You love it when you hit somebody and then your character, like, you hit somebody and you put them on the ground and you look over them kneeling in front of them going submit to me. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. You can't tell me that doesn't go hard. That's just kind of how it is, you know. And the evil plan works out. The thing is, the evil plan worked out perfectly. Tekken 8, one of the highest selling Tekken games. And you know what else? Rina, like, at launch was the highest played character, #1 character that people picked. Right now she's #2 under, I think, Dragunov, because the tier horror gamers are I think the highest group, second only to the waifu weeb characters, the waifu weeb players in second place. So, you know, it's just kind of how it is. Is it okay for people to pretend she's 18? You can. She's like a fictional character, so you can, like, it's you can pretend she's 18. That's fine. Her age is technically unknown if you think about it. So as long as you, like, keep it up with the whole, like, unknown age thing, I mean, go ahead. I'd much rather you take a character with a quote unquote unknown age and say she's 18 than take a character with a quote unquote unknown age and then pray that she's 15. So I'll, you know, go ahead. Sure, partner. This is Japan's revenge for Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Honestly, true. And kind of, if I'm gonna be real, we deserve it. Your points belong to me. Surigai, submit to me. I mean, she stomps on your throat and says submit to me. Like, you can't tell me these guys didn't know what they were doing. I mean, come on. Let's be honest with ourselves. Here's the thing. Here's how I knew it was bad, okay? I was showing my girlfriend was a little interested in Tekken as well while I was playing it, and she was like, I think I kind of want to play this game. Yo, show me the characters. I want to see which character I might like. And so I was scrolling through the characters and having her pick out which ones does she want. She said she wanted to play it as one of the girls, so I was like, okay. Makes sense. And I was scrolling through, and you know what? She was like, yeah, she's cool. Yeah, she's cool. I showed her Reina, and she was like, I'm picking Reina. She was like, I want to play as Reina. Reina is my main. That's the girl that I want to play. And that's how I knew that that's the moment where it all clicked, and I knew that Bandai Namco knew exactly what they were doing. That's when I knew. That's when I knew that they were shopping this, that they were like cooking up something devious with this one. Guilty Gear has a bunch of grown women because it's a woke game. Yeah, unfortunately, Guilty Gear is tainted by American politics by having grown women in their games. Anyways, you guys ready to actually start the stream? What's on the agenda? Shark streaming? Never. God willing. God willing, I just sit in my bed and stare at the ceiling when I'm not streaming. I'll be honest, I do forget at times that you're a political streamer and not a fun gaming streamer. Listen, why can't I be both? Why can't I be both? Mommy Dommy vibes. Yeah, that's what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. Sudige. Bow to me. Submit to me. Are you going to push me to my limits? World's first political gamer. Many people are saying this, and you know the craziest thing is that they're all correct. /marker lib article. Okay, so I want to talk to you guys about something really quick because I found this really important, and you know it's probably going to be a long video because I just said really quick. Listen, cut me some slack. You like it. You all like the long videos anyways. I saw this article bumping around the other day while I was scrolling through my Bird app and on other places where I look at how what people are looking at. And when I was scrolling through Politico, recently we've been talking a lot about Joseph R. Biden Jr., that Brandon guy, as well as the left, the right, the politics coming up of the country, Israel, Gaza, Hamas, you know, all this type of stuff, right? And I think I found an incredibly interesting article where all of this comes together by a liberal Politico columnist who wrote a very interesting article titled "Forget No Labels, Biden's Third-Party Peril is on the Left." So this might surprise you. Democrats, once again, instead of looking inwards to what their problem is for possibly not winning again, is like, I got it. It's the left. It's all their fault. And only if we were able to move more right, finally, we'd be able to have all that we want. Or is that what the article is saying? Let's see. Because there were some pretty cringe quotes pulled from this article, but I want to see what they actually have to say. Maybe we'll find something interesting. Who knows? You're talking about Vosh again? What do you think? Here's what I think. Young Democrats find U.S. support for Netanyahu's war effort untenable, potentially costing the president millions of liberal votes. Memo to Democrats. It's not Nancy Jacobson who's disrupting President Biden's speeches at most every time he appears in public, and it's not Nancy Jacobson floating Robert F. Kennedy's Jr.'s $15 million to help him get to the general elections. It's not the left doing this specifically. Like, ain't nobody on the actual left is supporting Robert F. Kennedy Jr. or giving him $15 million. Let's be honest with ourselves real quick. I don't write this to downplay the threat of Jacobson's group. They're talking about No Labels. No Labels poses to Biden's reelection. A center-right candidate able to secure ballot access could claim thousands of votes voters Biden needs, namely those Americans who grudgingly voted for him to oust Donald Trump in 2020 and are dreading doing so once more. Hey, I got anybody in chat who's dreading voting for Joe Biden once again? I feel like there's a lot of people. Yet the collective Democratic fixation on no labels increasingly looks misplaced, or at least disproportionate, given how the 2024 political landscape is taking shape. Jacobson seems to chase most every name that bubbles up that bubbles up in the news cycle. Just ask them. Yet she'll be hard pressed to find the sort of well-known figure she needs to be viable, because they want either to retain future prospects in their own party, like Nikki Haley, or they don't want Dawn, the Scarlet Tea. Yeah, this is how you know. This is one of them. This is one of them wine sipper libs. Don the Scarlet Tea in their future obituaries for having enabled Trump's return. Most every anti-Trump Republican plus Joe Manchin having to vote for Biden, right? A new DeSantis one. I got a link, but I don't know if it's allowed here. It's Twitter video so far. What? A new DeSantis own? Oh yeah? Somebody owned DeSantis. We're gonna be talking about DeSantis today, actually. His like whole book banning spree. That one's actually really funny. That's what Florida Fumble is in the title. Meanwhile, how many more polls have to be of Kennedy in near double-digit votes in swing states before it's taken seriously? And how many Biden speeches must be shouted down until Democrats realize that a hot war in Gaza this fall means 30,000 fewer votes in Madison, Dearborn, and Ann Arbor? She's talking about Michigan, just so you know. Sorry, he's talking about Michigan, just so you know. And therefore, the presidency, it's the left that presents the most acute peril for Biden. And here's the thing, like, usually I don't like articles that are written like this, because usually they're of the tone of Democrats are doing everything right and they've never done anything wrong ever, and it's always the left's fault for not always falling in lockstep with the right and center right of the party for everything that they want without ever getting anything for it. But I feel like this article's tone is like just slightly different, and in many ways I actually agree with it, and I think it's actually good. I think it is good that the left presents the most acute peril to the president. This is actually one of the best things that could ever happen for us, for our side, for progressives, and for the country. I think this is the best thing possible. It's good that the right doesn't present the most acute peril to the president, because you know what happens when the right presents the most acute peril? They pander to the right, and that's also something that we're going to be talking about today. When they feel like conservatives are the people that they need to pander to be able to win, guess what they do? They pander to conservatives to win. And you see what happened during like the Obama administration and in like around the world. You can just take a look at like the Labor Party right now, headed up by Keir Starmer, who's just trying to be the conservative party light, like just like the conservative party, but like just very ever so slightly different. And in some ways he's trying to outflank the conservatives on being conservative to try to win power again, which is the dumbest thing possible, but they're actually doing it. But talking about England as a topic for another time. They got a whole nother acute problem. So I'm just saying that if you think it's bad here, just imagine you're like a British leftist or something, okay? Like honestly, it keeps me up at night. It's why I don't own a gun. Or do I? I did everything right and they won't vote for me. So true. I don't want to imagine being British. It's okay. You're safe here. You're safe with me. I'm sorry for their loss. So true. Incredible fall of a once powerful superpower. I'm not sure if I'm gonna say great, but you know, they definitely were something. If Kennedy claims the Libertarian Party line, which he's warming up to, Jill Stein is the Green Party nominee and Cornel West gets any battleground state ballots, they will combine and drain votes from Biden they will drain Biden. Oh no. Then from Trump. You wouldn't think Democrats need much reminding of this scenario, given how their given how their professional ranks lived through two campaigns, 2020 and 2016, in which they lost the electoral vote in part because of leftist spoilers. Okay, so this is where they lose me again. I wasn't expecting to completely agree with this, and you know they are like a hardline super Democrat, so the likelihood of them learning from 2016 is incredibly low. it's I would very much say it's not really in part because of leftist spoilers. There weren't really many leftist spoilers. Jill, I wouldn't call Jill Stein really a big leftist spoiler or anything. Bernie Sanders did more campaigning in the states that Hillary Clinton lost than Hillary Clinton did because she just didn't campaign in the Rust Belt at all. Like, it's really incredible to imagine that they're still blaming leftists for Hillary Clinton not going to Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania. It just blows my mind. Like, can you imagine a political candidate not going to the 3 most important states in any election that's like countrywide? Can you imagine? Like, but they found a way to delude themselves into believing that not going to the 3 most important states in the entire country when it comes to general elections on like a presidential level is somehow like a good play or a play not worth talking about for like the end of times. Like, criminal incompetence on the part of Hillary Clinton. I hate the wording in this article. They are just like a normie vote blue no matter who libs. So this shouldn't be surprising. Simp article. You guys haven't used simp in a long time. That's funny. In the early days of the 2024 campaign, though, it's the no labels push to draft centrists, which has drawn more scorn, alarm, and opposition research among Democrats. Democrats being stupid. It must be a day that ends in Y. Yes, that's partly because the party can try to shame Jacobson, who's married to a longtime Democratic strategist and liberal beat noir, Mark Penn. They have considerably less leverage with a certified vaccine skeptic, Kennedy, to say nothing about the patchouli circus, Stein and West. But it's also because Democrats are still catching up with the possibility that their coalition is unraveling over Israel's offensive in Gaza. You could say genocide, it's okay. And also, here's the thing. I'm going to be honest with you. Stein and West aren't even going to be on like many ballots. I don't even think that Jill Stein and Cornel West are going to be on the ballot here where I live, Kentucky. Patchouli Circus, Piccadilly Circus. Yeah, I don't even think they're going to be on the ballot here. If I'm going to be completely honest with you, it just doesn't. I just don't believe it's. I don't believe it's going to make any sense. If I'm going to be completely real with you. Why are they so unwilling to call it genocide? They don't believe that. They don't say it because they don't believe it. That's the easiest thing. That's the easiest thing that you can say. Most of them, a lot of them believe that Israel can kill as many people as possible and as many people as they want because Israel is just an ally. And they kind of deserve to take as many lives as they want. Mostly. Like yeah, it sucks. And maybe they should do more. But at the end of the day, their care for human lives of Gazans is way below their care for giving arms to Israel. And that's just kind of how it works. And even if they do like disapprove, once again, they disapprove far less of bombing children than they do of giving arms to Israel. So at the end of the day, it still comes out as like a, make sure we give as many bombs to Israel as humanly possible for a lot of these people. So the reason why is just because they just simply disagree. There's no like, a lot of people are going to make it some like weird conspiracy or something, or think there's some play behind the scene or everybody's getting played. I feel like a lot of people simply just misunderstand. We've talked about this before, but a lot of people just simply misunderstand how positive people just misunderstand how popular bombing Muslims is. Just like dropping bombs on Muslims will probably in this country always be at least a very significant bombing Muslims will always have a very significant audience here in America that will just support it. Just kind of, as long as you find a reason, as long as you give a reason for why you want to bomb them, you're always going to have a large section of the population who's always going to be on board with bombing Muslims and bombing as many Muslims as possible. It's that old it's that old Fox News host clip, bomb them again and again and again. That's just how it is. That's just kind of how it is. And I know some people are going to get mad with me saying stuff like that. Can I pull this up really quick? I actually made a post about this. I was going to pull up the full article, but thankfully I made a post about this, so I can pull this up pretty easily. Let me do a little Scrollerino cappuccino real quick through my own media tab here on the Bird app. Here we go. Incredibly interesting, to me at least. To me at least. Here, take a look at this. Take a look at this, okay? So YouGov did a poll not too long ago, and something great came up in this poll, which is that 34% of U.S. citizens believe that Arabs in the Gaza Strip are suffering from a genocide, which is like larger than it's ever been in the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict existing. This is the largest ever, period. Okay, so be happy about that. But it's still only 34%. 32% say no, and 35% don't have an opinion. So it's still not the top one, but it's very large. 55% of 18 to 29-year-olds believe so, and there's a large drop off for every other group. And the largest is 30 to 44-year-olds, them millennials, who most of them are like, I have no clue, right? But here's something that's really interesting in this, okay? And why I specifically say that bombing Arabs is always going to be a popular position in this way. If you look into the poll, right, one thing that you may notice that a lot of people won't is that they use the specific term Arabs in Gaza, right? When they were asking, are these people suffering from a genocide? They were like Jews, they did Israelis, they did Arabs, but they also did Palestinians. So changing the words of polls, we should all understand at this point, changes how people perceive those polls, okay? So with Arabs in the Gaza Strip, 34% of all people in the US, all adults in the US, say that they're experiencing a genocide. But they changed the words again in a follow-up survey to see what would happen if they change the words from Arabs to Palestinians, and something incredible happened. A randomly selected half of respondents were shown the same text as the original survey, Arabs in the Gaza Strip 2023 present. The other half were shown Palestinians in the Gaza Strip 2023 present. The survey results showed that nearly 2 months after the original survey, little had changed in Americans' opinions on whether Arabs in the Gaza Strip were experiencing a genocide. 32% said they are, but 40%, listen to this, 40% said Palestinians in the Gaza Strip were experiencing a genocide. That is a jump of over 8 percentage points if you tell somebody that they should care about Arabs versus telling them that they should care about Palestinians. Crazy, isn't it? 8 percentage points jump. That's actually huge. 32 to 40. The difference is equally large amongst Democrats, independents, and Republicans. And this is one of the most important parts here. It's equally large amongst Democrats, independents, and Republicans. Just bombing Arabs is 100% a very popular position that you can take when you're just an American politician. It just is. But there's a difference in age. The wording change had no effect on adults under 30, while the increasing share of people over 65 who characterized the events as genocide swung by 18 percentage points as well. They don't know that Palestinians are Arabs, do they? It's the old, do you like Obamacare versus do you like the Affordable Care Act, right? If you ask people if they like Obamacare, there are far less people who say they do over the Affordable Care Act, even though it's the exact same thing. I have not talked about the mass shooting in Kansas, no. I don't plan on doing it today. I didn't do any research into it. Shootings are bad. I saw the cops just kind of standing around while people were tackling the actual shooter, and I thought that was a bit funny. I also saw when an acorn dropped on the ground and a police officer started do fucking dodge rolling like he was playing his first ever Dark Souls game, while just shooting his gun and screaming, I'm hit! I did see that. That one was also pretty crazy. But I can't talk about either of those today really because I haven't looked into them enough to be able to have a take on them besides damn that's crazy. I mean if you want me to watch it and go damn that's crazy, I can do that for you. But I'd have to look a little deeper and do a little bit more research to have a more interesting take on it. No one was hurt, but holy fuck, yeah, crazy. Apparently, I noticed afterwards. I did a little bit of reading, and I found out afterwards that who he was shooting at was a guy who was handcuffed in the back seat of the patrol car. He thought that he got out of his handcuffs or something and then materialized a gun out of, apparently he has hammer space like he's a fucking cartoon character, and started shooting at him while he was walking around the car. And so that's why he was doing combat rolls and shooting at the car trying to kill the guy when he was literally just sitting there handcuffed and in the back of the patrol car actually. And so that's why he was screaming I'm hit, and that's who he was actually shooting at. Crazy stuff. I saw that vid. Yeah, crazy stuff. Anyways, back to this. Are the well-organized hecklers bird-dogging Biden at nearly every speech going to turn to a candidate who once proposed a Muslim ban? Not only proposed, implemented. Of course not. Yet this White House race, like the last two, is bound to be won by the margins, and Biden is at risk of losing critical younger and left-wing voters to third-party candidates or apathy. So here's something, right? Here's something. A lot of people view this as, and I'm not giving my opinion on this just yet, a lot of people view this as voting between two old genocidal maniacs or the couch, right? They have to choose between Biden, Trump, and the couch. And a lot of people are like, oh, what about these third candidates? What about, people aren't really thinking about voting third candidates. And in places where they even want to vote third candidates, a lot of the times those third candidates aren't even going to be on the ballot for them to vote for, even if they wanted to. So the likelihood of them just choosing like Cornel West or Jill Stein or Robert F. Kennedy, more likely than not, they're not going to be doing that. More likely than not, they're just not going to go to the voter booth. They're just not going to show up. They're just going to stay on the couch. That's probably what's going to happen if Biden doesn't find a way to turn sentiment around and quickly, because the months are ticking away. I'm not sure if you've been able to think about this yet, but we're almost in our third month of 2024. Our third month of 2024. Okay. We've almost reached 3 months into 2024. Okay, so that's something that he needs to think of and quickly. Stop funding genocide quickly, old man, or else he could face some real problems. And they're just talking about like young left-wing voters. We need to talk about like Muslim voters as well, Arab voters, people who have friends and family who are in that area or affected by that as well, who have had a first-hand experience of the suffering that comes along with what's going on to people in like Central Asia there. And it's scary. It's scary, and that's more likely to lead to Biden's loss than anything else. Young voters at the end of the day don't even necessarily vote that much, but a lot of like Muslim voters and like Arab voters, people who have lineage in that area, are far more likely to not show up to the polls or cause Biden and the Democrats more struggle than any other group of voters, especially since a lot of them are specifically concentrated in the Rust Belt and places where they're specifically concentrated in the Rust Belt, places where Biden cannot afford to lose votes, period. At the end of the day, you need to remember that Donald Trump won in 2016 by 30,000 votes split between 3 states, okay? That's how razor thin some of these margins are. And Biden won it by like 100,000 votes or like 200,000 votes split between 3 states as well. And I think 30,000 or less specifically in Wisconsin. Like there's very little room for error, and Biden and crew are making a lot of very large, very bad errors. People don't understand how few votes third-party candidates would need to take away. Liz Smith, the hard charging Democratic operative who's recently signed on with the DNC as a part of a grab voters by the lapels about the threat at hand. It's the whole election. And few in the administration sense the danger more than Vice President Kamala Harris. From holiday parties to a dinner at her residence last month from a group of prominent black men, Harris has been telling sympathetic Democrats outside the White House that she recognized the political challenges posed by Biden's unwavering support for Israel. I'm told by officials familiar with her comments at the events. Harris told people that she's been making the case privately that for the administration to show more empathy for the plight of innocent Gazans, an internal push that my colleague Eugene Daniels reported in December. Now, if I remember correctly, is this the one where people said where there was leaks out of the White House that Biden just doesn't recognize the humanity of Palestinians? That might be it. Is this a here? Let me take a look through this really quickly. Kamala Harris is the one recognizing this the most. What? I mean, she's the one who's closer to a lot of minority voters and like popular figures in minority spaces. So yeah, that was supposed to be her job. Basically, you know the dynamic that Obama and Biden had. Like Obama was supposed to be the black guy, and then Biden was supposed to be the guy who said terrible things about black people and minorities in the past. That was supposed to be there to let people know that Obama wasn't one of them uppity blacks who cares about race that much. And he's okay working with people who was friends with like KKK leaders and whatnot back in the day. It's kind of like the opposite, how Biden is supposed to be like the white guy and Kamala Harris is supposed to be like the blackened girl, the melanin blessed girl who's supposed to help keep him up to date with what the minorities have been talking about. That's the point of her being there. Don't worry, I'll keep that boy in check. Yes, actually, that's the point of why he was chosen to be vice president. Actually, unironically. Yeah, she's melanin proficient. Yeah, here, let me see. I'll have to find this one again before I quote that specifically. It was from a little while ago. There's a lot of protesting. Different stories and letters to Americans. Yeah, I mean, like he's been talking out of both sides of his mouth on this whole issue. This is one article that I haven't seen. Actually, this was from back in November. It's very interesting, right? Biden tells two different stories about the Israel-Hamas war in letters to Americans. The White House is sending different messages to pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli Israel Americans, according to letters shared by NBC. Actual double talk. Genuine, actual, like Orwellian doublespeak coming from the White House on this type of stuff. It's quite interesting. This is the pro-Israeli one. The people of Israel have lived through a moment of pure evil on October 7th, where more than 1,300 civilians, including Americans, were murdered by terrorist organization Hamas. The reports of atrocities are seared on our souls. Parents killed while they were trying to protect their children. Young people massacred. For many across the U.S., Hamas's terror assault was not only painful, but it was personal. I want you to know I will not be silent. The United States stands with Israel. We will continue to ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself against terrorism and whatnot. I will continue to work with steadfast partners to pursue peace and a two-state solution, so that Israel and Palestinian people can both enjoy equal measures of security and dignity. This is the pro-Israel people, and this one the pro-Palestinian ones. Thank you for writing to me about the war between Israel and Hamas. On October 7th, more than 1,300 civilians were murdered in Israel, including American citizens, at the hands of terrorist organization Hamas. We must condemn terrorism when we see it. There's no justification for it, no excuse. But Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. It does not stand for the dignity of Palestinians. We mourn the many innocent Palestinians who have been killed. Many thousands of families in Gaza are suffering and escalating the humanitarian crisis. This is why my administration is working closely with the partners to ensure that life-saving assistance like food, water, and medicine can urgently reach innocent Palestinians in Gaza. So yeah, this one, so if you're like pro Israel here, it doesn't even mention that Palestinians in Gaza are being killed. It just doesn't even talk about it that much. It doesn't actually. Here it is. Provide humanitarian assistance to innocent Palestinians, prevent this conflict from spreading across the region. But then it goes into it way quicker here, and then it continues to talk about it more than it continues to talk about the suffering of Palestinians way more than in the Israeli one. He's just talking out of both sides of his mouth. It's kind of crazy. Genuine question: as an Arab, how do I convince other Arabs to push to vote for Biden? That's a balance, as he's lesser of the two. With how dehumanized we are, I don't know how it's possible to do so. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, if you want to talk to him about that type of stuff, you just have to be like blunt about it. You need to accept all the terrible things that Biden has done and accept like all the bad things that he will be doing in the future, and then say that when it comes down to it, Trump will just add even more to the suffering. And then you just have to be like, we have to, like, when it comes to our interests, stopping things from getting even worse would be better. And that's just how you're going to have to. That's just how you're going to have to run it. And that's just kind of it. There's no other way. There's no other way to really do it. And it's really hard to do this type of stuff. Biden's trying to do it now. He's trying to talk out of both sides of his mouth again. But it's really hard to get that done too. I mean, like, Netanyahu's playing this guy like a fool, right? Like, remember when not too long ago, Joe Biden came out to say that everybody in the situation cares about getting a two-state solution done, and then Netanyahu came out like was it the same day or like a day after and said that there will be no two-state solution at all, and he's not going to be for a two-state solution, period. There's only one solution, and that's like exiling all of the Palestinians off of like land that he claims as Jewish Israeli. And then Biden just was like, damn, well, he was like, I really wish that he wouldn't. And then he's like, in private, he calls him an asshole, and then he tries to say that he's worried about all the deaths when he just hasn't changed his position on any of this stuff almost at all. So yeah. Oh, there's somebody being weird in chat. Anyways, moving on with this. The vice president, too, has been heckled by pro-Palestinian protesters, and it's no coincidence that her abortion rights tour has not yet taken her to activist-filled college towns such as, well, Ann Arbor, Madison, and Madison that would otherwise be obvious stops to motivate core Democrats, even going to comparatively conservative San Jose this week, however, didn't spare her from protesters. So like this is how bad it's getting, and I'm glad that they're getting protested wherever they go. Like, these politicians should always be worried about getting protested, like, completely, obviously, especially for what they're supporting, what Harris has to implicitly support by being the vice president here. Like, she can't go against the president. That's like her literal job, to be the president, the designated presidential glazer. That's her job as vice president, in public at least. But with this being said, it's making it so that they're not even going to be engaging anymore and going to places like Ann Arbor and Madison. Just so you know, these are large Democratic core places in Michigan that basically outweigh, when they're voting in near their full force that they usually do, outweigh like the rest of red Michigan that makes up the large bulk of Republican power in the state. And so just not going to these places at all is really bad. If I'm going to be completely honest with you, it's really terrible for them and the rest of the country, for them not to go to these places, and for Harris on this like abortion tour, like this anti-abortion tour that she was doing, to not visit places like this, because Madison and Ann Arbor are like the number 2 and 3 big Democrat hotspots in the entire state that she just doesn't go to, but she went to San Jose instead. Oh, it's like 2016. They're trying to do like a little mini 2016. Honestly, but it's not as bad. I'm not sure if they're going to be talking about this yet, but the Biden administration has been trying to send here, let me see. Yeah, here we go. They've been trying not to be as bad as Hillary Clinton was. With this specifically, Biden aides meet Michigan and Arab Americans and Muslim leaders aiming to mend political ties. So after bombing their friends and family, they're like, listen, how can we make it up to you? I know we've been supporting the bombings of your friends and family, and I know there are like a portion of you who have lost 30 plus family members. And we're going to keep giving them bombs to kill as many as humanly possible. But how can we still get your vote? Come on. There's got to be something we can do to get your vote, right? Come on. What do you want? Come on. There's got to be something, right? So they're trying, at least. They're doing something. Top Biden administration officials met Thursday with Arab American and Muslim American leaders in Michigan in an effort to mend ties with a community that has an important role in deciding whether Joe Biden can hold on to a crucial swing state in 2024. Listen, Jack, sorry about all that Gaza business, but you heard that Trump is bad? Yeah. Yeah. You got your message redacted? I said nothing. I don't know. I didn't even see the message, just to let you know. I didn't see the message. I have no clue what you said. You got to take that one up with YouTube. I didn't do anything. Meeting on Thursday morning was stretched throughout the afternoon. State Representatives Abraham Abraham Ayash, the second-ranking Democrat in the Michigan House, spoke to Associated Press following the nearly 2-hour meeting with Biden officials Thursday afternoon in Dearborn, describing the conversation as intense but direct. I relayed the emotions and concerns of our community, and we gave them tangible steps, Ayash said, who was also the state's highest-ranking Arab or Muslim leader. We want to see a permanent ceasefire. We want to be able to see restrictions and conditions on any military aid sent to Israel, and we want to see the United States take a serious commitment towards rebuilding Gaza. All just probably the most And all probably the like number one things that I think anybody is really asking for. Now there are other people asking for other things in this, like more radical steps that I may agree with, but for things that are tangible and can get done in this situation at this moment in time, with how staunchly pro-Israel and pro-bombing Arabs this country, oh geez, it actually scared the piss out of me. Wait a second, I'm sorry, my phone buzz. That actually made me jump a little bit. Anyways, when it comes to that, that's probably those are probably the number one real steps that you can take to get this type of stuff done, right? And it definitely should. And I also believe that these talks should be public and not private if you actually want to start changing hearts and minds, right? And another thing is like the trustworthiness of Biden. If I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really trust Biden that much. I don't trust Biden to give a shit about Palestinian lives. I don't trust Biden to care about Arabs that much. I don't trust Biden and his administration to really care that much about upholding the treaties that they signed with Israel and actually punishing Israel for breaking any of those any of those restrictions that they put on their offensive that they're doing in Gaza. And I don't really trust Biden to like uphold, if like weapons aids with contingencies is passed, to uphold those contingencies. I don't really trust them that much to uphold that. If it says you're not able to bomb this in these places and to get this aid and to keep receiving this aid, and then they just bomb those places anyways, I don't really trust Biden to actually follow through with any threats against Israel. When has he followed through with any real threats against Israel? If I'm going to be honest with you, his administration has made like 50 statements about how Israel has been committing acts that they don't approve of in Gaza ever since, honestly, the 7th, right? And he's even come out to say specifically that Israel and Netanyahu are engaging in, quote, indiscriminate bombing of civilian areas, and yet he still wants to give them like weapons and money to bomb more places. These are my words, him specifically saying indiscriminate bombing and then still wanting to give them more money. What he's doing is he's doing doublespeak. He's telling you that bad things are happening, but he's still handing money and weapons to Netanyahu, the guy who he says in private's an asshole, right? So obviously he doesn't care. It obviously doesn't matter to him for him to keep acting in this way. So why in the world would I trust this guy right now with being able to uphold any threats when he's not been able to uphold any threats for 3 months, 4 months? Why would I, right? He needs to earn trust to be able to get these votes. And if he doesn't, he will lose and it'll be bad for the country. But at the end of the day, it will be his fault for losing. Also, Sparky's new bike. Thank you so much for the tier 1. I really appreciate you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you're going to try to sell Biden to people, you need to get their attention away from foreign policy ASAP. I think Project 2025 and what Trump will do in executive actions, but I have the focus. Here's the thing. It's not possible. Like, that's true to like distract people from what's going on. What American made weapons are doing. Like, it would be the best way to do it, right? To manufacture consent about the whole thing. That is true. That would be like the number one thing that you could do. The problem is that they can't. Like, this upswell in support for Palestinians and Arabs not to be bombed is not some like psyop that happened, and it's not through like government policy necessarily that made people feel this way, or not even necessarily from the media that has invented a new super passive subversive voice when talking about Palestine. Like, I mean, the people aren't feeling the way that they do about Palestinians because of articles in like Politico and CNN and MSNBC that are like, Gazan child passes away in exploded car while in car with dead relatives. Israel, Hamas's Hamas-run health ministry says. Like, that's not changing people's minds. It's like seeing what's happening on the ground and being fed like what's being given and being fed actual pictures and videos and statements from people who are on the ground in Gaza and the deaths and lives that they're living in that place under Israeli bombardment. That's what's doing it. Unless he wants to clamp down on free speech and gets these social media platforms to not spread any of this content anymore and specifically hamper it, it's going to be near impossible to be able to get away from this type of stuff, especially if this this genocide continues into like the fall. Then I'm gonna be honest, it's just over. If that continues, it's over. It's actually over. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, the Biden is going, it'll be one thing where like Donald Trump wins by the skin of his chinny chin, and we're going to see the exact places that that like Biden could have won if he would have taken a stronger stance on Israel and Gaza. We would have seen it. We'll be able to see it. We'll be able to look at those places and be like, you fucked up here, and here specifically. And just caring a little bit more about people getting bombed would have like won you the election. And that's just kind of it. Right? Instagram is already doing something like that. I don't want to assume that it's in some like collaboration, some like quid pro quo with the a Biden administration or something. But Instagram recently said that they're not going to be supplying they're not going to be pushing any political content anymore. So that probably means that if somebody posts something about like Israel and Gaza, that it's probably going to be shadow banned. That's just my assumption at the moment. I could be wrong, but that's just how I feel about it. From what I read, it seems like that's probably what's going to be happening, is that a lot of political content is going to be shadow banned on Instagram, just kind of period, right? So that's probably one way that the administration can, that's one thing the administration can like bet on that would help them, just kind of silencing people. But outside of that, there's really hard to be able to get anything done outside of that. It's just like, it's kind of like when it comes to immigration, a lot of people care about immigration right now as well. But we're going to be talking about that a little later in the stream. Biden himself is a different case. Like everyone in the administration and any Democrat with a pulse, he is deeply suspicious of Benjamin Netanyahu. Well, he doesn't act like it. I'll just tell you that. And privately, he has called the prime minister a bad fucking guy. Apparently, I personally wouldn't give somebody that I think is a bad fucking guy, in quote, hellfire missiles. But chat, how many people would you give? Would you give somebody that you think is a bad fucking guy and a fucking asshole a hellfire missile? Would you give them a hellfire missile? That's just me. I want to know what you guys think, because I personally wouldn't give somebody that I believe is an asshole who bombs civilians indiscriminately a hellfire missile. Probably not. I don't think I would do that. But I don't know. Actions speak louder than words. Americans aren't as stupid as a lot of columnists believe that they are. According to people who have talked to the president, Biden's spokesman Andrew Bates said the president did not say that, nor would he. That he has a decades-long relationship that is respectful in public and private with Benjamin Netanyahu, said his spokesperson. Biden's deep-seated fear that Netanyahu is eager to drag the U.S. into a wider war in the Middle East, a conflict that would ensure American weapons keep flowing into the region, troops soon, and a maelstrom. And in the maelstrom, international pressure on him to agree to a Gaza ceasefire and his domestic political difficulties both dissipate. Not that the president would ever say such things in public. However, he's starting to take steps demonstrating to pro-Palestinian activists that he hears their complaints. Well, I mean, he's attempting to, at least. I would say that, sure. But yeah, I think Biden's biggest fear here is that Netanyahu won't work with him. And I've been seeing people who are pro-Palestinian, Israeli, pro-Netanyahu as well, commenting on this type of stuff. Because Biden's like, I want Netanyahu to work with me more. And then those types of people are like, Biden's just mad because Netanyahu won't risk the lives of Jews to bail out his failing campaign. And here's the thing. Netanyahu doesn't care about Biden. Netanyahu specifically wants Trump in office. I'm going to be honest with you. Netanyahu speaks at the RNC. Okay. He's just like Viktor Orban. Okay. who comes in to speak at the RNC to tell them about how they would be so much cooler if there was like a dictatorship, and he would get infinite weapons and infinite nukes to bomb as many Arabs as possible, right? Right. That's what's going on here. Okay. Netanyahu couldn't give a shit less about Biden, and he knows that Biden has a sensitive camp that he can play off of and force his camp to be pulled apart. And if Trump wins, well, good for him. He's going to get more bombs. I mean, Trump came out not too long ago to say that we need to allow Netanyahu to bomb as many people as possible, right? Like, killing all Palestinians is 100% on the plate, and it would probably be a preferable thing for the Trump administration to help facilitate. Right? And Netanyahu wants to kill as many people as possible to help facilitate the bloodthirsty far-right nationalist opinions that is rife in the Israeli zeitgeist as well, right? And now it's not working out perfectly. A lot of people want him to leave office after the war's over, but when it comes to what he's doing, a lot of them do support what he's doing, except for him not caring that much about civilians, not caring that much about hostages. You know, it's kind of weird because I heard a report that he killed more hostages than Hamas has. And that's just crazy how that's worked out so far. But, you know, he's still doing his best, I guess. Well, what he wants to call his best. Yeah, and Netanyahu doesn't want to work with him. Netanyahu's specifically trying. I personally think that Netanyahu's specifically trying to sink Biden. That's my. If I believe any conspiracy theory, it's that Netanyahu specifically wants to sink Biden's campaign. That's just me. Okay, that's 100% me. I personally believe that. You can take that however you want. I believe that he wants to sink Biden's campaign, and I believe Trump would be a better president for him specifically. Yeah. And he's specifically trying to sink his campaign as well by coming out and saying things like he supports no two-state solution. Like, here's the thing, okay? It was kind of crazy. You know how like Biden was copping for Netanyahu so hard not too long ago by saying that Palestinian supporters who say from the river to the sea are anti-Semitic. Netanyahu, the day after Biden said that he wants a two-state solution, said that no two-state solution will come about, and specifically used the phrase from the river to the sea, but he said everything will be Israeli instead of Palestinians will be free. It was actually crazy. And you know what the response from the White House was? Silence. Bro tucked his tail between his legs and scurried off because he thought that he was going to get a W, and it only came out to be a bigger L. It's so bad. Y'all hear some? Oh, crickets from the White House. Biden is actually such a cuck piece of shit. He really is. White House officials told me it was purposeful on Thursday before Biden made his first trip to Michigan this year, and the president used his remarks and the National Prayer Breakfast to decry hate against Arab Americans and offer prayers for those held hostage under bombardment or displaced, while simultaneously releasing an executive order levying sanctions against Israeli settlers in the West Bank. Just so you know, he released sanctions against 4 people. It was 4 people. 4 people. He said, I guess we should stop. We should hold a prayer for all the hostages and I guess people who are being bombed. Anyways, I'm releasing a executive order sanctioning 4 people in the West Bank for being settlers. Literally 4 guys. You know that meme about like, yo, you're getting mad at literally 1 guy? It's 4 guys. He's getting mad at 4 guys. He's quadrupled the number of guys he's getting mad at. Crazy, isn't it? He's doing so much. We hear you, we see you, we're doing almost nothing. Biden aides have clearly absorbed the blowback they got from even friendly Democratic lawmakers for making no mention of Palestinian sufferings in official statements they issued marking 100 days since the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. They weren't even talking about it after 100 days. They pretended like Gazans aren't even real human beings. Indeed, it's hard to overstate how contemptuous even staunchly pro-Israel Democratic lawmakers have become of Netanyahu. Like, I don't even think. I think it is hard. I think it's very. I think it's very easy to overstate. Actually, like, a lot of people are like verbally contemptuous of Netanyahu, but I don't think they're actually contemptuous of Netanyahu because they want to give him more bombs. Like, you can tell me that you don't like that guy that much, but if you're always hanging out with him, you must not hate him that much. One House Democrat told me of a dinner last month with about 8 other colleagues across a section of the caucus ideology and generationally. It was unanimous that this Israel-Gaza war needed to end now and that Biden needed to stand up to Bibi, the lawmaker told me before offering his own view. This is a disaster politically. Yeah, the genocide is pretty bad usually. Said this House Democrat who rarely criticizes Israel. I don't know why. You know how little that narrows it down? Bro said this House Democrat who rarely criticizes Israel. Bro, that's all of them. What do you mean? that's like all but like 4. And honestly, maybe even all but like 3. You know how little that narrows this down. The base is really pissed, and it's not even the leftists. I have never seen such a depth of anguish as I've seen over this Gaza issue. Bibi is toxic among many Democratic voters, and Biden must distance himself from him yesterday. Dude, even Democratic operatives who love Israel are starting to be like, God damn, this is getting bad. This shit is getting bad. And you know what? People are gonna come for people like me and others. For saying that Biden needs to do something about this. He does. Everybody knows that he does. The only people who don't want to wipe Gazans and Palestinians off the face of the earth. People like Ben Shapiro. Wow, people hate us. Damn, dude, we've been supporting genocide this whole time, and people like hate us. Who could have seen this coming? The big brains at the DNC, just so you know, working hard to save this country. Jumping off the page, a recent YouGov poll found 50% of self-described Biden voters called Israel's attack on Gaza genocide. Just so I want you to be clear here. This means so much. This is generational. If I'm going to be completely honest with you, this is actually generational. In 76 years of this conflict, of this like this genocidal apartheid state existing. And it's 76 years. We've never seen something like this before. Never in the history of this country, never in the history of Israel, never in the history of Palestinians existing, period. Never seen this. This is completely new. Like, Democrats are in new water here because it used to be bomb them again and again and again. And that's just been like the American like position on just Arabs in general, Muslims in general. No matter where they are, really. But this is a massive change that Democrats have not been able to do, they're just basically starting to catch up with, less than a year away from the election happening. Israel is pretty self-sufficient, yeah. Supporting genocide isn't popular. Mouth agape. Part of the president's challenge, particularly with younger Democrats, deriving their news almost entirely from social media, is they don't hear of Biden's push and pushing Netanyahu behind the scenes. You know, because we're going to be talking about we are going to be talking about John Oliver later in the stream. To quote John Oliver, did anyone record that? Biden's been doing so much to push Netanyahu behind the scenes. Did anyone record that? Did anyone record it? Is Biden going to come out and talk about how much he's pushed Netanyahu and how much and how hard he works and how much he cares about Palestinians? Because he usually doesn't. I'm just going to tell you now, he usually does not. He has said words about it before, but he usually doesn't. Yeah, Pixar doesn't happen. Pixar didn't happen. You create political challenges for yourself when your public and private messaging isn't aligned. Tommy Vietor, a former Obama White House aide. Oh, hell no, we're taking Obama aides. And now co-host of Pod Save America, and praised Biden for his efforts to free hostages and establish a ceasefire. People don't see Joe Biden chewing out BB on the phone. Yeah, people don't. Yeah. I can't believe people aren't taking into account the things that Joe Biden doesn't really talk about or doesn't record. Who could have seen this coming? The White House, in a reflection of their public confidence hubris regarding the politics of Biden's position on Israel, arranged a call with Senator John Fetterman. Nice. Nice. Fetterman, who has delighted in trolling left-wing critics by routinely standing with Israel since October 7th, told me young voters should consider the implications of enabling a candidate who would likely give Netanyahu even more of a free hand. If you sit this out or throw your vote away, you're now effectively empowering Bibi, and you're definitely going to empower Trump. Bro, why do you care? You on this issue, I'm going to be honest with you. John Fetterman wants Donald Trump to be elected. On this issue specifically, he wants Netanyahu to kill as many people as possible, and he wants Donald Trump to be elected. On this issue specifically, 100%. And Fetterman added, "Don't forget the lessons of Hillary Clinton. Oh, a shitty candidate who takes their election for granted loses ultimately and blames everybody else but themselves." Because that's the lessons that I got. I stand the same. I said the same thing in 2016 to voters. I said, hey, you know what? You don't like Clinton. You know what? Fuck around and find out what Trump is going to be. And hey, guess what? How do you like it? Yeah, me definitely making sure that voters come out. Hey, fuck you. How about that? Oh, you don't want to vote? How about fuck you? Okay. Yeah, all right. So true. He's working so hard in the Biden camp. This actually just won 50 billion votes, just so you know. And there's a hate the sinner, love the sin element of Biden's approach to Israel that some Gen Z just can't fully grasp. His politics are that of a Cold War Democrat, and a Northeastern one at that. Support for Israel is part of his liberal DNA, no matter the prime minister. Jewish voters, Irish ones, Italian too. That's the coalition. It's a matter of principle, sure, but also domestic politics. But they've not heard 3 is on TikTok. What the fuck is that? Sorry, the 3 eyes. Is that what that's supposed to be? There's supposed to be a comma there. If I stand corrected. TikTok doesn't tell them about how Joe Biden has bombing Arabs in his blood, and that's why he needs. You know what this sounds like? This sounds like one of those jokes that we make. That like, you can't criticize him. He's it'd be ableist. It's like, you can't criticize Joe Biden for being against Israel, for not being against Israel's bombing of Gazans. Man, it's in his blood. He needs to bomb them. You don't get it. He's got to. It's in his blood, man. And honestly, if you're going to use that argument that like it's in his blood, you're Irish. He's Irish. I remember when Joe Biden, sorry, we didn't cover it. Joe Biden went to Ireland not too long ago, after October 7th. And you know what happened? He got booed. Nobody showed up and his ass got booed the entire time. And then he left. Listen, if that doesn't tell you that you're onto something wrong, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Same crowd of people that was waving like mixed together Irish American flags when he showed up that one time. Is it a genetic thing to want to bomb Arabs? Shark, is this a white American thing? Yes. It's in his blood. Come on, it's in his blood. You can love Israel. Listen, I'm going to tell you this, okay? If you actually loved Israel, you'd be telling them to calm down. You'd be telling them to stop the indiscriminate bombing, as per his words. Because here's the thing, okay? Bombing more Arabs in the Middle East will not make Israel more safe. It's been 20 years since we were bombing Arabs in the Middle East. And you know what happened? Is America more safe than we were the day after 9/11? No, we're not. And in many ways, we're more at risk than we ever have been with fomenting such massive, deep, and generational anti-American sentiment around the world, and especially in Central Asia there. It's just not possible for you to be able to be able to make this case that bombing more Arabs is going to lead Israel to just being safer in this way that they're doing. It's just not possible. Okay, here's the thing. If this is the position that Israel is going to be taking for the rest of its existence, however long that may be, Jews will never be safe in Israel. Israel will never be safe. Destroying Hamas is not possible. Let me just tell you this now. Destroying Hamas is it's not a realistic goal, because that's Netanyahu's goal for this war, is to destroy to destroy Hamas. It's not possible. It's not a real goal. It's like me saying I want to be able to run fast enough to be able to run fast enough and jump high enough to be able to jump to the moon. It's not possible. We proved that it's not possible after 20 years of bombing the Middle East, trying to destroy ISIS. We didn't do it. A lot of states in the area did way more work than we ever did. All right, and killed way less civilians and led to way less hatred and gave way less ammo to terrorists, literally and figuratively in this sense. Okay, so with this being said, what now? What now? If we know that these people will never be safe in this way, then what do we do? And Joe Biden needs to figure out what to do about that, because this isn't working. We should crowdfund for John Fetterman to go to Rafah to prove that genocide doesn't exist. I think he just claimed that he couldn't get on the plane because he has depression. For now, Biden is hoping his spy chief, William Burns, there's a spy chief, can negotiate a ceasefire for hostage deal that would bring a 2-month peace to Gaza. Wait, okay, so here's the thing. Here's something interesting. Hamas actually gave Israel a permanent ceasefire, all hostages returned deal, and Netanyahu's administration denied it because it would allow Hamas to continue existing, which I don't want Hamas to continue existing, but bombing them is not going to do it. Let me just tell you that right now. At the end of this war, whatever it is, Hamas is still going to exist. Hamas is still going to exist, right? And so no, why would they accept, why would they accept, hey, we're not going to bomb you for 2 months? Is that all right? No. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Somebody says, give me all of somebody is outside of your house and they have a gun and they're like, I want to come in and shoot you. But listen, if you give me your gun, I won't come into your house and shoot you for 2 weeks. Can you imagine somebody be like, oh boy, what a good deal. Oh wow. Holy shit. What a great deal. Who could have seen this coming? Oh wow. 2 whole weeks, huh? What about 10? I won't shoot you for 10 weeks. How about that? Golly gee willikers. What a great deal. Yeah, no, obviously it wasn't going to work, right? And the Israeli administration isn't going to accept a deal where Hamas, I don't know, exists. So unless we have a disappearing spell that allows Hamas to abracadabra poof into another dimension, Israel won't accept that deal either. So it's a big stalemate. But I'm not even talking about like things that Biden could do to instantly stop the war. I'm just talking about what he can do to not support Israel and its indiscriminate, in his words, bombing of Palestinians, and indiscriminate, in his words, bombing of civilians. If that agreement can be struck, then look for Biden to use the moment to make a public appeal aimed at American voters and Middle Easterners alike for a broader framework in the region. It would effectively be Biden's attempt at a geopolitical grand bargain, combining a path forward for a two-state solution with a new U.S.-Saudi Arabia security agreement and normalization in ties between the Saudis and Israelis. Oh, so here's something that's crazy, okay? By definition, Hamas has already won the war. If you're going to say like the October 7th was the opening of like a whole new war for a very specific reason, if you take specifically stated goals for what each side wanted, Hamas has won the war. And I don't believe it's possible for Israel to win the war. Hamas has actually literally already won. And the reason for why I said that is because one of the big stated goals for why Hamas decided to attack Israel from Gaza was to stop Saudi Arabia's normalization talks and agreements with Israel. Okay, and it came out not too long ago that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia said specifically that they're not going to be doing any normalization with the Israelis unless there's a two-state solution for Palestinians in the works, and that is going to be that's going to hold. Okay, and so if you take stated goals, Hamas has actually already won the war by provoking Israel enough to show its genocidal ass, to the point where everybody has come out and said that they're not going to be supporting Israel anymore in any like really big, overture, meaningful ways. That could have been the case if everybody just stayed quiet, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. They walked back on that. They said, "Oh, if you have a link for that, I'd like to see." I haven't seen that specifically. They may have qualified it a bit. We'll just have to see. Saudi Arabia is super wishy-washy. The only thing that they really care about is like getting money from from the US. So we'll just have to see. I don't trust the Crown Prince in a lot of things, but when it comes to just stated goals, when that one came out from with stated goals only being spoken, Hamas quote unquote won. Vape Shop, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate you. As well as Boiled Peanut, thank you so much for the 12 months. Thank you. Spy Chief Spy. New York Times, Thomas Friedman, who sourced in all the right places in the White House, describes it as the Biden doctrine. Such a moonshot would pay enormous political dividends. Yeah, Biden's campaign can't count on it. They must begin restoring the president's standing on the left now. They are gentle ways to do that. Biden's action on Thursday are and more aggressive steps. The latter will, I'm told, include a multi-pronged offensive against Kennedy, Stein, and West, some of which will come from the campaign, and some of which will come from outside entities. Oh no, the dark agents working. Keep your eye out for the dark agents working for the Biden administration. We can set this up very directly. It's us versus them, and it's us just voting for us, and it's them voting for a third party or Trump, as Biden's official put it. Oh, this is actually the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. Here's the way that we're going to win back the left. Just call them Trump voters. Yes! Can you imagine somebody was like, how do we win back the left of the party to not, and so they vote for us so we won't lose? Call them Trump voters. Somebody said, yes! Who could have thought about that? Nobody's thought about that yet. And they were like, dude, write that down. This is going to work so good. We're so in. It's easy. In the short term, that means seizing on any chance to complicate the ballot access for third-party candidates, attempting to discredit. This is like anti-democratic, just so you know. That's actually insane. And attempting to discredit their motives, or at least highlight less savory aspects of their character. Democratic Operative Smith, for her part, is particularly animated by Kennedy's extended game of footsies with pro-Trump figures. It's clear Trump's world understands what Kennedy could do. And he said all this type of stuff. Later this year, Biden officials hope to dispatch trusted progressive surrogates to warn against third-party flirtation. Hope you like the Midwest in fall, Senator Sanders. Hope you like the Midwestern fall, Senator Sanders, and plan to bombard the internet with the same message on digital ads even sooner. One idea: enlist a series of younger voters who admit to being tempted by a third party hopeful, but explain that why they're backing Biden because any other choice ensures Trump's election. Beyond paid advertising, the president's aides are still weighing him joining TikTok, and he actually did join TikTok after this. He joined TikTok at first to go, boy, I love the Super Bowl. Who's gonna win? And it went so crazy, and all the 18-year-olds, new voters were like, "That's my president." Intend to leverage a platform by pushing their digital native supporters to make the Biden case on the app. They probably shouldn't wait much longer. I got a taste of what's brewing in a conference this week convened by the University of Southern California Center for Political Future. It was mostly a decorous forum with the Calendar Town and Gown Club, where a portrait of Pat Nixon still hangs prominently. Then a student took the microphone and confronted longtime Biden advisor John Alzone with a question. Well, it was more of a statement. Michigan voters and the students warned, not going to vote for Genocide Joe. Michigan voters, the student warned, are not going to vote for Genocide Joe. God damn. That shit is sticking. Well, that's the end of the article there. Michigan voters are not going to vote for Genocide Joe. And if Genocide Joe keeps doing genocide things, that's just true. That won't happen. He's going to lose a large amount of voters, and it's going to be a big problem. And it doesn't matter how much hand wringing or fuck you or you should be scared of Trump that's going to do it. People are going to remember that Trump isn't the president right now, and you are, and you could have done something better, but chose not to. And between Trump and Biden and the couch, people are going to pick the couch, and it's going to be all their fault. All right, good meme.
Based in Red Pill?
Tofurkeys? Thank you so much for the 10. Thank you so much for the 10 and the donation. I appreciate you. Thank you. But we're gonna die. We're going to die. Oh no. Michigan voters won't vote for Genocide Joe. I want to see if there are any like opinion pieces out there about Genocide Joe. Goddamn, January 24th, 2024. Audience member, Genocide Joe, how many kids have you killed in Gaza? This is on the White House. This is on whitehouse.gov? Oh, hell nah. This is a dystopian sounding ass. So here's a transcript of like a campaign event that Biden had in Virginia. Jill and I had a chance to sit down. Audience member, Genocide Joe, how many kids have you killed in Gaza? Audience, 4 more years, 4 more years. 4 more years, 4 more years. Thank you, said Biden. Audience member, go ahead, Mr. President. Laughter. Audience member, we love you. Audience member, Israel kills 2 mothers every hour. Audience, 4 more years, 4 more years. Protesters, ceasefire now. 4 more years. Miscarriage. They're talking about miscarriages jumping in Gaza. Let's go, Joe. Let's go, Joe. Okay, yeah. Crazy. Oh yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Saudi Arabia, the crown prince, they care about like money more than anything else, right? So it makes sense they'd be flip-flopping on. Shark, you doing okay? Oh, I am okay, thank you. Thanks for the sub, I appreciate you. Thank you. Genocide Joe, 4 more years. White House comments on Biden being called Genocide Joe. Is that true? I didn't hear that.
They've been calling him Genocide Joe. They wrote it on the gates. Do you have a response from the White House to that nickname that they've settled on?
We're not worried about nicknames and bumper stickers. I mean, it's First Amendment, free speech.
There's a new poll from NBC showing 70% of young voters, they're between 18 and 34, they don't approve of the way that President Biden has been handling the Israel-Hamas.
Damn.
Listen, Democrats cannot lose young voters. They cannot lose black voters. They cannot lose progressive voters on this issue. And so
it's kind of crazy how they didn't talk about Muslim voters. Dude, even minority Democrat operatives just do not care about Muslim voters at all, or just Muslims at all. Don't even mention it.
what people are saying is that, particularly the young people in this country are saying, look, we put our trust in you. And we are saying this election cycle, we are going to vote with our values and our morals. And we want you to hear us now, a year out, that we are not aligned with how you are handling this. And
yeah. Muslims. Genocide Joe is crazy. The bad thing about it is that it sticks. It goes pretty crazy, I can't lie. Genocide Joe. Genocide Joe sets a tone for the election year. The Black Agenda reports. Ex-Obama advisor says Biden faces big problem as young voters are calling him Genocide Joe. Genocide Joe is kind of crazy.
Adam Abusalah, a former...
Let me see. Nothing I do is performative. Did you guys know that?
Nothing I do is performative.
Because I know they talked about this on CNN, and they probably were like, I can't even imagine why somebody would say that. Genocide. Oh, nah, it's off a goddamn Fox News article. You do hate to see it. Backlash over Biden's Israel support 3 months ago. Jeez, I remember when where Biden was interrupted 10 times during a campaign rally. He deserved it too. Let me see. I don't know. I know Fox News is eating this up.
Former chief speechwriter for President George W. Bush, American Enterprise Institute senior fellow.
Oh, Mr. Evil, he's arrived?
Washington Post columnist and Fox News contributor. Mark, always good to have you with us.
Good to be with you, Mark.
I want to start with this Axios quote about Biden running out of patience with Benjamin Netanyahu.
This was 1 month ago. Running out of patience, and he's still trying to give him bombs.
The leader of the Israeli government says Biden hasn't spoken to Netanyahu in 20 days since a tense December 23rd call, which a frustrated Biden ended with the words, quote, "This conversation is over." They had spoken almost every other day in the first 2 months of the war. So it seems like the détente between these two leaders lasted.
Oh no, they broke up.
Of this, but it doesn't sound like it's that cozy now.
And it doesn't sound like Netanyahu cares for Biden's advice or cares what his advice is. He's going to do what he has to do to protect the state of Israel, because that's what the Israeli people want. They are in the post 9/11 period where the country is united left and right behind doing this, and Biden is under pressure from his own party to rein in Netanyahu and rein back. So far, he's resisted it for the most part. But you look at those protests outside the White House. That's the Democratic base. I mean, you see those people clanging the gates, and imagine what the Democratic National Convention is going to be like. They're meeting in Chicago.
Yes.
This could be like Chicago 1968 with the anti-Israel, anti-Hamas protests for the entire country to see where the Democratic Party stands on this issue.
So here's one of those protesters that was back on. Looking for the date on this. This was on the march in Washington on Saturday. Oh, this was Saturday. I thought this was further back than that. Let's watch.
I want to address the occupant in the White House. You know that Joe Biden used to cultivate an image of himself as this nice, kind Uncle Joe. Now he is no longer the comforter in chief. He is known as Genocide Joe.
So clearly he's got a division within his own party over this issue, and I'm thinking about the introduction that I just gave to you as a former speechwriter. It feels very much like a time for a presidential speech to articulate the policy of the U.S. government. It sounds like he needs to make it clear among the people that work at the White House as well. Yeah. And if they don't agree with it, of course, they're happy, they're welcome to go work somewhere else.
Yeah, well, first of all, I mean, yeah, it's long overdue for a presidential speech. But here's the interesting thing for Biden. Normally, we're here for the Iowa caucuses, right? Normally, what does the sitting president do when the other party's fighting it out in their primaries? They retreat into foreign policy. They play the role of commander-in-chief. They lead on the world stage. Foreign policy is the refuge for presidents. Foreign policy isn't Joe Biden's refuge, it's his albatross. If you look at the RCP average, his handling of foreign policy is underwater by 23 points. And most of that, a lot of that is driven by his own party, by his own base, who disapproves of his handling. A plurality of Democrats support the Palestinians over Israel. Younger voters, disproportionately, I mean, you just had a poll, 67% of Jews are an oppressor class and need to be treated as such. A majority think that the Hamas attacks were justified by Palestinian grievances. He needs younger voters. He needs Arab American voters. He's got a real problem going into this election with his own base because of his foreign policy.
He's going to have to articulate it in a more clear way to let people know where he stands instead of speaking into kind of a bookcase or something that he was talking about foreign policy into the other day in Pennsylvania. So we'll see if that happens. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Martha.
Good to see you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
I don't care.
Charlie Hurt.
I don't care.
Joining me now, Mark T.
Be silent. Let me see. Is there anything else on this? Interruptions. Yeah, let's see. 3 weeks ago from CNN. Let's see what CNN has to say.
Now, even as a write-in president, Joe Biden won last night's Democratic primary in New Hampshire by a giant margin. And he is back on the campaign trail today in a sense, but he's actually staying a little bit closer to home. This time he's set to speak at a United Auto Workers conference in Washington, and sources tell CNN the union is expected to endorse him. Biden went to join UAW picket lines in Michigan back in September in a historic show of solidarity from a sitting president. Arlette Saenz joins us now at the White House. Arlette, I feel like Biden has been pursuing this support, formal support, for some time. Can you talk about sort of the significance of this moment?
Well, Adi, this expectation that the UAW will endorse President Biden today could actually add another element for him to campaign on as he is trying to done enough to help them. But this UAW endorsement wasn't always a given. They had been withholding this endorsement for quite some time, expressing some concerns about the fact that Biden's energy policies were helping to transition to clean energy and electric vehicles. But you have heard Sean Fain, the UAW president, speak out quite forcefully, saying that he believes that a Donald Trump presidency would be.
So what is this mainstream media audio? What the hell?
24, but there are still really big questions whether Trump might be successful in wooing those working class voters, especially when you think of states in the blue wall, such as Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Arlene, thanks so much for this context. So the panel is back, and guys, I'm obsessed with this topic because while union membership itself is not up,
is it just me? But I rarely see Asian people on these type of these type of panels. They do not pop up.
Actions are. And if we think about the last year in the U.S., you had Starbucks workers, you had hotel workers in California, you had screenwriters, you had actors, right? You had writers. I think at one point the special effects guys were taking union action. So how the public views unions has shifted in a way. And Basil, I want to know if you could talk about what the White House or what Democrats see in the opportunity there.
Well, I would add another layer to that, which is that you have a lot of other unions organizing, as you talked about Starbucks and so on, in areas that had previously been sort of looked down upon, like workers in nail salons, workers in car washes, for example, many of whom are immigrant workers. So there's this larger effort, even as you see in some cases union membership declining. There's an attempt to expand the reach of unions, if you will, across the different types of jobs and industries, and that's where I do think that the Biden administration really does have an advantage in being able to say that, look, his administration, Democrats broadly, they are the party that is trying to bring more people into the workforce. And if you pair that with the great jobs numbers, there's this message and narrative that I do think the administration is starting to pivot towards, which is, even if you don't give him credit for the economic numbers themselves, let's talk about how you actually make plans for your economic future. The tweak there is, let's talk about your economic aspirations. And I think that that's where the language coming from the White House, the economic numbers, and the partnership with the union, both membership and rank and file, really does gel.
And Pete, ever since the Reagan Democrats kind of came into play for the Republican Party, there's been this sense that that Democrats have struggled maybe with this constituency, that maybe even the rank and file has a different perception.
For the organization itself, not
Let's get forward a bit. One topic, but I want to talk about one in particular, which was on the topic of Israel and Gaza. So just to give you a sense of how it played out, let's take a look.
Okay. Oh no, he cares about Muslims. Fuck, 4 more years. No, we can't have one of them here. What the hell?
So people there were yelling "Genocide Joe," right, referring to the high number of deaths in Gaza, especially of Palestinians in this war.
Just so you know, they killed him. They killed that guy right after this.
Between Israel and Hamas. Now, he was there to address an issue that's supposed to appeal to especially young women. That was the thought. But when you take a look at older voters, right, and what they think about Biden's handling the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, what do we see, right? Like, they approve. You move a little down the scale, right, to voters who were under the age of 30, and that number shifts.
Good Lord.
Majorly. So while the focus has been on college campuses, it does seem like there's a generational issue. And Sungmin, how is the White House thinking of this?
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Genocide Joe. Holy. That's going to be CNN is going to fall to their knees if that becomes like a speech outside of where he was talking at some point. Oh, you know what the craziest thing about this is? That literally, you know how they were talking about how she was like, well, this is supposed to be something that young women are really supposed to support, and they're just like, they don't like him. An article literally just popped up in my feed. Biden support for Israel is fracturing the reproductive rights movement. Wow, it's so timely. It's been given to me on a silver platter. Thank you, Elon. We'll take a look at that in a second.
Right. I mean, I travel with the president frequently, and I can't remember a time since basically a couple weeks after the war started in early October that there haven't been protesters along the motorcade, or that his events haven't been interrupted by demonstrators. Yesterday's event certainly was the most disruptive, and now this was actually something that the campaign also addressed this morning. And when they were asked about the frequent interruptions that he got yesterday, likely the interruptions that the president will get in the future as it relates to the war in Gaza, and they say that the president, is very sympathetic to their concerns, like throughout policy. He has tried to make it clear of the humanitarian concerns that he also shares in Gaza. And they also say that how he's been able to handle those protesters, for example, yesterday being interrupted more than a dozen times, speaks to his experience, speaks to sort of his background in this kind of political arena, that he's able to not get too riled up and not get too knocked off. But certainly you have a broad message that they want to promote.
Joe Biden's response to this really shows how he's really able to ignore the parts of the party that will end up making him lose and causing massive problems for the country. It really shows his experience in really being able to ignore the part of the party that he desperately needs to vote for him in like 6 months. All right. So, you know what, honestly, that is a really good Democrat skill, being able to ignore the part of the party that'll end up contributing to you losing in like 6 months. It's a Democrat superpower, even, I would say.
tomorrow or promoted yesterday on abortion, and he was they were clearly knocked off that because of the focus from the base elsewhere on this other issue.
Pete, I want to move to you, because when we look at who do these young people trust just to handle the Israel-Hamas war, the former president doesn't do a lot better. And this is despite his experience with the Abraham Accords right during his tenure, but despite him saying that there's no wars under his watch. But it's not like people look to him and see a solution.
Well, I think these young people are completely misguided in how they view this war that's taking place right now. But it's something that...
Have we ever just considered that everybody who disagrees with me is just stupid? Have we ever considered that, like, bombing Muslims is good? We've been trying to tell them for years that bombing Muslims is... we played videos of what, like, 9/11 looked like. We hoped that they would come out to really want to bomb Muslims, but for some reason... Xi Jinping took over America and now control the minds of young Americans. And there's not much we can do about it, unfortunately.
That Joe Biden and his team are going to have to grapple with. Young people right now are an integral part of their coalition. And if those young people don't show up to vote for him, it's going to hurt him.
That's it. That's it. I wanted to see the rest of that. That guy was stupid. I wanted to make fun of him more. Oh man. What the hell? You hate to see it. Here, let me see. Let me check it. Poll shows he's losing young voters. He's 15 points down with young voters. Biden campaign courts young voters joining TikTok. Aw, hell.
Chiefs or Niners?
Two great quarterbacks. Hard to decide. But if I didn't say I was for the Eagles, then I'd be sleeping alone. My wife's a Philly girl.
Game or commercials?
Game.
Game or halftime show?
Game.
Jason Kelce or Travis Kelce?
Mama Kelce. I understand she makes great chocolate chip cookies.
Deviously plotting to rig the season so the Chiefs would make the Super Bowl, or the Chiefs just being a good football team?
You get in trouble if I told you.
Trump or Biden?
Are you kidding? Biden.
He's really gonna win the young vote with that one. As he was speaking, just so you know, 12 Palestinians died. In that 30 seconds, 12 whole Palestinians died. Crazy stuff. Remarkable stuff. Sheesh. MSNBC.
Kornacki is at the big board with all of the things that we need to know about this poll. And NBC News' Mike Bentley is in Las Vegas, where he's been following President Biden. So, Steve, I have to come to you and this board. It's pretty brutal when you look at this poll. So tell us a little bit about
Good Lord, dude. Yeah, I mean, bro, it's so bad. It's so bad for both of them, honestly.
From the president's standpoint, certainly it's concerning to be behind Donald Trump at all, certainly by 5 points. That's the largest lead Trump's ever had over Biden in our polling. And I think what's more concerning from Biden's standpoint would probably be the overall trajectory of this. And I'm talking over the course of years, because we started polling Biden-Trump matchups back in October of 2019. Our very first poll back then had Biden ahead of Trump by 9 points. And you could see all the way, 12 polls in the 2020 election cycle that we took, Biden led in every single one of them. It never got closer than 6. The lead we tracked as high as 14 for Joe Biden. Of course, Biden ended up winning the popular vote by about 4.5 points. That was 2019. That was 2020. Now, this is our 4th poll this cycle. Starting, last June, we had Biden ahead by 4. That already was closer than any poll from 2020. And then from there, it went to a tie in the fall. It went to a slight Trump lead in November. And now, as you say, a Trump lead of 5. 5 points. So not only is the entire political and polling atmosphere very different from what we saw in 2019 and 2020, even within that, there's a trend here that's developing in our poll.
Has Biden never decided like that he's stupid? What if they come to the conclusion that he's just simply stupid and he should not be stupid? Because this is what they say about young voters all the time. What if Biden just chooses to not be stupid instead? Can you imagine how many votes he would gain if he was just not dumb? The thing is, like, here's the thing. He could turn this around easily. It is pretty easy to turn this around, I think, personally. He just actually has to get it done. He actually has to do more than trying to appeal to everyone, because he'll just appeal to no one, right? Once he comes to the realization that even like the majority of his party, or at least a large plurality of his party, will easily be happy with him taking a stronger stance against Israel. I'm not even talking like he needs to be exactly like me, right? Or have my exact political prescription down on this. But when it comes to this, there needs to be a big movement in the way Biden's handling this, or else he will simply lose, right? If this drags on into like the fall, like August, and he still is on like his double speak train, and he's still on the well, I want to send as many bombs to Israel as possible, but like hopefully they don't use it to kill even more Palestinians. Like if that continues on, I'm going to think that it's over. But there will be a point where he's going to have to change course in some way.
Where the news is getting worse for Biden, from a 4-point lead to a 5-point deficit now.
Because in like, I think it was easy for him to ignore it in the end of 2023, and I think it's easy for him to ignore it in like January, but moving into February and polls just keep getting worse for Biden, and like the direct, because what I think was what he was mostly going to be doing is sitting and waiting to see if things turn around. Like if people are just mad, but then they'll just forget. The problem with Biden is that the constant stream of human suffering that people are able to witness, that he's helping engage in, has led to people not forgetting and helping cement people's disdain for his actions, because we've never been able to have this before, like the constant stream of what U.S. foreign policy actually means for people on the other side of the planet. Before, we can just throw our hands up and be like, yeah, who really cares, right? You don't really see it that much, but these days you can see it, right? And especially if you engage with it, you'll see more of it, and which is great for being able to help people be at least somewhat more informed. Yes, disinformation and misinformation has been rife in this whole situation, and I've tried to weed through that for you all to be as good as possible as a commentator for you all. But even for me, it's difficult. Even some people who watch some of the segments that we did on stream, I had some things that were incorrect there, or like I had some things that were incorrect there that we had to cut out for the video. It's difficult, right? But all in all, I think it's a great thing that Biden, I'm going to be honest with you, it's a great thing that Biden's poll numbers are dropping. And the reason is because if they weren't, he wouldn't care. If he wasn't, maybe listen, I'm being hyperbolic here, maybe he would have like told Netanyahu to just nuke Gaza and end the whole thing right now, because he wouldn't have to deal with the whole thing anymore, right? This is why I made a tweet about this not too long ago, but this is why diversity is good. Okay, diversity is good specifically for this reason. Joe Biden's poll numbers dropping is good specifically for the reason of, with people from different backgrounds, from different places, with different thoughts in the same party, and him having to corral all of those pieces together forces him not to take a far right stance on every single political issue, especially outside the country. It forces his hand to act with some humanity and decency for people who are black and brown around the country. It forces him to do that, because there are black and brown people in his own party who will not support him for supporting acts of terror, in my general opinion, if I'm going to be honest with you, acts of terror against these types of people around the world. It's really important that these things happen. It's really important that his poll numbers are dropping. It's really important that he could lose Michigan, right? Which is a 100% need to win state. It's great that that's a possibility. It's amazing that it's a possibility, because if it wasn't, then Palestinians wouldn't have a hope or a prayer of living till September. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Over the matter of 9 months or so, the approval rating has a lot to do with that. You mentioned 37%, the lowest we've ever recorded Biden at in our poll, the lowest any president's clocked in at since the end days of the George W. Bush administration back in 07 and 08. And then there's this. This is previous incumbents seeking re-election like Biden is now. Where were they in our poll at this same point, at the start of their re-election?
Why are Dems even so steadfast in, I'm going to say steadfast, on continuing with Biden? Wouldn't anyone do better at this point? No. Here's my question, okay? Who would do better? Harris? Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. Wouldn't be Harris. Newsom still probably wants to be the governor of California right now. He doesn't want to win right now. Newsom would actually pull a DeSantis if he was to jump in the race right now. I'm going to be honest with you. Then there's some other, you going to pull up some other governor? Who, Whitmer? Who's anyone? No one. There's no one to take up the spot. There's got to be an even older, whiter guy out there somewhere. That's what will really get the people riled up. Evil City Shark, aren't you a bit on copium? This isn't a good sign at all. Fucking Orange Mussolini has a high chance of winning your then last elections, and you will try to reframe it as, oh, it's good actually. They will for sure feel the pressure of pro-Palestinian progressives and now act on it. Who are you? Have you ever listened to me speak before in your entire life besides like the last 5 minutes of the words that have come out of my mouth? What are you saying? What? This seemed like a comment of somebody who doesn't know my position on this topic at all. So to answer your question, no and no. Is this not what you said like 5 minutes ago? No. Or maybe I misread you. Wait, let me see. I wouldn't say Trump has a high chance of winning. And once again, we need to understand that we're am I right? 6 months out from the election. 6 months out from the election, these polls kind of mean nothing. But the one thing, I'm not sure how much you followed like polling during election years, but 6 months out of an election, polling means almost literally nothing. It's simply a snapshot of how people are feeling right now. But the likelihood of this being the same exact thing 6 months into the future is incredibly low. What I'm saying is that bad polling and discontent from your base during an election year makes you repivot and refocus on things that your base cares about. Here, let me rephrase it like this. His base caring about bombing less Palestinians is good because there's a higher likelihood of him pivoting to want to bomb less Palestinians. How about that? Because if he doesn't, the chance of him losing is higher. Unless you think that Biden simply wants to lose or is too stupid to be able to understand that his base doesn't agree with what he's doing. I don't think this is a bad thing. Discontent within a party with their candidate it's not always a bad thing. He's polling consistently badly, but the polls can be wrong. We're 6 months out. These don't really mean anything. I don't know what the election would look like if the voting happened right now. I don't know. We're out. The debates aren't happening. These two, like Trump and Biden, aren't really talking to each other that much. Like in the full swing of a general election, and still outside of the primaries, still behind Super Tuesday. These polls mean nothing. These polls almost mean nothing when it comes to who will win. But closer to the election, things will obviously change. I'm not saying polling means nothing. Polling 6 months out, a year out from an election means almost nothing, yes. But I'm only one because about Trump being an absolute ape about COVID management. Okay, Trump might win because Biden will be an absolute ape about the Gaza issue. That's why he should change course, and it's good that he changes course. When does polling matter? I would say polling really starts to matter like around Super Tuesday. Super Tuesday onwards, I think polling really begins to matter. Like, we need to look at these numbers seriously, and we need to really keep track of all these numbers seriously. Because we need to look at these numbers seriously and keep track of these numbers really seriously, because things are in such massive fluctuation right now. I mean, there were polls where Trump was winning before 2019. CNN didn't have that many, but there were others out there as well. There were so many big fluctuations, especially after debates. It's less so these days, but people don't watch the debates as much, but clips from those debates do go pretty viral, and people do see those as well, and people do start tuning in. Democracy being on the ballot, right? Because here, one of the big reasons why Joe Biden's polling is really bad right now is because of like the border, right? I don't think the border is going to be as big of a problem in like 6 months. I don't think people are going to care as much about the border as they do right now. We're going to be talking about that today, actually. So I just don't think so. He has way more incentive to change course. Changing course on Palestine is nearly unheard of any U.S. government. Well, he'll lose if he doesn't, for one. Unless your argument is a constituency should never disagree with the politician who's running for their party, ever. Then if he doesn't change course, he will simply lose. He'll lose Michigan and then lose the election. Let's just be honest with ourselves. And also, never in American history has a Democratic constituency cared about Palestinians as much as they do now. So yeah. Yeah, the conventions, when a candidate is really like, when the primary is just about rounding down, that's when like polls like really start to matter. Obviously, they can point us in certain directions. I'm not saying that they don't matter as in like they're actually trash. They obviously say something and they can point in different directions. But the thing is, polling so far out usually isn't as correct as it is much like 4 months away from the election, 3 months, 2 months, right? You're saying Biden will see that. Wait, you're saying that Biden will see that he's going to lose. His constituency will, his advisors will be like, you're going to lose. Biden will be like, I'm going to lose. People in the states that he's going to lose are like, you're going to lose. And then Biden will be like, I don't care. We're going to keep it on the same exact way. I personally don't think so, especially since he's already changing course. How much? Like, is he going to change course? Is he going to start wearing a what's that Palestinian scarf called? I forget. Is he going to be coming out with one of those, holding up like a watermelon and like an effigy of a beheaded Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, is he gonna come out with like a kifa? No. Changing course how? By taking some stronger steps against Israelis and settlers. Like something that's historic is specifically making sanctioning Israeli settlers. Now, was it a lot? No, but he is changing some course. He's sanctioning Israel? He's sanctioning settlers. Is he stopping deliveries? He did put in the bill that was supposed to be in the big compromise bill, the big border bill and foreign aid bill. There were, what's the word? I'm thinking of the right word. There were like stipulations on security guarantees that Israel had to abide by to get that aid as well. So yeah, when before it was completely conditionless. So yeah, there are small things happening, but I don't believe that he's taking the pressure seriously until actually very recently, maybe like 3 weeks ago. And Israel is totally abiding. It's not about what Israel is doing specifically. It's about what Biden's doing specifically. So what's your argument? That like no one, like constituents shouldn't disagree with their politicians ever? And wanting Biden to do something different is like treason or something? What's your point? Kufia. Is that how you pronounce that? Kufia? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's not going to be coming out with like a kufia or anything in a watermelon. No, they should, but maybe not before the possible last election of the U.S. Okay, so they shouldn't ever disagree with their politicians, because this is what the conservatives are going to be like until like the Republican Party explodes. So your position is constituents should never disagree with their politicians, and a Democrat can be anything as long as they're not literally Trump. And then the constituents should like fuck off, and we shouldn't have political opinions anymore, because the Democrats they're basically gods, and what they say goes, and we have no position ever. I just don't think it should run like that. Republican Party will never have another president after Trump is out of the game. I feel like people said the same thing about like after Reagan. I just don't believe that's true. I really don't believe that's true. The Republican Party is way more radicalized now and way more far right now than they were even in 2016. No, I don't believe that. What do you think that after Trump, all like the Trump voters and like and MAGA and like white nationalism is just straight up popular in like Republican spaces? You think that like after Trump, they're going to be like, ah, man, I guess it's over. Take the Trump hat off. Man, I sure do love Lincoln. Like, okay. No, absolutely not. Without absolutely radicalize the Republican Party is absolutely not. No. You know, on the debate stage, almost every single politician was talking. You know, on the debate stage for the Republicans, almost every single politician was talking about how they want to bomb Mexico. You know that, right? Bombing Mexico? Dropping bombs on Mexico? All the white nationalists, except for Trump, are unelectable. Have you seen the Democratic Party? They put up Hillary Clinton. She didn't even campaign in the Rust Belt. Many Democrats are simply unelectable as well. Yeah, like they're gonna quit, and they're gonna be like, all right. And also, even if this is the case, Even if this is the case, like they're not going to be changing course after they lose. Losing isn't going to make them change course. They lost in 2020 and they only got worse. They lost in 2018, in 2020, and 2022, and they only got worse. Like, how many losses do you think it's going to take for them to get better? DeSantis shot himself on both knees. Haley is a POC woman. Okay. Those aren't the only Republicans in the country. We are all domestic terrorists. That is true. They were like, we are all domestic terrorists. I don't know what to say. Biden needs to see the light of Allah and find the truth of Muhammad being the one true prophet. Now that's kind of true. Maybe he'd win if he did that instead. Yeah, okay. Like I just don't accept the position that like constituents' beliefs shouldn't matter anymore, and like the Democratic representative and the Democratic nominee is a god who can do whatever they want, and there's no wrong they can do, there's no position that they can hold that should make you disagree with them to the point where you tell them that you're not going to be voting for them unless they change because the Republicans are so bad. I believe that the Democrats should be a real like party. They should be a real party where they listen to their constituents and they like work for votes. Because if not, it's going to lead the Democrats down a very bad path as well. Israel is too important foreign policy wise. Here my only argument is that it will lose. His position right now will lose enough votes to make him lose in November, which I don't think anybody with more than 2 brain cells in their head looking at this situation will disagree with. Now, with that being said, what should Biden do? Should he A, send National Guard in with whips to beat Muslim voters into voting for him? Or should he B, change his position like a politician should? And then, I don't know, I feel like people go with, I feel like a lot of people go with like they go with the whip decision. Now that's like a better decision than just telling Biden that he should change course. Doesn't even need to do anything that crazy. But if he's like incapable of, if he's just if your argument is Biden is incapable of winning in 2024, I don't know what you need. I don't know what you're going to be telling me. I don't believe that Biden is incapable of winning in 2024. I think he's very capable of it. But if the position is Biden is incapable of winning enough votes to win in November, I don't know what you're talking to me for. Build the bunker already, brother. Stock up on AR-15 the ammo if that's your position. Why can't we put a new dude in the run for 2024? Because there is no new dude. A new dude does not exist. He's not real. I want him to exist. He doesn't exist. He's not real. Doesn't exist. Biden's all like, we've tried nothing and nothing's working out. Name a guy who has a big enough chance to, who can unite. Chance to unite both enough undecideds and centrists as well as old school Republicans and the 30% of Republican voters that are straight up in the orange man cult and will commit Jamestown if he loses again. I don't know. I don't need to name. I just know they're out there. Trumpian Republicans have won across the state, across states, across legislatures, across the country. Jonestown, not Jamestown, Jonestown. Yeah, like we know that they exist. I can't name every Republican off. I haven't been spending time thinking about every Republican that could possibly replace Trump. I don't know. I know there is one. Period. Unless you just think that the Republican Party will simply just cease to exist after this, like they're just gonna fragment. I just don't believe that's the case. I just simply don't believe that's the case. And the thing is, like, elections are still going to keep happening. If this is your position, then for the rest of humanity, for the rest of time that America exists, Democrats have to get lucky every single time that Trump 2 doesn't show up, and Republicans only have to get lucky once. And if that's the case, then yeah, they should like listen to their base. He'll fragment or moderate heavily. Where have you seen this in any other part of the country? Has there been a part of the like Republican Party anywhere that has fragmented to complete oblivion, or moderated itself like so heavily that it's just like Democrat light now? Are you arguing with YouTube chat? Twitch chat. 11 far-right Republicans lost hard in the midterms. Well, many did. Yeah, not everywhere. But there was also no guarantee that they were going to be completely winning their seats either. What amount of political violence do you think will happen if Trump wins? I mean, I think there will be some. I don't believe that there's going to be like that many. I don't think there's going to be like a huge specifically Trump based shooting or anything. And even if they lost, that doesn't mean that the Republican Party is now less radical. Do you believe that the Republican Party is less radicalized now, like right now, than they were in 2020 or 2016? Do you believe that? Do you believe that's happened? 2016 to 2024. Does anybody believe this? Can I get a 1 in chat if you believe that the Republican Party is less radicalized right now than they were in 2016? Because I'm just going to be honest with you, I just don't believe that's the case. You can't hold Biden to a high standard, like listening to his voters. Yeah, I mean, that's like what I'm getting from these type of arguments. Like, you can't hold Biden to the standard of listening to his voters so he wins. I don't know. This seems like seems like you should be using this energy to get mad at Biden for not listening to his voters than the voters for asking Biden to listen to them instead. They're more radical in 2016, but less than 2022. They were talking about bombing Mexico. Like, white nationalism is like a main fixture in Republican politics right now. They hate immigrants more. They're more anti-POC than they were. They were more anti-minority than they were before. They're more anti-women than they were before. I don't know. I don't believe that they've become less radical. I don't have any evidence that they've just become less radical. Some of their politicians lost in non-red wave years. They are not more anti-POC. I just simply disagree. They are less anti-trans. I just disagree. Do you mean less anti-trans as in like they found like a new thing like DIE by like 1%, but still I don't like, okay. I simply just do not agree. Yeah, they just simply don't seem any better. They swap targets, but that doesn't mean they're less anti-trans. I think they're more anti-trans now than they were before. They just feel more satisfied in their anti-trans bigotry, and they have more things, but they haven't even necessarily moved on that much. There's still anti-trans laws being put on the books, and like here in Kentucky, like literally last year we had an anti-trans law put on the books, forced through by a Republican legislature. They're not less anti-trans. They just have like another thing that they just have more things that occupy their mind than just trans people's genitals. Yeah, the idea of like Christian nationalism is 100% a real political faction inside of the Republican Party. Republicans are literally meeting with like Nick Fuentes now Republican representatives are actually meeting with Nick Fuentes, actual neo-Nazi genocide denier. But people like Marjorie Taylor Greene showed up as his as one of his rallies, as well. Paul Gosar did as well. Charlie Kirk has just come out as just simply racist, and as well as people like Jack Prosbiak. Tucker Carlson said that he would vote for a fascist to stop the Democrats from being able to give more rights to like minorities. I can't sit here and believe that they're like less radicalized than in 2022. And all of this stuff has happened either around 2022 or after 2022. I just don't. It just seems like probably one of the most incorrect things I've ever heard in my entire life. What do you think will happen if January 6.2 happens and it succeeds? It won't. It simply just won't. I just don't believe that'll happen. Yeah. I also don't believe that this is going to be the last election if Trump wins. I think he's going to do a lot of draconian things, and there are going to be a lot of bad things to happen, and we'll feel it like generationally. Like he'll also leave office. I don't believe that it's going to be the last election. It'll be a really important election. Yeah, every election is going to be even more important. But like, let's be honest. Like, no, that will not happen. It'll be the last real election. It will not. Like, I understand. I've been covering Trump since like 2017. I know all the games that he wants to play. Like, yeah, he's more dangerous now, but it will not be the last real election. It will not be the last election. No, this is simply untrue. But yeah. He's going to try and roll back a lot of like civil rights and liberties, and it'll be successful in many ways, but it will not be the last real election, no. Do you think they're going to be too stupid to do Project 2025 or anything? I think they'll be able to get a lot of things in that done, especially since a lot of it is circled around presidential executive power. There's a chance he dies mid-presidency. I mean, I think that's like really high, but I just don't believe. I haven't talked about how like I don't believe in the idea that's going to be the last election ever. I think like radicalizing the like Democratic base into something that I may believe is untrue, but makes them want to not vote for Trump. I usually don't really care that much, but I don't personally believe it will be the last election ever. No, I do not. There will be a rollback of civil rights and liberties, but no, they will not be the end of American democracy. and Donald Trump will not ascend to the throne of the God King Emperor of the United States forevermore. That it simply will not happen. Like Donald Trump will overturn democracy, like period, and then America will just be over, and he will change it into America Firstica instead. I wonder if Trump winning is going to cause a shockwave with nearby countries becoming more reactionary. I don't think they're going to become more reactionary. I mean, there was a big wave of reactionary politics not too long ago. I personally call it like liberal. The reason for why I think that's the case is I like to call it liberal stagnation. Like it usually comes in waves where there's like. A country has problems. They become more conservative because people typically become more conservative when they're scared. Conservatives get in, they get usurped, right? Liberals or like progressive and or socialist governments come in. They fix a lot of problems, but a lot of problems are too busy to fix. Corruption could be a large thing as well. And then the whole country stagnates. And then they go, listen, those guys are so terrible. Don't vote for them. They're so bad. Vote for us. And then things stay the same or get worse. And then they say, don't vote for those guys. It's going to be so bad. And then things stay the same or get worse. And then it happens like over and over and over again to where people are like, you know what? You keep telling me that things are going to get worse, but they keep getting worse. I don't even want to come out and do any. I'm not even going to come out and vote. Or some people go and vote for the other guy instead. When there's another guy who's like, I'm gonna fix everything. I'm gonna change everything. Is this person's fault? Is that group's fault? This and them. Those are the people holding us back. And that's why we need to do something. And then the opposition, like the liberals in bringing up the liberal stagnation goes, well, I mean, I'm going to really make sure that everything stays exactly the same. And then people go, well, I don't like that. So what if that guy just changes things? Maybe it'll be better. It's never better, but they make it worse. And then the liberals go, oh, fuck, I guess we need to offer people something. And then they come back and they go, listen, I know we said we were going to fix things and then we didn't. I promise this time we actually will. And then usually they either lose and then they try even harder next time, or either they lose and they try even harder next time, or like they win and they usually do something good, and then the cycle repeats itself, waiting for them to rest on their laurels and engage in more stagnation sometime in the future. The whole West is going fast. I wouldn't say that, no. There have definitely been some moves in that direction, but no, I wouldn't say the whole West is not going fast now. Can we put him in prison for life anyways, like as a treat? That would be fun, I think. But yeah, that's what I've been seeing going on. Usually there'll be like a do nothing liberal administration in there, watching as everything gets slightly worse. That's either addled by corruption or non-visionary politics, leading like nothing to happen in the country. Far right weirdo comes up, promises that everything's going to be fixed, like either becomes a dictator or like makes the country worse, and then like the left comes back again to fix a lot of the problems. And that's usually what's happening. A lot of those like big far right waves are starting to die down a lot in a lot of places. Not everywhere, but like a lot of places, yeah. Argentina is a good example of this. Yeah, Argentina is like the model example for this. England is a model example for this. Like they're in the dying stage of the far right rise in their country, leading to their country tumbling down even further. Like they were stagnating a lot from like pre-2016 drop. They got their election. Conservatives got in, made it worse. Got in, made it worse, got it in, made it worse, and again and again and again, until at some point the left is going to get back in power, and then good things will happen. But right now, like the Labor Party decided to become terrible, and follow the conservatives into becoming worse. So people kind of have no one to vote for right now, except for the Greens, which is a really small party. Britain's looking safer now. Never bet on Keir Starmer's Labour Party to win. that's just me. I think the Labour Party will lose again, if I'm going to be honest with you. Francois vote red fashion next election. I don't know. People said that like last election, and that didn't happen. I just don't. I don't believe it forever for now. That's just me though. But yeah, ending this off, because I do want to talk about other things. Ending this off, I believe Biden should listen to his constituency to not lose. I think if Biden doesn't want to lose and he actually cares about the country, he should listen to his constituents and change course. And if he is incapable of changing course, he's incapable of beating Trump, meaning that he's a bad president and it's his fault if Trump loses. If the constituents say, hey, change your opinion, and he says, fuck you, that seems like a Biden problem. I hate to say it. I think constituents getting fuck you from their politicians and feeling bad about it is a politician's fault and not a voter's fault. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. I think politicians shouldn't say fuck you to their voters, and instead should listen to them. And I know this is very controversial in the age of voting today. Harris 24. Harris couldn't even win California. It's over. It's actually so over for her. Maybe she can become a senator again, but after that, I don't know about that. If Biden can't mend his relationship with minorities in Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, then he's a bad president. I think Dems are too arrogant to do it. Listen, this isn't an argument. What this argument is, let me pause. What this argument is you're telling me that Democrats are too bad to win elections. And I don't know what to tell you about that. All I can do is tell the elected politicians to be better at winning elections. Listen, I'm going to tell you this right now. You're not going to convince somebody who has had family who lives in Madison, Wisconsin. Who lives in Madison, Wisconsin, who lives in Ann Arbor, who lives in Detroit, Michigan, to vote for who's lost 30 family members in the Middle East after Biden gives with Biden's name signed on the bomb to vote for Biden if he doesn't change his position. That's just not going to happen. If your position is Biden just loves bombing Muslims and there's nothing that he can do about it, he's literally physically incapable of not bombing Muslims, then he's a bad candidate. And if he loses, it'll be his fault. And it should be written in history books that he did this to the country and not anything else. This is why I think he will lose. He is bad. I don't think he will. Why are we talking? Why are we speaking? I could be playing Tekken. I don't think he will lose. I think he can change his position. I think with enough pressure he will. It just has to be proven to him that he can't win any other way. Anyways. God willing. Inshallah. US balkanizing will also not happen. That also will not happen. You'll give 3 subs. You can keep the money. I wish he had your optimism. Listen, here's the thing. If Democrats care about one thing, it's power. The reason why Hillary Clinton didn't do that is because she has too much hubris, and she's just kind of stupid. Like, she's actually just kind of stupid. I think Biden's old, but I don't think he's stupid. He's not as stupid as Hillary Clinton is actually a stupid person. I don't think Biden is that stupid. I think he did a lot of things that he needed to last election to weave together a base that has what it takes to win. I just think that he's old and he has never experienced a point in history where people cared about not bombing Muslims, and it's hard for him to keep up, for him to get there, especially when it comes to like Israel, right? What he needs is a good shake to prove that this is something that will harm him in the future. Because right now their position is, if you wonder why they're not doing anything, their position is wait this out, in 6 months it'll go away. Like, wait this out, in a couple months it'll go away. They were hoping by February all this would go away. The problem for him is less than a month ago, one of his most interrupted by pro-Palestinian voices speeches happened. It's proof that things aren't getting better. People are only disapproving of his positions on Palestine more than they did on October 7th. Things have only been moving in the opposite direction. That's why he's changing. That's why I believe he would change his tune on it. I don't believe that he's that stupid to not change his position. What I think it's going to take is proof that people won't forget, because the American populace love forgetting. They love forgetting about a lot of things. News cycles come up, they care about it. If you just wait long enough, it'll go away. They won't care anymore. With this, that's just not been happening. And we have proof that he's already been capitulating. Small, really small ways, but those ways are going to have to increase for him to win votes back, because right now he's not doing it. I just don't think he's stupid. Yeah, they're banking on you forgetting about children being bombed and blown to like chicken nuggets. That's their goal. That's their aim. That's their goal. That's their hope. So just don't let them. Don't forget. The number one thing that you can do to help push progress in America is just like, don't forget. Don't forget. Don't forget what Genocide Joe did. Never forgot. That's true. All right, let's continue on. We have more stuff to talk about today. Would you recommend Tekken for a guy new to fighting games? Yes and no. No, because Tekken is one of the most complicated fighting games out there. Some characters have 300 moves. And it's 3-dimensional, so you can move forward and backwards as well as side to side and up and down, which is hard to remember. With that being said, Tekken has the best tools to learn a fighting game out of any fighting game that's ever existed, period. There is no fighting game on planet Earth that has ever been made with more tools to teach you how to win in fighting games than in Tekken 8. So in that way, yes, Tekken's a super complicated game to learn, and you're not going to learn unless you play thousands and thousands of games. But there's so many tools and so many like groundbreaking tools in that game that there is no other game that will teach you how to play it better than Tekken. And you can then take those skills in other fighting games. Never forget 7-Eleven. And that Republicans want Vivek Ramaswamy to work there. Different than the previous one? I have no clue. This is my first Tekken. It's not even a tutorial. Listen, here, I'll leave it at this because we don't need to talk about Tekken this whole entire stream. If you play a game and you can then replay the game, and if you and every time you get hit or do something wrong, the game will pause it and tell you what you did wrong. There's a feature where you can do that, where you can re-look at your game and you don't have to figure out what you did wrong. The game will tell you what you did wrong in that situation and recommend a better and better buttons for you to press to be able to get out of that situation and not get hurt or killed. And on top of that, you can then take over at any point in the replay to be able to test out things that they tell you about you could do better or worse, and then and then you can see if it actually would have worked to save you in that situation. I don't think there's any better tool than that in the fighting game ever. You guys want to talk about Matt Taibbi or Matt Gaetz? We got two Matts we got to talk about. Matt Taibbi or Matt Gaetz? Chat, which one? Gaetsu? Has the same replay thing. That's true, but also Tekken has it has, you can fight your ghost and other people's ghosts, which is like an AI trained bot that fights like that watches and fights like a specific person or yourself, so you can figure out what's like other people's play or your own play, and then you can fight it and figure out what, and it'll have like the things that you typically do in it, and you could be like, oh, I do that a lot here, so I can punish that, and then you can change it in your own play, which I think is cool. I think it's cool. A lot of people don't like it because they don't like AI in games, but if there's any way to integrate AI into a game, I think that's one of the coolest ways. Yeah, a lot of people are like, I can't get behind that. I personally think it's cool. All right, cool. Now, if it was something like what they did in Fortnite, where you can enter a game and then it won't be a real person, it'll be a bot pretending to be a real person, I don't like that. Oh, you mean you can? Okay. All Mats are terrible people. They're running my brain, love. All Mats are the same. So let's talk about Gaetz. Slash marker. How long have we been here? 3.5 hours? Good Lord. Slash marker cream Gaetz. Slash marker cream Gaetz. Hey, remember the last time we were talking about Matt Gaetz possibly being a PDF file? Some of you remember, some of you don't. For some who don't remember, let me refresh your memory a little bit. Matt Gaetz, Republican U.S. House Representative from Florida, that's how you know it's wrong, a while ago was insinuated to have been involved in a child trafficking ring with one of his constituents who used money that he got from the state. He used his state credit card to be able to pay off young women, some of them being of age but still young, like 21, some of them being underage, like 16, to have relations with him and his associates. That was caught a little while ago, a couple years ago. Okay, there were text messages that from one of the people, from the ringleader, his name was Green, from the ringleader there in Florida, that he had paid a young girl underage at the time to have relations with Matt Gaetz, the representative, and that he committed giga crimes, and also that he was with the girl and helped traffic the girl through state lines to be able to engage in other illegal acts with other representatives around the country, in Georgia and in other states as well. That all popped off in 2021. Now, when that popped off, he went on to Tucker Carlson's show. He tried to drag Tucker Carlson down with him by saying that you can make these claims about anyone. They can make it about you, Tucker. And Tucker was like, "You'll leave me out of this, boy." All right. And then Tucker lost his job and everything. Matt Gaetz actually kept his job, and Matt Gaetz actually kept his job, and the feds decided to drop the case against him for some reason. They said that they cleared him so far that they didn't have explicit evidence that he had committed those crimes of trafficking minors. Okay, it still hangs above his head like an albatross. He used his adopted Cuban son to be able to deflect him from PDF allegations. It was all bad, but it all died down over a while. There was lots of stuff about that. Roger Stone was involved in it as well. There was really bad allegations out there about Gaetz, and he's been a bit of a pariah for a long while, even though he was able to have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene have his back in all this. But that's not necessarily the most high IQ, great absolving force helping you get out of cases like this bad. Okay, this all died down. Matt Gaetz's associates went to jail, but a lot of them still kept implicating him in crimes that he engaged in when it came to the payment, sale of the bodies of, and illegal activities with these girls, some of them which may have been under the age of consent. With that being said, 2 days ago now, a nasty article dropped. I want to look at a couple articles here. Nasty articles dropped, okay, in the cases against these people that implicated Matt Gaetz again in engaging in criminal activity with these young girls. And it's gotten so bad that now the House has obtained text messages that allegedly confirm that Gaetz was setting up a 2017 Florida Keys trip with a woman his associate paid for sex. House Ethics Committee is reviewing the messages, sources tell ABC News. So let's take a look at this. Matt grooms. Crazy. Congressional House Ethics investigators have obtained text messages allegedly showing that a few months after first joining Congress, a long time ago, like pretty quick, bro got scooped up pretty quick. Hate to see it. Florida Representative Matt Gaetz asked a young woman who at the time had received payments for sex from Gaetz's then close friend Joel Greenberg, to join him and others on a 3-day trip to the Florida Keys in May 2017. Multiple sources tell ABC News. It's always off the coast of Florida. This stuff is always happening in Florida. You ever think about that? Why is it always happening in Florida? What's going on with Florida? What's happening with Florida, man? Something's got to change. Is Florida that godless demon hole? Anyways, in the alleged text messages described exclusively to ABC News, the then freshman congressman appeared to message a young woman who told ABC News who ABC News is not identifying, asked if she would fly on a private jet to the Florida Keys with for a trip with Gaetz, 3 other women, and 1 other man. Hey, any interest in flying on a private jet to the Keys on May 19th, 2021? Gaetz allegedly wrote the woman, who was older than 21 at the time, according to multiple sources familiar with the messages. Gaetz then allegedly said that the trip would feature 2 guys, 4 girls, a very high quality adventurous group. According to the they were trying to do an orgy. That's what that means. That was what that means. He was like, I want all your holes filled. According to the messages, which has previously not been reported on. Yeah, I'm in, replied the woman. According to the text, Gates allegedly replied, fantastic. As is true with all the time you spend with me, it'll be fun and chill. You got a passport? Sources familiar with these events tell ABC News that the woman ultimately declined the 2017 trip. The messages, if accurate, mark the first known example of alleged direct private communications between the Florida congressman and the woman who his one-time close associate Joel Greenberg told investigations he had been paying to have sex with other men, according to documents and interviews with multiple sources. You know, the craziest thing about this is that what this is barely legal Jeffrey Epstein. Just so you know, what he wanted to do, he wanted to be a barely legal Jeffrey Epstein. He wanted to be like Epstein when it comes to paying young girls to have relations with him and his friends. But he was like, I'm not all for the whole pedophilia thing, I guess. So instead of that, let's age them up like 3 years, make them like 18 through like 23, and then ship them out. He's like, they need to marinate a little more, and then we can ship them out. Slob on my knob. Please stop. I'm begging you to stop. I'm on my knees for you to stop. Florida is canceled until we figure out what's going on. We got to do something about this. As is true with all the time you spend with me, it'll be fun and chill. Anybody up for some fun and chill? It's stinking it. It's unknown if Gates knew that Greenberg had allegedly been paying the woman in such a manner. A spokesman for Gates told ABC News Representative Gates has no knowledge of these activities by Greenberg and was not invited in them. Representative Gates has never paid for sex. Gates does not know anything about the woman you're referencing, though he does take thousands of selfies each year. Members of the House Ethics Committee declined to comment to ABC News. A photo of Gates and the woman has also been turned over to the committee. According to sources briefed on the matter, the photo, which dates May 19th, 2017, shows the woman smiling in a selfie with Gates, who is wearing a shirt that reads, "If you think research is expensive, try disease." A quote from health activist Mary W. Laxter. Okay. According to the bank and Venmo records reviewed by ABC News, the woman had previously received multiple payments from Greenberg, which multiple sources tell ABC News were for women to have sex at parties with Greenberg's friends. Greenberg, a former Seminole County tax collector, reached a deal with federal investigators in May 2021, which he publicly pleaded guilty to multiple federal crimes, including sex trafficking of a minor and introducing her to other adult men who also had sex with her when she was underage. Right? And so this is the big thing, is that now it seems like Gates, luckily for him, has been cleared of having any relations with the one specific girl that was underage that Greenberg was trafficking. But it seems like he was actually implicated with the other girls who, thankfully for him, at least in this specific instance, are not children. Which, I mean, if you're gonna, do anything like that, probably shouldn't, for one. I don't think he should have sex with kids. I'm gonna come out and say it. Sex with kids is bad. And so, he's lucky. He's lucky because there is a picture of him with this girl. Here, actually, the 17-year-old, sorry. The around 22 year old girl that Joel Greenberg had paid to come to parties and fuck him and his friends. And it seems like he was actually going to a party to have some fun and chill, stuff along those lines. Obviously, nobody usually in these conversations go, "Hey girl, you want to come to my place and fuck? You want to get your hose filled? You want to get hit with a slobber knocker?" Ooh. Hi from Daytona. It's race week. Help. Put on your noise canceling headphones and bury your head in a pillow, brother. There's only one way. Yeah, he's like, yeah, no, usually people don't go, "I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick. I'm horny as fuck." That looks terrible. He always looks like a character from Beavis and Butthead. It's quite remarkable, his weird phenotype. The sea level is rising. I'm over here stroking my spagooter. I got lotion on my fireman. House investigators have recently ramped up their probe into Gates, which ABC News had previously reported is looking into allegations that he paid for sex, as well as allegations about drug use and potential lobbying violations. What? God forbid men have hobbies. Goodness. Oh, you gotta look into whether or not he plays Magic the Gathering or something too. I mean, come on. I can imagine that being a congressman is a lot of work. Let the man breathe. Oh goodness. Matt Gaetz, calm down. Put the dick away. Since the start of 2024, the Ethics Committee has contacted numerous witnesses, including Greenberg and the congressman's ex-girlfriend. No, they got his ex in it too. It's over. Federal investigators previously sought answers about the separate trip in 2018 that Gaetz allegedly took to the Bahamas with women who Greenberg said had been paying for sex, and we're looking to determine if Gaetz was provided travel and entertainment in exchange for political favors. According to people familiar with the investigation, House investigators have conducted at least one interview with a witness who was allegedly part of the trip. It's unclear what exactly happened. Things aren't looking too good for our boy Matt Gaetz right now. Well, Florida's boy Matt Gaetz. Luna, thanks so much for the tier 1. I really appreciate you joining the frenzy and being incredibly pog. Thank you. I thought it was Democrats. That was the kid diddlers. We need to do another Republican family value segment to do a pedo roundup on all of the like offending Republican PDFs out there. This is crazy. Is this supposed to be a socialist or something? Wait a second. Pause real quick. Did you see this tweet? Okay, so wait, little meme, okay? I plan to talk about this at like another point in time, but this tweet is just so funny that I actually can't pass this up. I need to show you real quick, okay? This is remarkable, honestly. So the other day, some of you may have known that Tucker Carlson went to Russia to interview Putin, only to get shitted on by Putin, and for Putin to spend most of the interview rambling on about why all of Eastern Europe belongs to him and how he will integrate them into Greater Mother Russia once again, and how the Americans need to give them more money or else their country is going to collapse, and China and Russia will take over the world. Okay. Anyways, with that being said, he decided to he said he was going to go do some groceries and decided to make it a propaganda instance for Russia, and it turned out like this.
I went from amused to legitimately angry. So we were guessing what this would cost. Everybody hears from the United States buys groceries, and we didn't pay any attention to costs as we were just putting in the cart what we would actually eat over a week. And we all came in around $400, about $400. It was $104 US here. And that's when you start to realize that ideology maybe doesn't matter as much as you thought, corruption. If you take people's standard of living and you tank it through filth and crime and inflation, and they literally can't buy the groceries they want, at that point, maybe it matters less what you say or whether you're a good person or a bad person. You're wrecking people's lives in their country, and that's what our leaders have done to us.
Yeah, so basically this is just so basically this is him going, I can't believe everything in Russia is so cheap, and it's Joe Biden's fault for destroying America because I can't buy bananas cheaper. Authoritarianism is fine. He actually said that he didn't question Russia about authoritarianism because he said it would be boring, because all of the journalists asked Russia about that, so he decided to just let Putin kind of yap for a while. All right, I made this tweet, other people made a similar tweet, but basically we all said in response, millionaire goes to poor country and gets shocked how cheap everything is. Impressing conservatives is like doing magic tricks for monkeys at the zoo. And I'm still going to hold that yes, it is, impressing conservatives is like doing magic tricks for monkeys at the zoo. Because like what happened is that he's a multimillionaire. Russia's poor as shit, if you didn't know. It really is quite poor. Your median Russian income is $15,000. There's a lot of people in America who are poor, but most Americans, and even your median American, makes almost double that. They are nowhere near as poor as Russians. So yes, groceries do cost less money in Russia, but not to the point where, but that obviously because they also make less money, just so you know. Way less money. Okay. And with this being said, here's the like crazy thing about this. Okay. It's like super crazy. People want to come out to like defend this. It's super weird. Oh wait, he did something else where he was actually shocked by how Russia had like a thing where it stopped homeless people from stealing shopping carts, and you know what the device was? Like place a quarter inside of the shopping cart, and so like 1 ruble, I guess, inside of the shopping cart, and then you can take it and then walk around, but it holds your ruble, so you have to put it back to be able to get the ruble back. And he was like, holy shit, why don't they do this in America to stop those filthy poors? Aldi, bro, listen, he's a trust fund 100 multi-hundred millionaire trust fund baby. He's actually never seen it before in his entire life. Okay, but with this being said, okay, and everybody clowning on him. Oh, also, for some people are like, well, yeah, you may think that they're poor, but their money goes way further than a minimum. No, it doesn't. It doesn't actually. Your average American, it hovers between spending 6 to 10% of their income on food. You know how much of like income that Russians spend on their food, like median? Between like 50 to 60%. Okay, it's crazy. Like, my bad, between 40 and 60%, depending on how poor you are. It's crazy. It's crazy. They spend so much money on food and groceries. So yes, the 100 multi-millionaire baby does think that it's cheap. 100%. You ready to go to Venezuela and become trillionaires? Why do I even need to go that far? I could just do like I could just do like one of the Paul brothers and just go to Cuba, and now I'm a millionaire again. Wow, it's everything's so cheap here. Wow. Anyways, with that being said, I saw this, and this is apparently from like a wait. This is apparently from a socialist. Is this a socialist? Foucault. Is Foucault a socialist, chat? I'm normal, so I don't know the history of every single dead white book writer. For who? Foucault? More like Fook you, you're banned. He's a postmodernist. Okay. Anyways, thanks for enlightening me. I appreciate you. I will not come on. He's a postmodernist. I will not come on. Anyways, bro like Fisted Foucault wrote this in response. Crazy. Americans be like, no Ruski can ever dream of living in a house like mine, and then they live in an aluminum sided shithole like this. I'm sorry, can you imagine? Can you imagine calling this house a shithole? It's so cute. It's such a nice house. That's a nice house. This is a pretty nice house. If we had more houses like this, we wouldn't have a homelessness crisis. I'm gonna tell you this right now. If I was like searching for houses on Zillow, I would save this. I'm telling you, if the neighborhood wasn't too bad, I'd save this house. This is a cute house. Am I wrong? This is a nice house. It looks like, you know, 2-bedroom, one bathroom or something. Shithole? Can you imagine calling? Bro, when did you grow up to call this a shithole? Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Do you have anybody who plays GeoGuessr who can show me where this house is? I'd like to see. It'd be cool. You know what that reminds me of? The MLK quote about Malcolm X being too poor for the communists. It's an identical vibe. I guess anywhere USA, there are houses like this in Louisville that are really nice. It's nice. It's a nice house. It's such a nice house. You know the craziest thing about this? In Louisville, I see houses like this for under 200K. If this is somewhere middle America, 150, 200K. If this is somewhere on the coast, I'm sorry, it's over for you. This is a $3.5 million home. It's kind of over for you. What the fuck are you eating? $100 per week per person? I am going to say that, listen, they're big boys. They're growing boys, and they have a big appetite. They have a big boy appetite. I don't know what they got to get like $100 a person to eat for a week. Maybe they're like eating really good. I feel like, especially if you want to like genuinely get a decent amount of food, you get like a loaf of bread, maybe some deli meat, some cheese to make some like mayo or mustard to make like sandwiches or something, maybe some fruit, some vegetables, and you could eat for a week pretty well. Maybe some pasta noodles to make some, and like some tomatoes to make some easy. Yeah, this is Gumball's house. You're so right. This is Gumball's house. this is the Watterson. This is the Watterson's house, bro. Chill. Look at this shithole. It's a Watterson's house, bro. Calm down. There's a $2.5 million home in my home state in New York. Yeah. Bro's got sock puppet neighbors. Yeah, that's what brings the price down. This house costs 1.5 million now. I will say this is a cute little house. I would be happy living in a house like this. Can you imagine if being a streamer would allow me to buy a house like this? This is so nice. That's cute. That's cute. I'm looking to buy a home. Probably somewhere here in Kentucky, Illinois, Virginia, somewhere in that area. Not Ohio. Not Ohio. Somewhere in Illinois would be kind of cool. Somewhere in Kentucky would be kind of cool. Somewhere in Virginia would be kind of cool as well. Not Ohio. You've got to be kidding me. Don't you cry. Everyone hates Ohio. Listen, it's a little bit of haha everyone hates Ohio. It's also a little haha we have better representation than Ohioans. I live in Kentucky. I'd be living under a worse legislature if I moved to Ohio. Like, that's a big thing for me, to live in like a state with a better legislature. So moving to like Illinois sounds like I'd be living under a better legislature. Because right now we still have Bashir, which is helping stop a lot of evil that Republicans want to do. Ohio is genuinely horrible. Ohio, more like, oh hell nah. So true. Blue Ohio. Did you see that the Democrat running against Ted Cruz again this year is actually tied with him in Texas? Crazy. Chat, we are now in 2024 onwards. We are in the era of Texas being a swing state. Chat, Texas is a swing state. Chat, Texas is officially a swing state. I thought about moving to Illinois. It seemed, I mean, it wouldn't be that big of a move for me. It would be kind of cool. People say that every year. Texas is when it comes to like margins, I would think that like less than 6 points, 5 points, that's like a swing state, in my opinion. A state that goes like 6 and 5 points, like that's a swing state. I know a lot of people don't like to consider North Carolina a swing state because Republicans usually win, but also the margins are like super close. I really think that Texas should be considered a swing state now, because swing state I don't think just means they vote one way, then another way, then one way, then another way. I think swing state means the margins that one party wins in, and by that, Arizona's a swing state, Georgia's a swing state, Texas is a swing state now. I mean, Trump won Texas by the lowest margin that a Republican has won Texas in years, decades. I think like 3 decades even. And he won it by like 5.6 points. Like, you can't tell me that a race won by 5 is not a pretty close race. I like living in Ohio. Were you born in Ohio? Because that makes sense if you were. Oh yeah, also still on this, there's a little bit more that I want to get into about what was happening with Matt Gaetz and the allegations against him, because there are a little bit more details that was given to us by the Daily Beast, and let's check them out a little bit. Okay. The woman's attorney also told the Daily Beast that when it became apparent Gaetz was being investigated in 2021, she was contacted by another male party attendee, a Gaetz associate, who pressed her to see if she was speaking to anyone about the congressman or the parties. She felt this meeting was an effort to intimidate her into not describing any of the events related to Gaetz, the lawyer said. The woman, whose name the Daily Beast is withholding, was older than 21 at the time of the encounters. the attorney said nothing that she emphasized to prosecutors the attorney said, noting that she emphasized to prosecutors that the sex was consensual. He didn't assault me. He didn't assault me, please. She told them that she and lots of girls were provided all kinds of controlled substances at the parties. It's always drugged out parties with these Republicans. It's always Freaktober to them. They can't just have normal sex at normal parties where everybody is not inebriated under and under the influence of some type of drug. Is that because they don't believe the girls would have sex with them if they if they weren't like drugged out? Like, what's going on? Not sounding very consensual so far. Everything was super consensual. Anyways, we were all under copious amounts of drugs. Anyways. Confirming a number, the lawyer said, confirming a number of reports about the gatherings. The heavy use of drugs and alcohol was a hurdle for investigators, he said, since it muddled memories of the event. That's probably what the point of it all is, right? The availability of vast amounts of alcohol and controlled substances gives rise to the lack of control of hormonal imperative. Oh no, Mr. Lawyer, which inspired people to engage in intimate behavior that may or may not have been because they were financially reimbursed. We're just going to say that. The woman appears in Venmo transactions previously reported by the Daily Beast between March and July 2017. This woman received nearly $2,500 across multiple payments from Gates's then best friend, locally elected tax collector Joel Greenberg. The descriptions Greenberg entered for her payments included travel, being cool, and stuff, and the misspelled first name of another Greenberg associate. The text messages are now in the hands of investigators that show Gates propositioning the women in May 2017 for a private group flight to the Florida Keys. It's always a fun time with me. The woman who was invited did not receive any other payments. For one $500 charge to Greenberg in July 2017, she entered a policewoman emoji in the memo line. The same weekend, Gates and Greenberg shared a selfie of themselves at a dinner with Roger Stone in Miami. Although the woman appears to have ultimately declined the trip to the Florida Keys, ABC reports that she posted a selfie with Gates on May 19th, the planned departure day. The photo, which the Daily Beast had obtained, was taken at 10:30 p.m. Winter Garden, Florida. According to metadata on the photo, it shows the attention-grabbing conservative in a t-shirt. He said coming forward was an emotionally taxing experience. Sorry, a difficult and emotionally taxing experience. At one point, the lawyer said this person close to Gates berated his client for informing about what she may tell anyone investigating Gates, and she felt that it was a clear intent to pressure her to keep her mouth shut. Gates' associate asked to meet the woman for lunch in spring 2021, the lawyer said. The setup made the attorney uneasy, however, and she dispatched a colleague to tag along and monitor the meeting in secret. Oh my gosh. So they did this as well. They did this. There were allegations that this was happening between Greenberg and that one underage girl where he berated the child for for not telling him her age. And for not telling him her age, and that she could get him in a lot of trouble for being a child, and him Epsteining her out to his friends and trafficking her with his friends. And then after all of that, he didn't like stop talking to her or delete her number or something. He was like, listen, when's your birthday? And then he wrote her birthday down in his phone. And then on her birthday, when she turned 18, then messaged her again to ask if she wanted to do it again. Bro's actually, he does 100% belong in like prison. He belongs in jail. This Greenberg guy belongs in jail. You can see some of our old videos that we talked about this. You can search Gates in the, you can search Gates on the channel. Peepo puke. Him at least pay her more. That is true. He only gave her $500. That is not that much. The girls do deserve way better than this. Last year, prosecutors announced they were declining to file charges against Gates while also refusing to publicly offer an explanation. That decision, almost exactly 1 year ago, gave rise to frustration and outrage among key witnesses in the case, including women who had come forward to provide intimate details and accounts of their interactions according to interviews with lawyers and witnesses in the matter. The fact that nothing came of it has kind of astonished her. Yeah, the misogyny blew this woman's mind that no one cared about this guy systematically abusing young girls. Who could have seen this coming? Guys, can you imagine that a politician, after abusing young women, just wasn't held accountable for his actions at all? Man, wild. Who could have seen this coming? Blows my mind. I wasn't expecting it, honestly. For them to go through all that and then target the investigation just to wink and nod has created for some of them a loss of faith in the system. Not long after prosecutors tabled their investigation, the ethics committee reopened its own probe, which initiated in 2021, but quickly was put on ice in defense of the DOJ. Since then, the committee has reached out to several key witnesses, including a 17-year-old at the center of the sex trafficking allegations, Greenberg, Gates' ex-girlfriend, all this type of stuff, right? And so that's what we're dealing with right now. Crazy, crazy stuff. So Matt Gaetz, possibly free from the assault charges and trafficking charges against that 17-year-old. Is that going to stay that forever? I don't know. Once again, federal prosecutors, I wasn't happy with how this turned out because we didn't even get an explanation. The feds just said, we're not going to be pressing charges, and that's just kind of it. They tabled the whole investigation and then they just moved on. The Republicans control the House right now, and they have since 2022. So obviously they haven't moved forward investigating whether or not this guy had abused children because they simply don't care. And so with that being the case, we've gotten nothing on this story for over 2 years now, when it's very possible that he could have been engaged with, and he was incredibly close to, and he may have been in the circle of men being getting women to have sex with them from a guy who was sex trafficking children across state lines. And it's just nobody talks about it, right? Nobody worries about it. It's just a completely tabled issue. And then obviously the women involved in this situation feel terrible about it because they have to go through so much by recounting all the things that happened to them for only the feds to go fuck you and then disappear and not even give them like a follow-up on what's going on. They don't even get any closure. It just disappeared and nobody cares anymore. Why the feds do that? I don't know. I can't tell you. Right. Obviously, when these type of situations happen, people are going to make conspiracies up about it. I'm not going to, but I'm going to say that something needs to be done. And Gates is not clean at all. I don't believe so. I don't think a lot of other people do. People who are privy to the matter. I don't like it. And hopefully something comes of this and we finally understand what Gates' role is in all of this and why he needs way better friends. Let me do a little slash marker. Cream Gates over. It's AET. Easy. I'm still learning this keyboard. AETZ. I'm in. Hello? There you go. I'm flabbergasted. I can't believe it. Throw him into the void of undoing. Honestly, I think that'll show him. I think if there's anything that this man needs, it's a little trip to the void of undoing. You're kind of right. All right, what time is it? It's now 8. We've been live for 4 hours. Now let's see. What else we got going on here? Do you guys want to talk about the Republican generational fumble? I do want to get this off my... I think I do want to get this off my chest. There's a lot of stuff in here. No, I want to be happy. Well, fuck you. How about that? Okay, we can talk about Florida again, or we can talk about the Republicans in general fumbling. Which one do you want? Get it over with. I'll get the Florida talk over with. I'm not feeling the song right now. I'm just not feeling it right now. I'll take this one. The fumbling. I see a lot of people say fumbling. The space nuke is definitely weird. POV, you're a helldiver, standing right next to a horde of bugs. Let me see. See if I can do this. Here, let me see if I can pull this up for you. Oh yeah, little mini story, little unwind mini story. Okay, this is crazy. Did you guys hear this? The top doctor for the CBP. Okay, wait. The top doctor for the Customs and Border Protection asked his aides to order fentanyl lollipops for a helicopter mission in New York. He was like, bro, I can't go anywhere without my fent. He's like, I need my fent, dude. I can't go. I'm not me when I'm not high. What am I supposed to do without my fent? Order some fent lollies, okay? Excuse me, bro, what? Yes, I'm not joking. I'm not memeing. I need my fent. I gotta have my fent. Holy. Yeah. Take a look. Look. Top doctor for the CBD tried to order fentanyl lollipops for a helicopter mission in New York, whistleblowers say. The chief medical officer for Customs and Border Protection pressured his staff to order fentanyl lollipops for him to take to the United Nations General Assembly meeting in New York in September, according to a whistleblower report sent to Congress on Friday. The whistleblower says that Alexander Eastman's staff raised questions about why he would need to order fentanyl lollipops to take with him. Obviously, he wanted to give it to Xi Jinping. What other reason would there? Him and his boy Xi love hitting the fent. Xi isn't allowed to get it in China, so he likes to take a trip to America every now and again to take a little hit of fent. Like, come on, let's be honest with ourselves. He's trying to start the opium war again. When I'm sober, I just don't know when I'm sober, I just don't like who I am. Driving solo, I'm just swerving through my hands. When I'm sober, I just don't like who I am. United Nations up again. In New York, United Nations trip again. I'ma break every box they try to put me in. Been watching you for nearly 3 years now. About time I subbed after catching my first stream. Thanks for being the goofiest leftist boy. Thank you, Skynet. I appreciate you. Thanks for watching for so long. That really does mean a lot. And thanks to you for paying for the YouTube tax. That is the YouTube tax. Just so you know, that's the YouTube tax. That's the YouTube tax. I love all my YouTube viewers, but they do all are all required to pay the YouTube tax at some point in time. And I do appreciate you for finally paying up. Thank you so much, Skynet, for the support. And thanks for watching. People call me the handyman. Yeah, this is a doctor too. This isn't just like some guy as a doctor. I can't breathe when Fent's not there. You're not there. A nightmare. I need my Fent. You don't even get it. You're not you when you're sober. Here's the Fent lolly. Also, how does he know what? I didn't even know they made fentanyl lollipops. Did you know that? Did you? Are those real? Is that like a casual way of enjoying fentanyl? They put them in lollipop form? Wait, isn't this guy supposed to be the guy who's like stopping fentanyl from coming across the border? Does he stop it just because he wants some himself? Wait a second. Fentanyl lollipop. Wait, oral transmucosal fentanyl citrate, and it's called a fentanyl lollipop. Wait a second.
Fentanyl is a very potent opioid that's been used for anesthesia and pain relief for decades. The non-medical use of fentanyl has increased and decreased at various times since the 1970s. Fentanyl and its euphoric. Despite that, it is still sufficiently recreational for many people. Intravenous administration of fentanyl.
Wait a second. Is there anything here that says lollipop? Does he say the word lollipop? I need me lolly. I need my lolly. No, there doesn't say anything about. I'm seeing some things that say fentanyl lolly. What is a fentanyl lollipop? Apparently, it's an actual medical device. Is this true? Because I was just thinking that it was a lollipop that they cook fentanyl inside of, and you suck on it to get a slow release fent hit all day. That's what I was thinking of. But am I wrong? Fentanyl citrate, a synthetic opioid pain reliever. It can break through cancer, pain, chronic pain. Was a fentanyl lollipop. Like a regular lollipop, a fentanyl lollipop consists of a lozenge attached to a handle. No, it is a lollipop. Wait, it is an actual fentanyl. I thought it was like a medical device that they just call a fentanyl. No, it is an actual lollipop that has fentanyl in it. Okay, fentanyl in it. Nice. Lozenge contains fentanyl along with a hydrated dextrates, sugar, artificial berry flavor, citric acid, diabasic sodium phosphate. The stuff that comes in the Joe jab. The clot shot that they give you. Lollipop. That's a nickname a certain creator gave me. If you're prescribed it, things is good for you. Okay. Yeah, Cross. Have you ever given somebody their Fent lolly? Oh, this is what that looks like? It looks like something that goes in your butt, in your booty hole. I'm gonna be so honest with you. It looks like something that gets put inside of your booty hole. Wait a second. My fat lolly. Yeah, here we go. Shut up, please just let me see the picture. I hate my life. Let me see the picture. It won't let me grab the picture. This sucks so much ass. Okay, wait. Wait, here I think I got it. I don't have it. I'm gonna get. You know what? Here, I got an idea. I'm gonna have to take this life. I'm gonna take. I gotta take this into my own hands. It's the only way. It's the only way. I have to just take a screenshot of it. Okay, anyways. Yeah, here's what it looks like. Here's what the fentanyl lollipop looks like. It really is a fentanyl lollipop. Why I googled it and it told me help was available. Listen, I did the same thing. I just didn't want to mention it. But yeah, if you search fentanyl lollipop, it tells you like the first thing that pops up is help is available. If you're suffering from drug addiction, help is available. Listen, I promise. I just want to know. It's as research purposes. Research. What, knowledge is bad now? Come on. I promise. I just want to know. But yeah, this is what this thing looks like. It does look like something that a doctor will put in your booty hole, right? Like when it's covered, when it has like the lollipop, when it has like the lollipop covering on it, it looks like something that the doctor would be like, bend over. I'm going to shove this into your crack to be able to check your, like, I don't know, your hemoglobin or something. This shit's gonna check your prostate. We're gonna fix your prostate with this one. Yeah, for every man that turns 30, they have to go to the doctor's office, and a doctor will put this up their crack. The fentanyl butt plug. This amount of fentanyl, that's lethal. Hence, so small. Fentanyl can be lethal, so that's why it's so small. I mean, that makes sense. Fatal fentanyl dose. I just wouldn't die. I mean, I don't want to say I'm just built different, but my construction is a little bit abnormal. I will say. It just kind of is how it is. I just simply wouldn't die. Listen, if it couldn't take, it's Black History Month, so I think I could possibly take more fentanyl than a white person could and still live, because we all know that Black History Month is like Sojin's comment for black people. We get a power up. I could hit the fent lolly and be perfectly fine. A different kind of structure. Temporary Zenkai. So true. During Black History Month, every black person gets a bankai. I mean, like, a lot of people don't want to believe it, but it's, unfortunately for a lot of white supremacists, it's very true. Really interesting power system we live in. Yeah, the power creep during Black History Month really starts to get bad. Black people start to suffer from power creep during Black History Month, like they're being written by Akira Toriyama. Anyways, only real losers will understand that one. The whistleblower said Dr. Alexander Eastman, Eastman's staff raised questions about why he would need to order fentanyl lollipops to take with him. And he answered that it was part of his duties to make sure that any injured CBP operators were cared for, making the argument that lollipops were necessary for pain management and should an emergency occur. Listen, I could stub my toe when I need to hit the fent lolly. You don't get it, dude. If any of y'all get hurt, okay, listen, if you get hurt, everybody has their own designated fent lolly to hit, okay? Listen, you start using it before the pain gets bad, not after, okay? You're my emergency fentanyl. Oh, I need my emergency. My fan. I have a headache, please. Oh, everybody gets their. Do they write their name on it like it's a packed lunch and you're going on a field trip? Come on, man. Bro, want to give fentanyl for mild pain? I don't know. What if like what if one of the Russian fucking representatives poisons someone again? You know Russians love poisoning people. It's in their blood. It's in their it's one of their favorite. It's a national pastime. You know, like what if that happens? They need to hit the fent to be able to make it through. You know, don't fall asleep. You might not wake up. Keep your head above your heart. Don't fall asleep. Regulate your breathing. And suck on the fent lolly. You're gonna be okay. You got a family at home, kid? I have a prescription. Ooh, listen, I have anxiety. Give me the fent lolly. I have prescribed anxiety, depression, and ADHD. Where's my fent lolly? Okay, Mr. Eastman. Where's my fent lolly? I get headaches sometimes. My mom, it was passed down to me from my mom, okay? Where's my fent lolly? You've heard of Fendi? Get ready for Fenty. Eastman spent copious hours of his and office of the chief medical officer's staff time directing the OCMO staff to urgently help him procure fentanyl lollipops, a Schedule II narcotic so that he could bring them on the CBP air and marine operations helicopter on which he would be a passenger in New York City, the whistleblower said in the report. Dr. Eastman claims that the possession of fentanyl lollipops was necessary in the case a CBP operator might be injured, or in any case a CBP air and marine operations team encountered a patient in need. Listen, you know, when Jesus was walking, around doing his many years of preaching service, he found somebody in need, and you know what he did? He healed them. Okay, this is Operation Christ. If we see somebody on the side of the road suffering from pain, they deserve a fent lolly. Okay, you've heard of a chicken in every pot? I want a lolly in every mouth. I want a fent lolly tucked neatly into the cheek of every American. I'm fenting. Guys, be careful. MLs might be lurking for shit to clip chimp. What? They want to clip chimp me on Black History Month? What are they, racist? It's Black History Month. You know, if you clip chip me, you're ableist. You know that, right? MLs, multi-level marketers. Extra strength vodka poisoning is no laughing matter. Get this man some Fent. If this was the case, couldn't you just bring some like, you know, some like Tylenol, ibuprofen, something, some ibuprofen, anything? Did we really have to jump straight to the opiates? I was in the United Nations taking opioids. Customs and Border Protection is the chief agency responsible for detecting and stopping the illegal flow of fentanyl into the U.S. across international borders. Eastman's staff initially responded to the request by explaining that Narcan, which can save the lives of people who are overdosing in fentanyl, has been requested by CBP operations in the past, but not fentanyl itself. The whistleblowers say that staff members raised questions about how he would store the lollipops. Listen, we all know how he'd store the lollipops. Tuck right in his cheek, like he's saving it for winter. That's how he would know. Come on, let's be honest with ourselves. And what he would do with them, and what he would do with the unused ones at the end of the operation. Eastman responded by writing his own policy regarding the procurement of Schedule II narcotics, which omitted any mention of how narcotics were to be stored and disposed of, the whistleblowers allege. He's like, listen, be cool, chill. Lock in. Sir, why do you need fentanyl lollipops just to head to New York? Lock in. Chill. Trust the plan. Eastman was ultimately unsuccessful in procuring fentanyl lollipops because the vendor could not be found in time. Wait, it wasn't even because they said no, they just couldn't find somebody to give them to him quick enough. So he was like, fuck. Wait, he wasn't even, they didn't even tell him no, dog. What? They just couldn't get it to him fast enough. That's crazy. So he'll get them on the way back. That's true. So half the trip will only be protected by our guardian angel that is fentanyl lollipops. This is wild. The whistleblowers represent the nonprofit Government Accountability Project, who also alleged Eastman was under investigation by the CBP Office of Professional Responsibility at the time regarding improper ordering and securing of narcotics for a friend who was a pilot for the air and marine operations. The friend who worked as a helicopter pilot for air and marine operations in New York during the General Assembly, the report says, he was handing fent lollipops to his friend before. This man's a monster. This man can't be trusted. This guy's crazy. Yo. Okay. All right. This is just something else. My man's completely lost it. That's wild. All right, Mr. Fent. That's not good, pal, I'll say. According to his LinkedIn page, Eastman is still in the job as chief medical officer. You think, dude, this guy might be the only reason why Joe Biden might win the election, okay? Without him, people would still be calling him Sleepy Joe. Come on. Come on, chill. Have a heart, Chief Narc. Yeah, who's this whistleblower, aka Chief Narc? Can you blame the guy? That's all that confiscated fent in front of him. Why not use it for him and his friends? Yeah, it would just go to waste if not. Come on. Did you guys know that what started the opioid crisis in the first place was actually that the Airhead mystery flavor is actually opiates? A lot of people don't want to talk about it, but it's true. Kids love opioids. I mean, what, you know, what can I say? Fenterman. That's funny. Little fentanyl for the birthday boy. Little fent for the birthday boy. Okay, let me put together this this Florida thing for you. So you guys wanted to talk about Florida again, right? You said you wanted to get Florida out of the way again? Florida time. I'm gonna have to restrain from posting. Yeah, where's Bugs when you need him? Cut Florida the heck out of here. Get out of here. I hate you. I wish she came back. That lady who was teaching people Chinese, fuck you. I hate you. You are ugly. Get out of here. She's so cool. Sorry I didn't autism. You will not be forgiven. Little autist. What lady? That lady who was teaching on TikTok, who was teaching people funny phrases in Chinese. Give the dog a treat? Okay. I forgot that I had this song in here. Is this the end of stream? Nah. I want to do some Tekken after this. I want to do some Tekken after. We'll see. The editors want me to get some segments done. I will tell you that. Man, Give the Dogs a Treat got expensive. I haven't changed it. But if you haven't been watching on Twitch, then your points have been getting drained by doing it, but not re-upping them by watching on Twitch anymore. I know the song does come on near the end of stream a lot, but not now. The editors hunger for segments. Yeah, they added me. They were like, where the fuck is our stream? I was like, I'm streaming. I wanted to stream yesterday, but I got really tired and I decided to take a quick nap instead, but the nap turned into a 3-hour nap. On accident. Whoops. Here, let me finish this up. Okay. It's not expensive. You're just poor. I hate to say it, Rez, but I think they kind of cooked you. Response? I'll be waiting on a response on the poor allegations. Reza Sutra hit with poor allegations. Will they beat them? Find out next time. Not the broke nigga allegations. Oh, will he overcome? Brokey. What's the allegations? He's poor. Not even Black History Month can help with this one. Yeah, it might be kind of over for him. I hate to say it. No, idiotic regen got cooked. No, come back. What'd you do to them? They're a baby. They're a baby. No. Lose the glasses. Be nice. Have some mercy. Not timed out. What the hell? Not watch this drive. I am a brokey though. I've been cooked. Flame broiled. What's Tim Scott doing? I forgot that this guy still existed. I forgot that Tim Scott was still alive. I'm gonna be honest with you.
We need a wall, a larger wall than this one. We need Trump's border wall. We need a wall, a larger wall than this one. We need Trump's border wall.
I hate this guy so much. During Black History Month too. Honestly, shameful. We need a wall. Not this one. This one's pretty big, but the bigger one, an even bigger wall. The Mexicans have evolved and they're now too powerful. We need a wall even bigger than this wall. Do you guys know that we actually have a net outflow of Mexicans in this country now? You know that Mexicans are actually leaving this country more than they're coming? We are now net negative on the Mexican faucet. We're in a Mexican recession. Willingly, yes. It's actually because of economics. America has become less desirable of a place to move, so they're just moving back to Mexico. You know how it was like people were moving from moving illegally, crossing and moving from Mexico to the United States for like economic prospects. America is just kind of cringe now, so they've just decided to come to America less. And so now we have a net outflow of Mexicans in the country. My Latina baddies! No, the Latinas are leaving. Ooh, Latinas are gone. What are we gonna do? We are Latina baddie brokey. We got a negative balance on our Latina account, and it's not good. It's bad for us. Latinas come home. Latinas come home. Sorry, I know I was wrong. I messed up and now you're gone. I never expected you to run away and leave me with all these whiteys. A quesadilla grill right now would sound like music to me. Mexicans come home. Mexico has state-run healthcare. That part is true. Dude, AMLO became president and all the Mexicans just went back. I guess conservatives got what they wanted. They've been able to run America into the ground so bad that Mexicans are now leaving the country. Don't you think that's crazy? They don't even want to come here anymore. Mexicans are leaving because Goku asked them to. It's that simple. That would make a lot of sense, honestly. It's just so you know, it's not like all like the Mexicans are leaving, and it's not like we have a net outflow of immigrants from Central and South America. We don't. We still have. I think we still have a net positive inflow of Central and South Americans. Just Mexicans specifically are a net negative outflow right now. Hey, it's me, Goku. You should cross the border back into Mexico. Oh, okay. Yay. Average Mexican response. Keep the Mexicans, deport Texans. Hola, soy Goku. They said, oh, see. Oh, Shark, I get it. The Mexicans are leaving. Just the ones the Democrats used to steal the 2020 election. They're rotating them out for new blood. So true. Before the feds can get a hold of them, they're rotating the old Mexicans out to bring the new Mexicans in. That's why there's so many illegal border crossings at the end of 2023 and the beginning of 2024, because a new election cycle is coming around and the Democrats need extra voters. Oh, so true. Holy. Wait, you're starting to get. I'm starting to understand this. Giga brain. I've never seen somebody with a bigger brain than this. I'm not Mexican, but if Latin dub Goku told me to go to Mexico, I'd listen. You ever think about how Goku is kind of like Mexican Moses? Let my people go. Yesterday was the last day of light skin Black History Month, so no more light yellows ruining our month. Thank you. Oh, it's perfect. Mixed bloods out. Shark, I am Mexican. Very true. He sits on the cross in the Catholic Church. Light skin and full of sin. He has a name. You can just call him Drake. You don't have to be mean about it. You've seen a much bigger brain when you look in the mirror. Oh, you. Oh, you. All right. Jeez, why is this so big? Okay. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Wait here, let me turn this back because this is one of my favorite parts of the song. I'm gonna go pee real quick and then we're gonna come back and then talk about how cringe DeSantis is again, and this time it's gonna be great. Enjoy the music, I'll be right back. My son wanted to see me. He just rushed in, huh? Well, nice to see you, buddy. What's up? What, his poop tray? Chill, chill. Don't bully. Don't bully. What do you mean? Look how long what is? His poop what? Yeah, that's pretty long poop. I'm not gonna lie. He's had a lot of poop. But you know, we all go through it. He's eating a lot. That's not too much. I feed them well. I want them to get, you know, nice and big and strong. We already had one die. I gotta make sure. Hello. Hello. Nice to. I missed you as well, buddy. They said give him a treat. Do I have treats down here? Let's see. Did you lock him in here?
No, you're not locking in here.
You closed him in here.
Yeah, this is.
What do you mean? Yeah, no. Wait here. Let me go grab him some treats. Some people redeemed to give him a treat. I'm gonna give him a treat. Give me a sec. What happened to Boo? He has allergies, and so he's prone to really scratching his ear. And so I coned him to make sure he's not allowed to do that anymore because he dug a really big hole in his ear. Half of his head was like bleeding, right, babe?
Yes, and got on the carpet.
Yeah, it got on the carpet. It was bad. And so, brother, you got a fat dumpy? Chat, can we snap that person's bones real quick?
No, don't do it.
Snap his bones real quick. Thank you. Come here. I'm gonna give him some treats. I'll be right back. Okay. Just let me out. I gotta give him some treats. Come here. Come here. You don't have to do all that. All right. Now I got two of them now. All right, you ready? Up. Good boy. Sit. Sit. Hey. Listen. Sit. Sit. Oh. You haven't been trained well. You see? Ah. Sit. There you go. Ready? Up. He needs more training. I wish I could show you he has his cone just completely down on the ground, just hoovering up the the treat crumbs. All right, buddy, you done? You still got some more to do. All right. Love you, bud. Come on. I'm not done with stream yet. Oh, he's still going. So you can see what I've been going through when it comes to him being super itchy and trying to scratch through his cone. The dog is murdering someone else. Disc jockey, ewick. He loves music. All right, that's it with you. Come on, bud. Thank you. Thank you. I can't have you doing that in here. Papa is working. Come on, upstairs. Good boy. Have fun. Give him a scratch. He'll get his scratch. There's somebody out there to scratch him. Hey, let me see if these lights are gonna work with me now. Uno momento, por favor. I've been learning Spanish, just so you know. Nope, they will not. The cone of bars. Tried to scratch the cone, made it sound louder than God. Yeah, like can you even imagine what it was like when I put the cone on him originally and he was trying to scratch through it? It was so bad. He just kept doing it. He was trying to do it for like 2 minutes at a time, and it was just so bad. I put him outside for a little bit because the cold was soothing on his like open wound ear bit, and so he stopped scratching as much. And when he did, we didn't hear that much of it, which was way better than, you know, anything else that was going on. He still does it every now and again, and I try and help him out. I help him with some of the scritches. Didn't know Boo was male? I thought he was female. No, Boo's a boy. That's my boy right there. I have only one female dog. That's Ruby, the little one. Full of energy, that little fella. Back and Shark is still streaming. Nice to have you. All right, let's get this Shaggy done. Anyone got a Seggy Mang? It's me. I have a Seggy Mang. I have a Seggy Mang. You know, I was thinking about something really nice the other day. My town, like I live in Kentucky, but I kind of live around like normie Republicans as well. So thankfully things aren't like too bad here, which has been nice. And so like they've actually been spending a lot of time trying to make the city better instead of, I don't know, like kill gay people or something, like trying to put money towards the Kill Gay People Act or whatever, which have been pretty cool. They've been doing a lot of work on making the roads better and installing sidewalks in a lot of places, which has been really cool. I was gonna go talk at my local city council meeting, the next one that's happening, to be able to go like talk to them about why we need more roads, right? I live like a mile away from my from a lot of grocery stores that I go to and gas stations and stuff, and I can't walk there because there are no sidewalks between me and there, like a mile away. Okay, like it's crazy how bad it is, like the urban sprawl. And so I was going to talk about that. That would be really cool, and the need for like public transit as well. Like having some form of public transit in the city would be super cool. I don't know if I can get them to believe in that, but like protected biking, like protected bikeways and sidewalks and stuff would be like a great opportunity for the city to become better, I think, personally. But yeah, they've been doing a whole lot of work on that actually. So thankfully there's still normie Republicans out there who aren't 100% out of their mind. What is this? Imagine using your legs as God intended. Here's the thing, a little while ago I bought a bike because I thought it'd be really cool, and I wasn't really thinking about it. Because I was like, you know, like who cares, right? I can bike around, and I think it'd be really fun. And then I started to realize that my ass can't bike anywhere because there's no sidewalks anywhere. And I was like, what do you mean? I was going, and then I got to the end of the road, and I was like, I can't go any further. That's it. And yes, that was it. I was just done. I had to like put my bike in the car, drive to a place that's more bikeable, and then start biking there instead. Get an e-bike? I do have an e-bike. That's the thing. I do have an e-bike. Listen, when you risk being on the street in a bike and getting like rear-ended by a goddamn speeding lifted F-150 that can't see you once you reach 10 feet in front of the hood, texting and driving on their phone. Once you risk your life doing that, then I'm gonna start driving on the street with my e-bike, okay? But right now, I'd rather not risk it. Some bikes can go 30, even 50. Yeah, but then they're classified as motorcycles. They have to be kept under a certain speed limit to be still considered bicycles. And then like after that, then you're gonna have to get a specific license to be able to drive them around. Because our fascist government makes us get licenses for our super cool motor vehicles. Hello, I'm back. Hey, Stinky. How fast does it go? You can go 20 plus in residential areas. That's true, but I have to leave residential areas to get anywhere else. And just tell the cops you're traveling. That's true. I can go over 20 downhill. You demolish the current infrastructure and make a 15-minute city. 15-minute shitty. Should I make merch, guys? I've had people pester me about making merch. They're like, I want to give you my money. I want to buy something from you. And I'm like, are you serious? The Sigma male hat? This guy? Some people did say that they wanted this hat. The please be patient with me hat. The classic shark. Please be patient with me. I'm a Sigma. Crazy hat, I'm gonna be honest with you. But the person who embroidered it asked no questions. They didn't ask about it at all. I want the shirt. You don't wear hats, but you'd buy it. You could like it could be a little decorative piece. Only if you promise not to get canceled in 3 years. I mean, I don't plan on getting canceled. I'm usually just chilling. I was already quote unquote canceled last year, if you think about it. So I guess and that was like 3 years since I started making content at all. So I guess it's kind of like maybe it's kind of like a comet that comes by Earth every once in a while. Like I get a little cancellation once every 3 years, something along those lines. They tried once already. They did attempt it. So many video essayists wish death on me. Yo, Saliva, chill. You will get banned if you keep doing that. Let me see your folders. Oh no. Oh no, not my folders. Here, let me see. Frequent. I'm on my quick access. There's desktop downloads, documents, pictures, edited work, memes and react pics, screenshots to be deleted, videos. Show us your taxes folder. I can't do that. Where are the taxes? Not filed yet. The file is in to be sorted. Chill. Goodness. Y'all are crazy. What's in my memes and react pics? Anything crazy in here? Let's see. I have stuff like this. Is this crazy? Strong cleave. I'm like 2 chapters behind. Don't spoil it. I'm not. I do have one of the new spoiler pages saved, I will say. And it is also giga spoilers, but I won't show it to you. I don't know, my stuff's pretty clean. There's nothing too crazy in here. I do have this from a while ago. Suck my ass, Gooberman, cause the only fair is laissez-faire. There's this one. I do have this. I downloaded this a little while ago. A couple years ago. Cancel this commie. So true. True and real. Yo, warn a guy. Sorry. I have this picture that I took in my friend's room with her pet bunny. She let me hold some of her pet bunnies, and I took a picture with holding the little rabbit. So there's this. The most cancelable thing in this picture is actually the fact that this is a Channel 5 hoodie. You know that Andrew Culligan rapist guy? But this is before I knew that he was that he spends his time raping women in his spare time. So I don't really wear this hoodie anymore. Oof. I thought they were cool. So it was a really cool hoodie. I liked it. And it's quality hoodie. They don't sell it anymore, just so you know. Is that bunny ethically sourced? Yeah, there's a person around here who has a little bunny farm, and they farm pet bunnies. Or I guess they breed pet bunnies, and then they spay and neuter the pet bunnies or whatever, so they can't like giga breed too hard. Does that have any Channel 5 branding? Yeah, the bunny was covering it. They harvest the eggs. Can you imagine bunny caviar? That'd be crazy. I too bought merch before he got canceled. I have 2 pieces of merch from Channel 5. It's quite sad. Does that bunny support Hamas? Yes, unfortunately. Okay. He's anti-Semitic. He follows the bunny actually follows Jackson Hinkle on Twitter. Tekken time? One more meme and then Tekken time. Can I do how do you pronounce that word? Is it boondoggle? Yeah, there we go. Let's do a little. I like to name my segments like mid 2000s cartoon names. So we're gonna be calling this book burning boondoggle. There we go. I think that goes crazy. He had dope merch. I will say that rapist did have cool merch. Unfortunately, I had to stop purchasing. That was a sentence. Alexi, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. Can you start stream over? I got here 20 minutes ago. Thanks. Yeah, I got it. So anyways, guys, Tekken. Oh, no, I'm joking. Okay. Thank you so much for the 5. I really appreciate you. Thanks so much for the support. Thank you for keeping us up. We rise with you, Alexi. Thank you. Okay, book burning boondoggle. So many of you may have known, and we have a lot of new subs. Thank you for subscribing. I'd hope to have you for a long time. Many of you may have known that we've been keeping up with Florida's rampant book banning boondoggle that they've embroiled themselves in for the last couple of years after DeSantis won re-election. With this being said, a little re-up on what's going on. In Florida, Republicans decided to take their culture war into the legislature and start legislating like they were Twitter warriors. Sounds terrible. I know it's worse. If you live in Florida, you'd understand. But a lot of people don't understand how bad it's gotten. Under the guise of banning explicit material, like 18 plus explicit material, against that was being force-fed to children by LGBT trans activists trying to transgender our children by walking into class with caca-chopping katanas and transgendering them right there under the parents' noses. Republicans passed a bill that basically made it so that any parent, any person really, could walk into school and say, I want this book and that book and that book banned, and so nobody can read it, period. And the school had to abide by those wishes and do a review process to get them banned, and see whether or not they should be taken off by a arbitrary criteria of whether or not the books are age appropriate for children in the most conservative definition of what that can be. It's true. I was the katana. It's very true. Yeah, 100%. It's very scary. I'm going to be honest with you. Very, very scary indeed. But with that being said, that led to a massive maelstrom of problems for a lot of Florida school districts. So basically what happened is that they passed a law that said that if a teacher was found providing a book that was found to be inappropriate or bad or wrong or evil or woke or whatever, that the teacher and the school district could be held criminally liable for providing evil wokeness to children in the school when they should be learning about their ABCs, not LGBs, T's or whatever. Right? So this meant that a lot of school districts simply just decided to pull a lot of books off of the shelves if they possibly had the ability to be contested against, but that still didn't save them from a massive amount of basically evildoers coming in to try to remove so many books off of shelves for children. This led to entire libraries being removed. This led to the Bible in places being removed. The one that conservatives absolutely hated, and even Fox News came out again saying that it was so evil and wrong. That was about a year ago now. There's a massive brewing problem with the war on books and knowledge for against children in Florida, that it started to become so bad that in many counties in Florida, but in this one county specifically, 1,600 books were banned from being shown in all of the county schools, from the Webster's Dictionary and Thesaurus to the 2000 Guinness World Record book to a science encyclopedia. Here are all the books that they just banned, just as a quick scroll through. I didn't finish just yet. Yep, there we go. Massive amount of books. Fable, That was a book that was banned. Some of you all read Fable. Warriors, that shitty cat book. Furyborn, that was another one. There are a lot of books in here that are absolutely just gone, and there's nothing anybody can do about it, because people made objections and they said that these books have to be removed because they were just too woke or something to be on shelves. Things have gotten bad, really bad. But DeSantis decided to not care that much about it until recently, where he finally admitted that his war on books has been a complete disaster for Florida, the education system, and teachers in general, as they have now one of the absolute worst teacher shortages in the entire country. And one little piece of this microcosm was from this teacher in North Fort Myers, who resigned after a complaint, after he spent years in his class building up a library of over 600 books for his children to read, bought with his own money over time to give to his students, because Florida is obviously one of the shittiest, worst, and least funded school districts in the entire school administrations in the entire country. Teachers have to do stuff like this, like spend their own meager income that they get from the state to be able to give their children an education in the classroom. And what happened to this guy is that he just came into school one day, and the administration locked up all of his books. They literally put his books in jail over fear that a parent at some point in time was going to see that their kid was reading an ungovernment approved book, and then that would lead to a lawsuit that would lead to criminal personal charges against the administration and the teacher themselves. And so the day after that, he quit. Let's take a read of this really quick. Wait, how do I pronounce this guy's name again? Andocious. Where Mike Andocious' 8 years as a social studies teacher in North Fort Myers High School, he had grown a classroom library of more than 600 books. When he came into school on January 16th, they were gone. The next day, he was as well. Achkosa resigned after the school boxed up his library, placed the books in administrative lockup, actual prison, and told him to take them all home. Achkosa said in an interview, Principal Debbie Diggs, that this shit can't be a real name. This is the fucking like babysitter in like Rugrats or something. Debbie Diggs, come on, man. Let's be serious here for a second. Let's actually name your kids a real human name, not Debbie Diggs. What is happening right now? Asked me why I didn't keep the books covered, and I said it's absurd and it's fascism, and I think I'm not going to participate in that, he said. As Scotia's resign is the latest flare-up over HB 1069, a state law signed by DeSantis last year that requires school districts to restrict books that were deemed age inappropriate or describe sexual content. Proponents of the bill said the law was intended to protect parental rights, not broadly ban books, but in practice, districts across the state have preemptively removed thousands of books to avoid potential criminal liability. And that's one of the big things, is it's not just like you would remove the books. They specifically say that if a book describes sexual content, and whatever that really means, that the administration and the faculty would be held criminally liable. They face like massive fines, losing their job, possibly jail time for providing reading material to children in school. And once again, conservatives say that this is a way to protect children from porn, but in all actuality, very little porn was banned, but a whole lot of real reading material was taken away from children all across the state. Up to 1,600 books just completely removed for many reasons. Fox News made a segment about how one school district had to ban the Bible from being able to be prescribed for being able to be made available to children, because obviously the Bible touches on aspects of sex and sexuality, and they said that falls under this law, and so the Bible itself needs to be banned. Mouse, that book about Holocaust survivors, needed to be banned as well. Anne Frank's diary also needed to be banned because that explained for many reasons. Also, they passed another law as well about how you can't give children material that discusses gender or the gender ideology, whatever that really means, or things that make people would feel bad about their race or ethnicity or whatever. So somebody argued that the book Mouse would make children of German descent feel bad, so that's why they banned Mouse from being shown, because it talked about Nazi Germany from a Holocaust survivor. Crazy stuff going on. And it basically all culminated not too long ago with one of the wildest headlines that I've seen in quite some time, and that was that a school district actually had to provide permission slips for children to read books by Black authors. By Black, if the author was Black, they had to ask the children's parents to sign a permission slip for if they could look at it. This is also a part of Florida's massive push to ban African American histories, and also Ron DeSantis's plan to talk about the benefits that blacks accrued from slavery, like learning how to be a blacksmith and learning how to cook and pick cotton very efficiently. Things have basically spiraled out of control in Florida, so bad that a conservative had to come on to Twitter to air his grievances about him finding out that his book Killing Jesus and Killing Reagan, boy loves killing, actually got banned from school libraries in Florida because of the same exact law that they passed to be able to stick it to the wokes. Things have started to get really bad for Republicans down there. Yeah, Bill O'Reilly's books.
That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Kelbeck, thanks so much for the 3. Hello, Raiders. I'm happy to have you. Hope you all had a good stream. You were taking care of yourselves. I hunger. You guys don't even understand how bad I hunger. I hunger so bad. I'm so hungry. Have I eaten anything today? Earlier today I had like eggs and I had like a breakfast. I've eaten one thing today. My ass is not eaten. That little break, the little raid, thank you, Kelback, reminded me about, I stopped yapping and then I heard and felt my stomach growl, and I am so hungry. I have become hunger. I must nourish. I do have no nourishment. I have none. Tummy be yapping. It really do. Thanks for the raid though. A Florida county removes books Killing Jesus and Killing Reagan from school libraries. Preposterous. We are investigating and seeking comment from Ron DeSantis. This will not stand. Updates on BillO'Reilly.com. Crazy stuff. Listen, first they came for the blacks. I didn't speak because I hate blacks. Then they came for the homosex. I did not speak because I really hate homosexuals. And then they came for the old white conservatives, and I fell to my knees. For all merit and humanity in this country have left us. What more do we have? If even the old white men aren't safe from a law, who is, dude? Who is? The answer is nobody. And it's gotten bad, real bad, so bad in fact that DeSantis actually had to come out to talk about how he wants it fixed because it's become such a massive political liability that even Pant Piss doesn't want to hold this L. Oh. Nah, man, I hate Florida and their websites. 3630. So he had a little talk. Florida, education, not indoctrination. And they even left the cursor on the screen too. Bro has no clue what he's doing. I want to skip I want to skip a little forward here because they did a lot of yapping about nothing.
That's false. That is not true. And if people are abusing this process to try to muddy those waters, then we need to have some reforms. We should absolutely, I mean, if somebody is illegitimately, as an educator, they're illegitimately withholding classic works because they claim that somehow it's a violation, that's false. That is not true, but you are doing a disservice to those kids, and you should absolutely be held accountable for playing these games.
So now, so he wants to offload blame onto teachers for trying not to lose their jobs and get sued because he made such an ridiculous, broad, stupid, disgusting, bonehead. You know, I have another word for it, but I shouldn't. Many people said they don't want me to say that on stream. So it's many words people can call this law that anybody could have told them that this stupid law would have ended up with. Like this law could have ended up like this. Everybody knows that this would have happened. He didn't see it coming because he was blinded by the war against wokeness to save our children or something. That he's only now coming to grips with the idea of his policy positions being stupid. Stupid teachers, you make me look bad. So true.
Likewise, members of the community, although we like people wanting to be involved in what's going on, you know, to just show up and object to every single book under the sun, that is not an appropriate a situation here. And we've seen that occasionally. You should not be reviewing dictionaries and encyclopedias and just basic things that have been a part of education for a long time. So I think that this is going to get it to where it needs to be. We obviously have to give parents the ability to be able to ensure that this smut doesn't get into their schools.
Smut. Smut. Basic things. We need so many basic things, man. Basic things. You don't get it. The thing is, it wasn't wrong for them to take those books away to protect themselves, obviously, and it wasn't wrong to ban things under the purview of this law, like the Bible. The Bible does talk about sex. I hate to tell you this, it does indeed talk about sex. The word sex does come up in the dictionary, and so by very definition of this law, those should be banned. He just didn't think about that because he's stupid, and the Republicans in Florida are stupid. And so they worried, they wanted to make an anti-woke law instead of actually making a good law instead.
I don't know why we even got to this point where people would want to inject this into the schools. Unfortunately, it's happening, and I think a lot just in the last 4 or 5 years, there's been a real great awakening across this country about some of the things that are going on in public schools. In Florida, we've been very proactive to empower parents.
Yeah, there has been a really big awakening about all that. That's why Republicans have been losing a lot of their seats on boards of education and school district boards after people figured out that they actually didn't care about porn in school, and they really cared about stopping people from learning about black people, minorities, gay people, and the sort. They want to interject their idea of patriotic education or something. They realize that their politicians want to teach their kids about the benefits of slavery.
It's not so much in some other states, and a lot of this is now becoming the norm. So that's, I think, bad that they're doing that. You know, we're doing the right thing, but let's not let people try to hijack the process. We don't have any time for your political agenda. You know, if you're saying that no books should be available, you know, that's on you. You are acting inappropriately. You are not acting in a professional manner. And there should be consequences if you're going to do that. So I look forward to what the Department of Education is able to put out to make sure that we have adequate accountability. And I also look forward to working with the legislature so we can streamline this. Let's focus where the energy needs to be, and let's not waste our time playing political games over works that everybody knows are an important part of kids' education. Okay, with that, happy to take some questions. Yes, sir.
I don't want politics in my politics. I can't believe our political bill that we passed has caused a lot of political issues. It seems like the shitty stuff that we've done has caused a lot of people to have a tough time. Crazy.
So, for example, with objecting, like if you go to a school board meeting objecting, if you have a kid in school, okay, but if you're somebody who doesn't have a kid in school and you're going to object to 100 books, no, I don't think that that's appropriate. So I think the legislature is interested in limiting what the number of challenges you can do and maybe making it be contingent on whether you actually have kids in school or not. You know, on the one hand, I think that does make sense. On the other hand, you know, people that don't have kids in school pay taxes to support the school system, so the citizens do have an interest in this. So I'm not sure you can say that.
Yeah, so that was the thing that was actually happening, is that people would come up. You know how Republicans have been busing people around like across the country to be able to stop wokeness or whatever? People like Matt Walsh bought an apartment in Loudoun County specifically to tell the like board of education that they're cringe and gay because they like gay people and they didn't think they should all be hung like he does because he's cool. A lot of people in Florida were doing stuff like that. People who a lot of like people who protested the law were doing things like that, like taking up issues with things like the Bible and other books that conservatives really love that they didn't think that were going to be targeted, and making it so that this has become such a big issue to stop conservatives from trying to make all these claims against books made by gay people, made by black people, minorities, women, to stop them from being able to reach out to young children to talk to them about issues that do matter to them because they are usually of those demographics as well. There are a lot of black people and women and Hispanic people and all these types of people from in Florida that just aren't having their voice heard by having their books banned in Florida schools because of Republican hatred towards those types of people. And it really sucks, but if you're gonna be doing eye for an eye, I mean, might as well, so we can all be blind. And now they're getting mad. That's what really brought all this up.
They can't do it at all, but I think you can just limit it. And then what you can also do is, if you object to like a To Kill a Mockingbird or Hank Aaron, that obviously is a frivolous objection. Those books should be in school. Then maybe after one or two frivolous objections, you have to pay a fine because you're putting people to go through all this. So we're toying with a lot of things in terms of that process. But then also the legislature is looking at, or Manny's looking at, you know, if you have somebody within the school system that's doing something for political purposes. For example, there was a teacher, I think in Manatee County, that papered over every book in the class. Oh, I can't show, but that's a lie. That is not true. That is performative nonsense.
Hey, remember how we just saw the guy who had his entire school, his entire class library taken out of his class because all the books had to be pre-checked that they weren't a gay porn or something? And so he had to leave the school because they literally took all his books and put them in jail. It's almost like that's exactly what's happening, and that's why they papered over all of those books. Yes. He doesn't even understand what his law does. This is how dumb these people are. They don't even get the implications of the laws that they pass because they're not legislating. They're trying to be Twitter warriors who have the power to kill you. That's all they are at the end of the day. They're like Redditors who have the power to make laws that kill you. That's it. And if that sounds dangerous to you, that's why I talk so low of these types of people. It's all vibes. Yeah, they don't think it's all vibes.
If you want to do that on your own time, fine, but don't bring that to the classroom and subject our kids to that nonsense. So I think that there can be professional responsibility that's imposed in those situations. And, you know, look, those books, I think, clearly are problematic. I'm not saying there could be some that a parent raises objections to, which reasonable people could disagree with. And here's the
oh wait, and now he's like, maybe To Kill a Mockingbird is something that you can he actually doesn't know what he's saying. He hasn't put any thought into this. He just hates woke people, and woke people write books, so he wants to do as much as he can to stop woke people from being able to speak to children, because wokeness is bad and evil. Guys actually lost it, dude. And it's not only a loss of him and his IQ points, it's a loss for Florida and their educators, because Florida is now going through one of the absolute worst teacher shortages in the entire country because of their weirdo draconian anti-woke stupid laws that they've been putting on the books without any thought or rhyme and reason for why they should actually be there. Listen to this. Legislators in Florida are considering a bill that would help retired teachers return to the workforce, and this is after a bill that DeSantis put into place that let veterans be substitute teachers, not because they actually know what they're talking about, because they love America, and that's why they're veterans, and they should be able to teach kids about American patriotism and why they need to die, why they need to die in a war. Maybe for America, maybe for Lockheed Martin, maybe for Israel, who knows? But they should die in a war for one of our for us or one of our allies, or for Lockheed Martin, one of the two. What one of those, okay? One of those. And I would like to go to one of the craziest things that I've read when it comes to teacher shortages. Just period, okay? Listen to this. High numbers of vacancies in the education sector have been reported. The Florida Education Association, the state's largest association of professional employees, has said that as the middle of the current school year, this is the middle of the school year, just so you know, there are 4,096 advertised instructional vacancies and 3,457 support staff vacancies in Florida schools statewide. And if this doesn't sound like a lot to you, let them put it into perspective. A shortage of more than 4,000 teachers is more than the population of teachers in 19 of Florida's smallest counties combined. The association said in a report on January 17th, 4,000 teacher vacancies mean that there's potentially hundreds of thousands of students in Florida who do not have access to a full-time teacher. So instead of worrying about how teachers can't work in Florida anymore, and the future of Florida rests in poorer, hungrier, sadder, and more poorly educated children than have ever been in Florida's history since the founding of the state, they decide to tackle wokeness instead of worrying about what the future of Florida education looks like, because it looks pretty dim right now. It's very bad. And so now the legislature has to figure out a way to how to fix this. And obviously, it's not going to be about how do we actually make sure that children get the best education. And what's going to happen is we're going to worry about how do we actually really make sure that wokeness for once and for all is dealt a final blow and destroyed, or whatever dumb shit that they have to do. Or maybe they're going to ban more. Maybe they're going to ban women's history, just like they tried to ban AP African American history as well. Who knows? Possibly. Who knows? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But what I do know is that Florida is going to be poorer, dirtier, and dumber than it ever has been under Republican control. And that's just what they do. All right, let me do a little slash marker. Hi from Daytona, please help us, please. One day. Slash marker, close her up. Inshallah, one day. We're sorry, partner. All the best. Help me! Help me! Wasn't there an album named Daytona by this one rapper who doesn't make that many songs? But he also made that diss track against Drake that let people know that he actually had a son that he's been hiding from the world for a while. Yeah, Pusha T, there we go. Have you heard the Daytona USA theme tune, Shark? Old arcade game? Because it slaps? I actually haven't. Retirees and children going to work to save Florida. Yeah, the future of Florida. Uneducated children who drop out of school in high school because there's no longer an education system, and geezers who have to work until the day they drop dead because they don't have enough money to afford to live in Florida. Ah, yes. What's greater than Florida? Greater than New York? Greater than California? Florida on the rise. So true. Hey, yo, who turned that light off? Is me. Is me. You broke homeless records. Too bad DeSantis' panhandling law didn't help at all. I love how Republicans' solution to poverty is, what if we make them poorer? Have we ever thought about making them poorer? Maybe that would motivate them into becoming richer. And then all the Republicans go, oh shit, yo. What if we made it illegal to be? I'm going to tell you right now, Republicans are going to be like, what if we make it illegal to be poor? They're gonna take the Ben Shapiro route of like banning crime. Crime is now illegal, and there's gonna be like, oh shit, I didn't know. Fuck, dude, who could have seen this coming? Violet Neon, thank you so much for the tier 1. They said, love you, Shark. If you want to immigrate to New Zealand, I'll green card you. I swear my beans go crazy. I don't eat beans, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thanks for the tier 1. I really appreciate you. Thanks for the love. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know. Maybe I like a little New Zealand. It seems cool. New Zealand seems kind of cool. 99% of the population lives on the big top island and not the small. It lives on the big top island and not the long island down below, because there's a mountain to your east, making the rest of it like a, I don't know, like a desert or something. Is that right? Like 86% of your country is uninhabitable. But I heard like I heard like the other like 14% is pretty cool. The only problem with living below the equator means that weather is backwards, which sounds really scary. Like, can you imagine it being July and you're like, brr, it's getting chilly out here? Like, what does that mean? Not only do you live upside down, but the weather is backwards. That sounds crazy. Are you subbed to that geography channel? No. I don't know. It's just weird knowledge that I've learned a little while ago. Classic North versus South dilemma. That's true. Reverse weather. Fuck you, I'm gonna reverse your weather, you bitch. And then they go swoop and they reverse their weather. It's crazy. Chat, why do artists hate drawing? If there's anything that I've noticed about artists, is that the number one thing that they hate is drawing, and the number two thing that they hate is somebody asking them to draw. It's hard. You're an artist. You finished the hard part. Just draw now. I thought the hard part was learning to draw. You already know how to draw. Just do it again. Am I wrong? Like, when you learn how to draw, don't you just do it again? It's like, hey, can you drive to Walmart? And you're like, well, learning to drive's hard. Okay, but you already did it. The learning never stops. Okay, well, same with walking. You ever like accidentally trip while you're walking for no reason? You gotta be like, man, I can't do that again. Yeah, the learning never stops. Okay, I get it. The welcome to reality. You know, life is about learning. Just draw a forehead? Okay, but like unironically, just draw a forehead. Like, I don't know, just pick up the damn pen. Like, you call yourself an artist. How do you call yourself an artist and be like, I hate drawing? What are you talking about? Aren't you not an artist then? Aren't you just a guy who can do art? How about you do it, smart guy? Now what, dumbass? Here's the first hollow that shows up in Bleach. Now what? Here's a chair and a cup that I drew. Now what? It was a glass jar. Here's some body figure training I was doing a little while ago. Now what? What's your excuse now? I'm just a shitty streamer. Here's some eyes I drew. Fuckhead. Now what? You have less fun drawing than the shitty streamer? Is that what you're saying? You're telling me the shitty streamer is having more fun drawing than you? Yikes. Here's some head and hand training I was doing a while ago. You're gonna let yourself get upscaled by the shitty streamer? Are you serious? Are you crazy? Who are you? Here's some lips and hands that I was drawing. Literally just draw, bro. It's not hard. I don't know. I never finished this. This is like an eyeball I was drawing too. Just draw. Not Shark going to sketch for sketch live, yeah. Not Shark going sketch for sketch live. Now what? I'm a tortured poet, but for anime tits. Honestly, me too. Go back to the full body page, please. No, chill. Don't post without watermark. Someone see it. No, it's gonna open. It's gonna end up in the stockpile of pictures for OpenAI. Because they made their hobby of theirs a job. Now they hate it. I don't know. I still like streaming. That's just me though. So, but some days I don't like streaming. Some days I don't like streaming. Some days I stream because I need to, not because I want to. Today I wanted to stream. And I hope it felt like it because I've been yapping for a while. It's been Yaptober for me. And call me Captain Yapperton. Anyways, you guys ready to play a little bit of Tekken? Oh, you guys want to see that combo that I told you guys about earlier? You guys want to play a little bit of Iron Fist 8? I'm glad you're drawing and doing stuff you want to do. I'm memeing. I love artists. Thank you for one. I hope you do the same. I bully artists a little bit. But I do find it sad that I see so many artists being like, I don't want to draw. And then they fall to their knees and they're like, but I do want to draw. But I don't want to draw. I think it's sad. I think it's sad. Because drawing seems pretty fun. They don't let you do many things these days that are as fun as drawing. I'm ready to be iron-fisted. Mods, snap their anus. Thank you. Canceled for artist hate. Thank you. Live streaming event and update. Huh? I don't know about all that. Starting the process of drawing is harder than drawing itself. It can be, yeah. Let me show you what I'm up to. Oh, also I changed around the model for power. A lot of you can remember that last time we played this game, we made power. Let me show you. Here she is. I pushed her horns down into her head a little bit so they weren't sticking up as much. And I feel like it's now at like a perfect spot where this is, I think people can look at this and be like, oh yeah, that's definitely power. That's definitely Chainsaw Man power. Yeah, like a summer sale would be great to pick this game up, I think. Does the guy throw the other guy into the volcano at the end of this game? I don't believe so, because the guys who were doing that, one of them is dead. Allegedly. Hair should be more sloppy. Well, this is Lily. There ain't nothing sloppy about her, okay? Let me just tell you that right now. Anyways, this is my fit for Lily. This is my go-to Lily fit. I like it a lot more. I don't hate playing his power. Playing his power is very fun, actually. I'm just saying that if I had my choice, I'm playing as the Black Cowboy.
Next battle.
I'm a cowboy. So as you can see, her fit goes crazy. Why the hell am I getting 56 frames? What the heck? I should be at a solid 60. Give me uno momento. One moment. Sheesh. My frames? Manifesting Lily's slide dodges. I mean, when I wave dash. She looks cooler. She looks really cool in this fit. I can't lie. I love this fit. I'm a racist. It's such a good fit for Lily. Like, am I wrong? What do you guys think? Because I look at this fit and I'm like, it's definitely one of my favorite that I've seen. Just kind of period, honestly. I'm tabbed back in. I tabbed out for a second. You know what? Just to make sure I have all my frames, I'm going to, just while I'm here for today, because I have a lot of tabs open, because I have a lot of segments that I put together. I'm gonna go to the display settings. No, wrong display settings. I'm gonna go to main menu again. I'm gonna turn some stuff down just for today. And I'll see what else is going on, because I'm pretty sure it's oh, I didn't update my computer as well, so Bill Gates is probably throttling my shit to force me to update. That's probably what's going on. I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's turn it to high. Whoops. Are you planning out your manga still? I mean, in my head, I'm planning out a comic, yeah. Oh, fuck. I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to be here. I can't show you my combo as effectively because it's actually a pretty long string. And I tried it on this stage and it actually, they hit the wall before the very last hit, which I don't like. The song goes crazy though. Stage selection. We're back. We're back like Fent lollipops.
Ready for the next battle.
Okay, is it just me, but the song on the stage is giving Bayonetta vibes? Am I wrong? This is 100% Bayonetta vibes. Absolutely is. Okay, I'm glad it's not just me. Anyways, let's see. Let me see if I remember. Jump hop kick. Oh, I missed it. Oh, whoops. Add on change side. Let me see if I can do this for you. I'd love to show you because I really like the way that this combo looks. Oh, I messed it. Just at the very end too. There we go. There it is. And it does 91 damage. It's a pretty simple combo. I don't do anything too nutty. It's a pretty beginner friendly combo. It contains a bunch of moves that I know already. 2 moves are the exact same. Yo, Lily cooking in this game. Lily, I heard somebody say that Lily actually might be top tier. And I'm more inclined to believe it every single day. She kind of goes crazy. She has a lot of nuttiness. I'll take Schmoovin for 91. It's so good. It feels so good to do too. Like, ooh, ooh. And if I drop it, I usually drop it. Yeah, like there. And even there, I still get a decent amount of damage off. So this is kind of my go-to combo right now if I'm able to get it done. And it feels great. It feels fantastic. Me when I Matterhorn a bitch. Is fast and has great mix-ups. Wait, what if I just fuck a bitch? Anyways, me when it's magnifique. And I need to do this more. This move does so much damage. Why does it do so much damage? Look at that. It's crazy. And I can stop it halfway at just the normal knee. And I'm gonna mix up the timing with it too. Not too bad, but yeah. It's kind of slow too, so people think it's kind of done, but then you come back with the extra hit. It's nasty. This one's called dominating knee. This one's submissive knee. Because it puts them in the crouch. Wait, what if I? Does the other guy get thrown? Both of the guys get thrown. Both of the guys get thrown off of a cliff. One of the guys gets, well, actually both of them get thrown into a volcano. I'm sorry. Try kicking them. I mean, I could do some of this. How about that? Is that enough kicking for you? How about that? How about this? How about that? How you feel about me getting a little elegant? I see a lot of people using this move too, like sidestep crouch. It's rising 3. I'm not very good at rising moves yet, but that one's pretty fun. I shouldn't do that because it's already a tornado. I don't know what to do after that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do like this move though, like the douche, and I can do it again. Yeah, I can do like, and then do one of those, or I can go into this and then do this. My do slide has a lot of stuff into it. No, I don't know. Can I go under mids with a do slide? I don't do glide. I don't think I can. I think I can go under highs, but. How far does this reach? Reasonably. Come here, boy. Anyways, oh, another thing that I've been practicing, grabs. I've been practicing grabs, breaking grabs. So let me see if I can set that up really quick. Let me go back to character selection. I got this one from FDX. He's a popular gamer. I'm gonna pick Lily because I go crazy with her. Oh hell, wrong Lily. There we go. And I'm gonna be fighting against Dragunov because nobody likes Dragunov except for Dragunov players, and they only like him because they carry them. That's basically it. Unfortunately, you hate to see it.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay, so here's the thing, okay? Here's what I've been doing. Practice settings is on defense. Dragunov is cool. He's not cool. He's broken. Select from the move list. I'm gonna go down here. This specific training against Dragunov, so I can kill Dragunovs that I come across, because I hate Dragunovs. Just like everybody else. The players that we hate, Dragunov players. Okay? Because they're tier list whores. Who else do we hate? You know who else, chat? You know who else? We hate Hwoarang players because they're playing an annoying character. Fuck them. You know who else we hate? Reyna players because they're tier whores and waifu weebs. I'm not talking about throughout other games. I'm just talking about this game. Doesn't your GF play Reyna? It really be owned, don't they? So anyways, this is his one throw. I'm training myself how to break it because I don't want to get grabbed by this filthy freak, by this filthy Slavic freak. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. But with this one, when I'm just training right now, we set it not to normal, we set it to shuffle, so it goes even nuttier. You'll see how nutty it can get. I didn't expect the Shark to get so ingrained into FGC shit talk. It's fun. It's fun. I mean, at the end of the day, what we all know that's true is that everybody's playing a shitty, broken character that carries them through the ranks, except for me, because my character is hard and it takes actual skill to play. That's just kind of how it is. I gotta be careful here because he can grab at any moment. And as much as he wants. Oh my lord. I'm good. I'm in. Fuck. Oh jeez. Just so you know, this is a violent maniac. There's a reason why crime rates in Eastern Europe are so high, and it's mostly because of Sergei Dragunov. One more. Come here, you bitch. That's what I thought. Anyways, with that done, I think I've gotten enough there. So now we're doing a couple warm-ups, okay? So we're gonna turn this off, and then we're going to turn on this one, and then come back, reset. Sorry, Sergey. Sorry, Sergey. All right. This is his tooth row. I'm in. I'm in. I've never been more in. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. Fuck. I'm locked in. Fuck. Oh, jeez. He's so violent, man. Get your hands off of me. I'm a young girl. Oh shit. Okay, but there's also a problem, okay? There's only one problem with this training, is that I have to do it on both sides. So now I'm going to switch positions. We out here switching positions. Now he's still on his tooth row, and he got me. My shit is snapped. I've learned to read them a bit because his tooth row, that arm is a little bit lower. It grabs me a bit lower. He grabs me with his right arm. That one comes out and it's lower. The one throw is much higher. Do it again, I dare you. It's impossible to grab me. It's impossible to grab me. Don't even try it. Don't even try it, bro. No. You can't rob me. I know you're Slavic, but you can't rob me. Anyways, now that we've done that, I want to keep this just like that. Go up. Oh, no, hell no. Anyways. Sorry, Sergey. Sorry, Sergey. Sometimes I accidentally press the button incorrectly. All right, brother. We're in. Come on, Sergey. Give me your worst. I will say one thing, Dragunov is a cool name. Too bad he's a shitty character because he spent too much time jagging off. Ooh. What do you think of the percentage of Dragunov players that are racist? Because I think it's close to 100%, right? It has to be. Ooh. There's no way, right? I mean, like, look how pale he is. All right. Both sides done. They're just removing the VOD. That was the editors, actually. They removed it. They said it would be best because there's a lot of drama going around. So they decided to remove it, and I was like, I mean, if that's how you feel, I let the girls do their thing. And I was like, okay. They seemed pretty concerned about it, so no, just to give them peace of mind, I just let them remove the video, the VOD. That's just how it goes. I like Jin and King. He's cool. They seem cool. Slavs being racist couldn't be me. Where are you getting those statistics from? It's called observation. Anybody with eyes would know. Anyways, what is this? Is this his like... Oh, fuck. Now I gotta deal with his like two-hand grab. The real problem that I have is his two-hand grab. It looks a lot like his two grab, but it's not his two grab. It's absolutely not, but it 100% feels like it is. Sorry, Sergey. He's just helping me train. I don't need to hit him like that. I'm locked in. Okay. Now that we've cooked that up, I need to switch sides one more time so I can see what this looks like from the other side as well. All right, Sergey, give me your worst. Okay. Okay. Sergey. Sergey Jaganov goes crazy. How do you feel like you're coming along with things like spacing and sidestepping? I haven't been worrying about it that much. And like I'm in like super duper ultra mega low ranks, so it's not something that I think about too much. But I think my spacing is okay. It definitely could be much worse. I'm pretty all right at spacing some of my moves and stuff like that, but I'm still learning the movement system as a whole. Sidestepping is something that I have a trouble with remembering. I'm playing it like a 2D fighter a lot, and I forget that I can like shmove a little bit, but I can't shmove too much, because if I do, while shmoving, you can't like protect your balls from getting punched. And a lot of people want to punch your dick in this game. He tried it. Yeah, they want to punch your dick kind of like this. Oh, fuck. Sorry, kind of like this. My bad. Kind of like this. Yeah, there you go. You do have to respect Lily's balls. They're sensitive. I'm dragooning. Ah! Lord. Sheesh. All right. So here's, if you were wondering if this is going to get really difficult, the answer is yes. And what all of this is coming up to, what it's coming up to is this. So I'm not going to turn all of these on and take it from shuffle to normal, so I just build the muscle memory of what buttons to press when I get grabbed and for what grabs I'm being I need to protect myself from. Okay, so what we're doing right now is I'm going to turn all of them on, and it's going to play the grabs randomly, and I have to defend myself from them. All right, so you guys ready for my shit to get rocked? Let's see. I'm gonna watch real quick. That was a 2 grab. That was a 1 grab. That was a both. 1 2 1 2 1 both. Okay, I'm ready. Hit me. Both. That was 2. Both. That was both. It looked like a 1. Both again. I knew it was both. I just didn't hit it fast enough. Both. He loves grabbing both. One. That was two. Two. One. Both. Two. One. I got that. Two. Two. One. Two. Both. Sorry. Two. Both. It's gonna take some time, but I am doing better than I used to. I used to be getting none of these. It's nice to see some progress though. I got that one down. Two. Both. The only problem is the both grab is so quick. It's way quicker than the other two. I feel like even when I get it correct, I'm just too slow on hitting the button because it's just so fast. Two. One. Both. That's one. One. That's two. That's one. Two. That's both. I'll do a couple more. One. Both. Two. Both. One. Two. So that was both. That's both. That's both again? I rarely break those. That's one. That's both. Okay. I'm gonna switch sides to make sure that I get practice on both sides. Last thing you want to do is have them switch up on you and then start grabbing. What do you say? Oh, are you talking about the VOD? Editors got worried about all the drama going on and proposition that we just remove the VOD for now. And they seemed worried, so I said, sure, why not? Last thing we need is more strife around here. We got a lot of stuff going on, so I just said, sure. That's just how it is. What drama? There's no drama. You can especially check Twitter if you want to see my opinion on things. It's nothing crazy. But I'm playing Tekken right now. Okay, let's take a look. That's two. That's both. That's two. That's both. That's one. That's two. That's two. That's both. That's two. That's one. Ah! That's one. That's one. That's one. Okay. That's both. That's one. I pressed 2-1 on accident. That's both. Okay. I hit the button. It was just slow. That's okay. That's two. That's one. That's one. I hit both on accident. That's two. There we go. Broke a two. Both. That's two. Both. Both. Can you imagine how crazy I'm going to be once I become ungrabbable? Like, can you even imagine? Like, you're playing in low ranks and then this guy, you literally can't get a grab on this guy. One. That's two. I hit the button, but slow. Both. One. Both. One. Two. One. 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 Both. One. 2, 2, both, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, both, both, 1, 1. Okay, I'll call it there. You may be like, you could definitely do more. Yeah, I could, but also there's no need. You can get caught up in practicing too much, and then you won't retain all the knowledge. So we just do a little bit of practice. No drama besides Dragunov being racist. That's true. There's less than a second of response time to counter throw. Yeah, it's hard, but I feel like I'm not doing too bad. I like, for one, there's a big flash when they do it, so it's hard to miss when you're getting thrown. Just to know what to do when you're getting thrown. When you're getting thrown is the big thing. So the number one thing that you need to do is, for one, learn how to recognize when you're getting thrown. So my practice does two things, which is, for one, I recognize that I'm going to be thrown, and then two, recognize which throw it. Well, actually, there's three things. One, recognize that I'm being thrown. Two, recognize which throw it they're using, and then three, recognize. And then three, be able to counter it in the time after I recognize what the throw is. It's possible. It's possible. Just being able to be fast enough to get it done is another thing. But thankfully, it has nothing to do with you being like superhuman smart or anything. You just have to be able to practice enough to be able to, you know, get out. Yeah, you can also kind of see that they want to throw as well. Like, a lot of the times, especially in lower ranks, they'll just run up to you and then just throw out the throw button. You can duck as well, which works against everybody except for King, honestly. Lily is ungrabbable. That's true. Trump would not have a good time with her. It's quick. It's quick. Okay, chat. I'm a little scared, but do you guys want to try some ranked matches? While I'm here, let me pull up my list of moves that I have. So I remember that I have moves that I can use. Let me see. Pulling it up. Over here. All right. All right. I am scared. I can't lie. Am I going to get my ass beat? Probably. But I don't want beginner to be next to my name anymore. It's embarrassing. I put 20 hours into the game and people are going to be like, why are you still beginner rank? Well, because I haven't played any ranked. Okay, leave me alone. Not everybody gets into this game and starts playing like 50,000, games of rank. Chill. But anyways, I think I can get high. I think we can get high. I have no goal that I want to reach. I just want to increase, I just want to play and get better at the game. And in turn increase my rank. I don't want to be like, oh, we need to get to this rank or that rank. I feel like that may be, hurtful for my mindset to have my mind on a specific rank that I want to get to. So I'm just going to pretend that the ranks don't really exist. The sun's in my eyes, my finger is cramped. Use for a while. Don't think about your results too much. Let's focus on learning. Yeah, that's what I gotta do. That's what I gotta do. Oh, also a character that I also thought might be cool was Lee. It was also Lee. I like how he screams when he kicks sometimes. It's a crazy ass scream, and I'm like, you're a cool guy, Lee. I'm not really the biggest fan that he's rich, but you know, he seems interesting. He seemed like an interesting guy. Okay. This is my first time ever playing ranked, so be nice to me, okay? Sure, we can do 3. Connection quality 4 and above. Crossplay enable. Sure. Plus or minus 3. Hi chat. Hello. Why'd that message get restricted? What happened? Chat, I'm scared. Chat, my heart's beating out of my chest. I'm so terrified right now. Lily, save me. We're gonna be playing. I'm gonna look at Reyna, the waifu. Like 40% of this game's player base is waifu, just so I can understand what I'm fighting for.
Get ready for the next battle.
Welcome to the yeah, welcome person whose message got deleted. Yeah, nice to see you, Erica. Oh. Oh, jeez. Wait a second. Okay. All right, first match. Let's see what we can do.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm playing against a Jun. 11,000. No, I might get cooked. A side swapper, respectful, heavy hitter. Oh no, it's their promotion match. They're gonna cook me. It's my promotion match too? That's crazy. Oh fuck, I got launched. Oh shit. I tried to sidestep. Okay. Got her. Oh, fuck. She's throwing. She tried to sidestep. I caught her. She tried it. Ooh. Fuck. Oh, I tried to press a button. If I didn't press a button, I think I would have definitely won that. Okay. Oh. Sheesh. Oh, she has so much stuff going on. Sheesh. All right. A little power crush in there. I'm just gonna use it right now. She's gonna try and yes, I knew it. Holy shit. She has so many buttons. Oh, that's cool. No. She has so many buttons, dude. No, she's gonna pull the light out of my heart, man. Did I live? Oh, it was so close. I almost brought that one back. I can't lie. Super aggressive. So what can we do? What can we do about this? I'm not sure. She's gonna use her tornado. Oh no. I was holding the wrong button. She's gonna keep mashing on me, so I'm gonna use this right now. That didn't come out? I'm actually shocked. No. Oh, that's not good. I lost. Oh. And that's how it is. Why is it molasses mode? I don't know. My frames are just really bad right now, and I have no clue why. When I'm playing normally, my frames are perfectly fine. I have no clue why it's so bad. I'm gonna return to standby here. I'd like to play again, but my frames are just so bad. I don't know what's going on. Is it the stream or the game? It's the game. I was looking at my frames. They're just really bad. I'd like to play them again. I think I could have gotten a couple games on them. I'm gonna say no right now, but I have no clue why that shit was so bad. We were playing before, right, chat, and everything was fine. I'm gonna say no. Let me leave this so it doesn't keep doing this real quick. Here, let me see if I can fix it. I might have to turn, I don't know, man. I might have to turn, gonna have to turn graphics down even more right now. I really don't want to, but if the frames are just gonna be so bad. Wait, is my computer still gonna be like, you need to update? Let me see. Yeah, you know what it probably is? You know when Windows needs to update, so it slows down your computer? It happens sometime. I think that's what's going on with me right now. That it's fucking up my shit for like no reason. Let's see. I don't know, let's do that. Just gonna have to go with a medium right now, unfortunately. Now let's see. Oh, why I keep clicking that button, dude? Scroll up. Rank match. Felt the sweat in that one. I was working. I don't know. I hope that it fixes itself, but we'll see. Definitely was in molasses mode, unfortunately.
For the next battle.
$43, $50? Why am I getting less than 60 frames? I'm actually okay. Oh no. I'm getting less than 60 frames. I actually usually run at okay. You know what? It's probably that Windows update. That's so annoying. I wanted to play so much. Okay. Anyways, well, if it's gonna act like that, then I might as well update it and then come back later and we can play some more, and hopefully it fixes itself. Because when I'm playing normally, even when I record normally, while I'm practicing, because I wanted to make a video on like another channel sometime. Come on, Windows. Dude, it's always Windows. It's just something else. You guys watched me play last time on stream, right? And it was like, I was getting a constant 60 almost the entire time. There was like a couple times when it dropped below, but most of the time it looked great. It looked perfectly fine. But all of a sudden, Windows update comes around, and then it's just like, you know what? Fuck you. You don't get to play. Well, okay. If that's the case, then that's just how it is. I don't want to play in like slow motion, and I don't want to play with reduced graphics either. You're smooth as silk. This is an irritation. It's really annoying. It's really, really annoying. But okay. Anyways, you know what? How about what day is it tomorrow? It's Saturday. You guys want to play some Saturday? You guys want to hop in and play some Saturday, and we can just like, we can chill. We can do like a lot of gaming. Since we covered so many segments today, come back tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST, just straight gaming, Tekken time. and then I can see if we can get out of beginner rank. You put a lot in today. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, 7 whole hours. Sheesh. I hope you all had fun. Thanks so much for watching. I guess I'm just gonna have to call it there. I'm so angry. I was so ready to do some ranked and get out of beginners. I was so ready. I felt like I could do it too. I really felt like I could do it. And I really felt like I could have won that game too. There's definitely a game I can win there. I 100% feel it. Okay, but if that's the case, thank you so much for watching. Tomorrow, we're teching. We're doing so much Iron Fist, okay? You don't even understand. You don't even understand. And it sucks too, because I wish I could have replayed that person. It would have been really would have been really fun if things were, you know, together. I would have had like my own personal boyfriend or something. I would have had my own personal, you know, when you play a game and you're like, that was a good game, let's play together, and then you get your own personal Tekken boyfriend and you all go on like a Tekken date where you keep playing each other over and over. That could have been me. That could have been me. Unfortunate. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. Fuck you, Windows. Fuck you, Bill Gates. You'll be hearing from me very soon. You guys want to play Helldivers sometime? Do I have anybody here who plays Helldivers? What about like a subscriber Helldivers play session where subs can join and play with me in Helldivers, and we go kill some fascist, anti-democratic bugs? No, but I really want to try it. I'm worried because of anti-cheat. What's going on with the anti-cheat? Like what's going on there? Does anyone know? I heard people complaining about it. Is it just, I thought that it was just always online, but it was like always it is an online game. Is it one of those anti-cheats that scrubs every single one of the files in your computer? And so like the dev now can see the porn on your computer? It's kernel level, which is risky. So what you're telling me is that it might be over. So what you're telling me is that it might be over. Is that what you're saying? Because it'd be really sad if you'd be telling me that it's over. You know what? Maybe I need to duck more against Jun. You think so? I think I can duck against Jun. I think I can. Oh, it causes the performance issues? Really? I have some risky stuff on my computer. That's true. It's JJK porn where Sukuna pops up on someone's dick. Remember when Sukuna can pop up as like a mouth and an eye on like Yuji's cheek? It's just like that, but on the dick. It's really sad. Sad things happen. He's such an evil man. Somebody needs to stop that cursed spirit. Strongest sorcerer in history. Strongest cock blocker in history. Anyways, thanks so much for watching. I appreciate you. Wallahi don't need more folders. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you. The cursed 11th finger. I gotta get out of here. Take care, everyone. Love you all, and I hope to have you back on another meme stream. Have a good one.